mission, I got rolled up sleeves. I know where I'm at and who I wanna be. Doesn't even matter what you throw at me. I made myself a promise I intend to keep. A game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. Yeah, I've been on a mission. I'm on a mission. I've been on a mission, I got rolled up sleeves. I know where I'm at and who I wanna be. Doesn't even matter what you throw at me. I made myself a promise I intend to keep. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. Yeah, I've been on a mission. I'm on a mission.
No, the dead don't die. I can feel them now. When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud. I can feel my breath. I can hear that sound. I won't take no less. Gonna burn this town. I've been so lost. Now I've been found. Held me up, never let it fall. Had me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. When the sun goes down and they all come out, I'ma stand my ground. I'ma scream and shout. I'll be where I wanna be, and I'll make my way. Don't make no apologies, cause I'm here to stay. I've been so lost. Now I've been found. Held me up, never let it fall. Had me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone.
we flex, looking real fresh, cause we out the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. It's not a test, watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best, let's go. Gotta impress, who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Let's go. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest, we're the biggest, we're the biggest. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. under maximum pressure. I never crumbled, I put in maximum effort. That's how I turned into something so flawless and precious. They gon' learn about my legend like Nikola Tesla. They wrote me off, I wrote a new book. When hope was lost, I know what it took. I overcame all the odds, you could never put me in a box. I am relentless, I will not stop. Follow the scent, I am a fox. Came from the bottom and now I'm on top. And nobody's taking my spot.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down. Bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. Yeah, unbreakable, this is a bond. You witness the legend is born. I have created a storm. Yeah, I light it up when I perform. Shining bright in every place that I win. Leave a legacy, believe it's perfect timing. Look up at the sky, the stars are aligning. They tried and they failed, but no, you ain't ever gonna break this diamond. You ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. No, you ain't never gonna. No, you ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this. Tried and they failed and they tried and they failed. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. Yeah, they tried and they failed and they tried and they failed, but no, you ain't never gonna break this greatness.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down. Bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. You cannot break me down. I refuse. You ain't never gonna break this diamond.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
My destiny, my destiny. Don't get me started. Everything was going well, but you had to go and leave me brokenhearted. Oh, since you departed, I've been working on myself. Now it's time to let it go, 'cause I've been guarded. Oh, 'cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. My eyes open wide, I know that you belong to me. Oh, oh, I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, didn't get a warning, no. All of a sudden you were here, feel the fire burning near, hear you calling. Oh, I think I'm falling. Oh, every second that goes by, I can see it with my eyes, then it's dark again. Oh, oh. 'Cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, my eyes open wide. I know you belong to
feel them now. When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud. I can feel my breath, I can hear that sound. I won't take no less, gonna burn this town. I've been so lost, now I've been found. Held me up, never let it fall. Had me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. But I don't
Not race though.
No. Goodness.
I mean, even like let's say this question is you don't have internet access, but you can race and you can still race online. I would still take the internet access because what else do you do in your life? I mean, I don't want to drive until I'm like what 90.
So you say you can't live without internet, Max?
Of course not. Who can nowadays?
That's very true.
I would go for the first option for sure.
First option,
Only-
Michael?
Yeah, only racing, but no other like internet stuff related.
Yeah. You're just a keen, passionate racer. That's all.
So-
Yeah.
Is this like racing in real life or racing on the sim?
This is racing in the sim.
Oh, nah, internet access any day of the week. I'm not driving around on my own for the rest of my life.
I'm sure William Chadwick and FaZe are delighted to hear how passionate you are about sim racing to the point where you take probably Twitter or Instagram. I'm not going to go into what else you might be looking
the
at.
option that Josh said, because I don't know if I could bear with driving around by myself the entire time. I'm
Yeah.
It's coming from the team manager, everybody.
I'm too
It's not really-
competitive.
What do you mean you're too competitive?
Against AI, I mean, everyone gets bored with AI at some point.
Yeah, but you can never race again. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No internet access and race.
Passionate
No.
racer, Robbie Stapleford. I like it.
Yeah, no internet access.
No internet access for
Yeah,
Callum either.
no internet. Yeah, no internet.
I might have to be controversial and say internet access. here.
Oh, we, bro.
So we,
I need
at least we know.
I need
At
to
least we
doom
know-
scroll somewhere.
At least we know who the keen racers are then, right? This explains why Ibrahim
just
Khan's going to fall off mid-season.
I don't want to be contrarian there, but yeah.
Oh, outrageous, Ibrahim. Outrageous. Would you rather always race during the daytime, but the track is always wet, or always race during nighttime, but the track is dry?
Daytime. Night and dry.
Nice and dry. You all nice and dry?
Day and wet.
Day and wet.
Yeah.
Luke likes it. So you split down the middle then? Kev, are you night and dry?
Night and dry.
Interesting. There we are.
I'm not
Divided down the
British,
middle.
that's why.
Yeah. What's the reason, Kev? Kev, what's the reason?
My reason, I like the rain, but like, I don't know, I just prefer the dry when you can just, absolutely send it.
It'd be a
Instead of
cold
like-
track though.
Instead of like second guessing. It doesn't matter, mate. It's still dry. It's better.
Yeah.
Dry track all the way. Yeah, I hate rain.
Night and dry.
Night is best. Prefer night and dry. There we have it. No, they're not quite daring, are they? Let's be honest. They don't like the wet weather. You're afraid of the puddles.
It's too random. I like when everything is like very sterile.
I mean, the best would be night and rain.
No surprises for you then, Max, yeah?
No, please.
Day and wet. Day and wet for me.
Wet.
Day and wet.
dry for me.
I like it when it's wet.
You like it when it's wet? I'm not sure how to respond to that.
I like it when the track is wet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go for wet conditions as well.
I would go dry and night. I like
Dry and
dry
night.
track, yeah.
Dry and night, yeah.
Nighttime dry. For me,
Yeah, nighttime dry. Yeah.
Nighttime dry? Daytime wet.
Yeah.
For me, nighttime.
Nighttime. So majority of you nighttime. Robbie just wants to avoid dry tracks.
Avoid the night.
I
You
love
want a
doing
dry
night
track?
stints, so yeah, it would be perfect.
So the Teams Championship is all set up and sorted for our little jaunt to Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, of course, in a couple of months' time. Now it's time to turn our attention to the Drivers' Championship. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ESL R1. Of course, time for the spring season Drivers' Championship. Myself, Lewis McGlade. It's not George Morgan because he's too busy over enjoying the heat of Hungary and some real-world racing. It's myself, Lewis. It is Ewan O'Leary in the commentary booth for me this time, of course. We did Orchard Road together. We had a lot of fun there. I'm expecting a lot of fun here at the Hockenheim Ring.
Yeah, expecting a very different event, I think it's fair to say, than what we had at Orchard Road. That much is clear. But it just feels to me as if the temperature has been ramped up slightly in ESL R1 now for 2024. The Teams Championship was important, of course. It's good to get yourself off to a good start in the season. But this is where it really matters for me. A lot of guys in sim racing, contrary to other esports, really prioritise this Drivers' Championship and the individual achievement even over their teams.
Let's talk about how we're going to deal with things. Of course, we're on the road to Riyadh. We'll be dealing with that in a moment. We're dealing with our Drivers' Championship now for the next 3 weeks, June 21st, June 28th and July 5th. A lot to go through in all of this as they prepare to get themselves into the top 9 of the Drivers' Championship to automatically progress into the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh. If not, you want to get yourselves in the 12 positions behind that so you can get yourselves up for that runners-up race. We're talking about that an awful lot as to how things go on. But for the evening's racing, of course, we're in 9 minutes' time. We'll be heading into qualifying. We've got 4 knockout races to deal with. Then we'll move into the semi-finals, and then we'll move into the finals. It is the top 6 drivers from each of the knockout races that move into the semi-finals. So the top 6 from knockout 1 and knockout 2 will go into semi-final 1. There'll be 12 drivers in that. The top 6 from that go into the final, and the same as on the other side. The important note for this evening, though, Ewan, is that knockout number 4, that's a big race for ESL R1. It'll be the 200th race that we've ever done.
Exactly, bit of a milestone really, and it's good to return to the Hockenheim Ring again because it's sort of one of those circuits that's been with us right the way through. It wasn't the original circuit we did on day 1 back in Poland in 2023, but it is the second one that we did. Josh Rogers took the clean sweep there, and he took, by the way, the first 2 races of round 5, which was also that season at the Hockenheim Ring. So he's got great history around here, but we've got a lot of great history here as well. And as you say, 200 races to look back on once we've gotten through 4 knockout rounds of this evening.
Yeah, an awful lot to talk about in all of that, but now we need to talk about the cheddar cheese that is on the line. Of course, the Teams Championship, this is all to deal with once we get to Riyadh. The Teams Championship has an awful lot of money up for grabs, obviously 140 grand. That'll be a 3-day competition in Riyadh. The Drivers' Championship will be dealt with in just a single day in Saudi Arabia. 25 grand going to our champion, 18 grand a second, 13.5 and 10 for the top 4, and then of course the rest of those continuing on down in that top 12. Of course, just 12 drivers will work their way into the drivers final in Riyadh. Again, though, we're looking for the top 9 in this one. It is, of course, the road to the Esports World Cup, which we had a lot of fun in last year. Of course, it was Gamers 8. Ewan, we're very much looking forward to it once again.
Yeah, certainly are, and it's a different way of doing things slightly. The format is different, but yeah, really looking forward to going back and seeing what happens this time around. I think it is going to be a little bit different in the way that it feels. We've got a few more circuits this time round than we had back then, so there'll be a bit more variety for us to go through, but we've used one of them already. Max Benneker was the Orchard Road champion. Now it's time for the Drivers' Championship, and as we say, a circuit that has been synonymous with ESL R1.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, 3 rounds, 3 different winners. Luke Bennett, Max Benneker, Sebastian Job. Can we see 6 different winners on our road to the EWC? That will be the big question. To be fair, Luke Bennett was so consistent in the Teams Championship side of things, finishing on the podium in all 3 of the finals. How impressive that will be going into the Hockenheim Ring. BMW Audi is expected to be quite strong. You never really know outside of that one. To be fair, Team Redline, I will say, as much as they absolutely dominated the Teams Championship, that first round for them, obviously, which was at Daytona, was a little bit questionable. Yes, they came out on top as the round victor. There were a couple of other teams that were giving them a good run for their money until they decided to, go full Team Redline.
Yeah, they did eventually, but Williams Esports were able to take the top spot in the team's championship after that round at Daytona, and you're right, I think it did say a little bit about what maybe we have to look forward to over the course of the remainder of ESL R1 in 2024, in that there's plenty of teams who can surpass Team Redline and challenge them for sure as well. But let's see if tonight is one of those days where maybe a non-BMW team will take the win for the first time.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, this you can see the circuit here of the Hockenheim Ring. Like you said, it was the second ever event that we did in ESL R1 happened here. It was in the live event, obviously, in Poland at the start of 2023. Expectations from that one, with Joshua Rogers went quite strong, will be going quite strong here today. You'll have to wait and see. Do always remember as well, if you're watching us here on Twitch, you can use !survey in the chat to pass on your feedback to us, to let us know what you've been thinking about ESL R1 and about the preparations, of course, heading into Saudi Arabia, what you'd like to see from us as well, from not just from a commentary perspective, obviously from the broadcast perspective as an entirety, and of course as a champion. Do you have better ideas? We all want to be moving forward as a community-driven championship, and like I say, it's always very exciting. And I think one of the things we have been building on, like you said, is the track selection. We've got quite a lot more tracks than when we first started racing in ESL R1.
Yeah, exactly. I briefly referenced the spring season of 2023. Don't forget that throughout the regular season of that, we only had Spa, Hockenheim and the Nürburgring, which led to us visiting Spa 3 times, is it? 4?
Spa and Hockenheim, yeah.
Yeah, we visited those couple of circuits quite a lot, but now we get such variety. We're not visiting any of them twice over the course of the regular season. For sure, we'll see them again when we get to Riyadh, but it's going to feel like a little bit of a different situation, because during these days where we're all together in a LAN event, it is much more changing the track all the time, and Poland was the only live event, where we stuck with the same circuit all day.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, do you remember as well, we've got Fuji also added to Rensport as well, so it's another one to probably chuck into the mix once we get to Saudi Arabia. If you're new here for ESL R1, you're wondering how things are going to work, of course, we've got the 4 knockout races to deal with. We'll be dealing with the first one of those. We have 12 teams involved in ESL R1, and what they do is they have 4 drivers, and they select which driver they want to go into each of the knockouts as part of their team nomination phase. And for the first of the knockouts here today, the teams have already gone through, they've already selected their drivers. Jamie Fluke will be taking on the Apex Racing team car, as well as Ferris Stanley in the BMW, the BS competition. You've got Will Chadwick jumping in for FaZe Clan. Of course, you can see them all here. Yoni Tormula, Matt Emery, Yuri Kazdorp, Charlie Collins, Sebastian Job, Tunis Tathler, Danila Sharapenin, Marcel Chinchik and Dominic Blyer. So it is a strong grid. Of course, all those points have been zeroed, so no one scored any points. Of course, they had scored points in the team's championship, but we have reset things for this as we prepare to see our top 9 drivers. That is the important thing from this unit, is we're looking for the drivers to go through to the final, to score all the major points and blah, 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 blah. But in 3 weeks' time, we will have a Drivers' Championship table, and we need to know the top 9 drivers from that who will automatically progress through in Riyadh.
Yeah, and because of the way that the points work, I kind of feel like the target I'll be setting myself as a driver is obviously getting to the final. To get into the top 9, you're going to have to get to finals. Maybe even you're going to have to get to all of them, or at least 2 of them. Second of all, you want to be in the top 5 in the final, to be honest with you, because you've got to think about the points you might have accumulated on the way there. You can pick up a maximum of 50 points before you started the final. You could pick up a minimum of just 16. There's a big difference there. And so it really sort of depends on where you finish in your rounds before the final. But I think getting into that top 5 in the final is really key, because that's where your rivals will be as well. If you're further up, you're taking points off of them. So getting into the top 9 is going to be a big ask, because we get more than that into a final for every round.
Yeah, just to clarify then, between now and us going to the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh, there is a maximum of 9 races for the drivers to go in. 3 knockout races, 3 semi-finals, 3 finals over the next 3 weeks, starting with this knockout race. What will happen is the top 9 drivers in the championship will automatically progress through into the final on that first day in Riyadh, and then the 12 drivers behind that, so from 10th position down to 21st. Those 12 drivers will go into basically a last chance race, or a couple of races, where it'll be the top 3 from those that will join the 9 drivers already progressed through. Yes, it sounds complicated. There's a lovely graphic though over on social media, either on Instagram or Twitter or wherever you want to find it, at ESL_R1, where you can see exactly what I'm talking about to guide you through how that day is going to work. If you don't want to complicate yourselves too much, let's just focus on the one race at hand, where we'll need to see the top 6 work their way through. Take it one race at a time and see where we end up. Very excited for this one. Hockenheim normally produces some pretty solid racing. It's certainly a circuit where you can go for some pretty big moves.
Yeah, I would say the circuits that we go to here in ESL R1, Orchard Road and Nürburgring a little bit as well, are certainly the ones where you think it's quite difficult to overtake, to be honest, but this is not necessarily one of those. Be interesting to see what kind of race we get at Hockenheim. I always kind of feel that there's sort of 2 different sides to the racing that you get around here. Either very good or very difficult in terms of making overtakes. So we'll see what variation on that we get today as we look through all of the drivers, and Will Chadwick, who for some reason wants to look at the screen in portrait view rather than landscape.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe he was trying to emulate a motorcyclist. I don't know. He was on a completely different planet. Was Will Chadwick there? Did take a quick look as well at Marcel Cinczyk, who's freshly branded new Team Vitality shirt, which they all picked up. They had a bit of a meeting as well last weekend in Paris. I think it's
Paris,
yeah, it is. Whew, goodness me, everything was happening in France that weekend. Obviously, they all went over. They all met up. I think they've all got their shirts now, so they're all officially branded up and adorned with the Team Vitality gear.
So the thing that I notice these days about Marcel Cinczyk, though, is the fact he wears glasses now, and he didn't wear them when he won the Spring Major. So it made me think, well, did he win the Spring Major without being able to see very well? Because, well, clearly he needs some assistance now.
Well, I have heard there are some things that you can wear that don't, mean you have glasses on your face, called contact lenses.
That's a good point. Yeah,
I don't know. I've not asked Marcel Cinczyk as to whether he used contact lenses. I can't be dealing with any of that. It doesn't work for me. I'm not about it. Glasses on, thank you very much. Ferris Stanley there, looking to potentially progress through into a final. Did actually quite well last time. Did the BS competition team, and Ferris.
Yeah, it was him, Robbie Stapleford, wasn't it? To get, I think, or maybe not. But anyway, made it through. Had a couple of good weeks, and hoping for some more. I would say Ferris Stanley, but we'll see if he can get through this first knockout of the day. Charlie Collins will be first though to get out onto the circuit and set the benchmark. I've got to say, Charlie Collins is no unknown member of the sim racing community, especially at this level, but I've been really impressed with the way he has stepped into this series and hit the ground running.
Yeah, he's adapted himself quite nicely. We mostly see him on iRacing, of course, taking part in a whole multitude of things at the highest level of iRacing. We've seen him do things like Le Mans Virtual and stuff. I think he even did the SRO Esports in 2022, the Intercontinental GT Championship. If I remember correctly, it was a long time. That's really stretching my memory, that is. But Charlie Collins, the first one to go through first sector, pretty mediocre, 20.387. 20.4 for Dominic Blyer is no better. As we'll see Charlie Collins work his way through the Mercedes Arena section and then out towards Mobile 1, where you can see some moves. I know, of course, G2 have been posting about Eamon Murphy and Yoni Tormula, particularly some of their great moves they've actually had going through that section. I think it was Yoni Tormula who passed 2 cars in one corner. They head their way through Mobile 1, then into the Sachs curve, which is a tricky banked left-hander before you punch it through this final chicane up towards the penultimate corner and out through the sub curve and out onto the start-finish straight. Big slide coming in from Charlie Collins. 0.3 in the second sector is a bit more like it, but not ideal. Coming out through the final corner. Let's see what we're going to get from Charlie Collins, what the benchmark time is going to be. He's not particularly pleased with it. It is a 1 minute 37.1.
That's not really where you want to be at all. He could find himself quite far down the order, but we'll wait and see what sort of pace everybody else is on here. Dominic Blyer is not going any quicker, I've got to say, through these first couple of sectors. We're looking for 20.2s, 46.2s at the first couple of sectors of that. It's all about 0.2 today for some reason, and that may well get you into the 36, which is would be called a good lap, but I don't think Blyer's going to manage that, and he doesn't. 37.2 from him.
Bit more like it in the middle sector here, coming in from Ferris Stanley. First sector still a little bit mediocre and wants a little bit more. Like you say, if we can see a 36.9, 36.8, that's going to be on it. 36.7 is an incredible lap time. They are running slightly slower than they were last year, just because of how things have changed and such on the Rennsport platform as we constantly adapt. Ferris Stanley then out through the final corner, up towards the line, 37.112 to beat. Not good enough. Has to sit 0.008 of a second behind. Here comes Marcel Cinčić.
Yeah, there he is, fresh off a trip to Paris and spectacles applied, and he's ready to apply himself to this racetrack. 20.3 from him in the first sector, but the second sector, fantastic. This could well see him up on the pole position as he goes into, or at least for now, through the final couple of corners. It's all important, this run out the final turn. Is he pleased with it? Well, he's not celebrating, but I think it's a good lap. He goes over the line, and it is first, just about.
Just about. Marcel Cinčić sneaking his way up there. This is not looking so good, though, for Jamie Fluke, of course, the Road Atlanta winner at the end of the full season, the online championship there, trying to begin the Drivers' Championship in the best way possible. This is the first round of the Drivers' Championship. Again, drivers need to get in the top 6 during the race. In qualifying, kind of qualify wherever, but you must get into the top 6 of the race to progress your way through into the semi-final. Jamie Fluke then across the line. Where's he going to end up? It's good enough for top, 37.0.
Very nice from Jamie Fluke, who's really been applying himself better and better in ESL R1 as time has gone on. And this is a great start to the season for him. But now it's time for Sebastian Jobe. We've already seen him so impressive in the spring season. He's won 3 races over the course of just 2 of the 3 rounds we've had so far. And now he's ready to go again at the Hockenheimring. Can he improve on that record as he goes towards the line? I think he had his head in his hands there as he went over the line, but maybe not. Just wiping the sweat from his brow, maybe, because he's gone to the top.
Yeah, 37.064, losing a little bit in the final sector. First and second here for Danila Sherepenen, not ideal, as he's at a 0.6 in the first sector, 0.5 basically in the middle sector, which is certainly not going to be conducive to a good lap time. And I think for the Virtus Pro team, this is going to be last place in this qualifying session, and he's had a slowdown as well, chucked that one into the mix out in the middle sector. So Sherepenen across the line for last place.
Yeah, and that will likely remain similar unless somebody else does even worse, if you like. Thomas Tattler then into the final sector. He's been pretty decent so far in the sectors. He's been racing well for the Falcons so far. Just about making it into the major, as we've discussed many times in the past. Last time around, we'll see if he can make it to the final 12 this time round. It's a shake of the head, but that doesn't always say very much. He still goes second.
Yes, indeed. That's decent from Tattler and the Falcons team, who were actually very impressive. Obviously, we must say last season, in the team's championship. That's what I meant. It feels like last season, even though it was only a couple of weeks ago. Of course, all this being basically qualifies for Saudi Arabia. Yoni Tourmala then the first of the final 4 drivers to come through. Tourmala, then Emery, then Chadwick, then Kasdorp. Kasdorp probably the heaviest hitter of this grouping. Tourmala across the line, only good enough for 8th position.
Yeah, I think one of the standout memories from Munich for me was him doing the double overtake right here at the Hockenheimring out of turn number 10. It was quite a spectacular moment. Let's hope for some more of that kind of thing tonight. Matt Emery may well be a part of it. Not being a part of ESL R1 for very long indeed, but is looking to try and make his way to start getting into some semi-finals and finals. But I think it's going to be quite difficult for him to qualify for the Drivers' Championship Final 12. He goes over the line in only 9th place.
So Will Chadwick, the one next up, of course, not normally a driver that we see racing in ESL R1. Did do the previous round of the championship, fair enough. But he's more of the engineer for the FaZe Clan team, has been guiding things behind the scenes over the last few seasons as he'll guide his way through the final quarter. He is a pretty decent peddler, though, so we'll see what he can do. Seems to have a head completely dislocated to the rest of the body, but he's still leaning his way through. What can Chadwick do across the line? It is only good enough for 10th.
Yeah, some drivers struggling so far in this session, it's fair to say, as we go now to Yuri Kasdorp, who I think is going to struggle to knock Sebastian Jobe off the top spot as things stand. He's never won a race around here at the Hockenheim as Yuri Kasdorp, despite his very lengthy sort of membership of the ESL R1 Drivers Club, if you like, throughout its history. Kazdorp will now make his way over the line. Could be mid-table here, I think, and it is exactly that, 7th place.
Look how close it is, though, in that that top grouping. Just a tenth of a second separating the top 7 or so. That's very, very impressive indeed. But Yuri Kazdorp just being below that all-important top 6. Of course, yes, again, it doesn't matter too much in qualifying, but it's about getting yourself in position for the race. And let's be honest, 7th place, or being around that kind of cut-off point for the top 6, it's a little bit sketchy, isn't it?
It is, but in the same way, at least you're still involved in the game. I mean, it's much better than being outside of the top 10, for example, and being on those last 2 rows. That would be very, very difficult to make your way through when you are back there. But I think when you're in 7th, you're always sort of involved and have an influence on the battle for 6th place, which is always the real danger. You don't want a battle for 6th place to go on ahead of you and as a result mean that you can't get involved in it and you stay away. He's in the mix, at least.
Let's take a look then at the starting grid then for knockout 1. This is how they'll begin the race. Sheriff Pendant at the rear of the field with Will Chadwick on the rear row of the grid with him. Matt Emery will start from 10th position with Yoni Tormula needing a couple of those double overtakes, to be perfectly honest. He'll be starting from 9th. Don Blyer, who started out the Team's Championship so impressively, has had a few flashes of impressive performance, will start this one from 8th position. Yuri Kazdorp within a 10th of pole, but not within the top 6. Ferris Stanley is the first driver within that top 6 placings. Charlie Collins, bit of a mediocre lap from him. He was not particularly pleased with it. He'll start from 5th. Marcel Chinchik, who's won a final around here, of course, the spring season champion. He won the final here in the overall round, of course, then for round 4 of the spring season just last year at this circuit. Jamie Fluke, Thomas Tattler and Sebastian Job continuing on as he finished back in Monza with that fantastic victory, looking for more.
Yeah, and he might well get it as well. I think he's been so strong so far this season, as he so often is. And he's got to be one of the favourites to take the Drivers' Championship as we go through this season. The way he was nearly able to make the major despite not even doing all of the races during 2023 was really quite remarkable. Now he's a main contender. He's here for every round, and it's easy to see why he's been picked up and is driving for one of the top teams in sim racing.
Have a little bit of a fun game. Anytime you see a little bit of Will Chadwick's on board, try and guess the circuits on the right. There was a couple that were really catching me out until I realised that it was just 2 of those track outlines that were very close together again. I thought it was a very weird looking track, but no, it was just Snetterton and Mosport, but they were very close. I've never seen a circuit like it. As we can see, Marcel Chinchik eyeing up a potential solid result. Lovely curtains for Sheriff. Is that what you've got?
Yeah, I think you should give my grandma his curtains back. I don't know what's in the background there.
Goodness me, brutal.
Sorry.
Goodness me. To be fair, it's either that or it's Jack Keithley's curtains, and those are the Action Man ones. As we can see, Yuri Kazdorp here. Got a bit of work to do outside of that that top 6, 7th place for Kazdorp, but close enough to it that there is indeed hope. They're all putting themselves on the grid. There you go, on the right-hand side. I reckon I can get all of them. I know Cam Rogers certainly could.
Yeah, he definitely could, yeah. But he's an abnormal track enthusiast, I would say.
Nerd.
Yeah, well, that's one word for
There's
it.
There's a few more in the background as well over there. Someone really cool put those up.
You.
It was me. There you go. I put them all too close together, though. That's the problem. Oh, well. Anyway, we'll focus on the race at hand. Rolling start here at the Hockenheim Ring as they'll head their way through the final corner. Sebastian Job with the controllers. They'll hit the line. It'll be him versus Thomas Tattler into the first corner. Got to get that start right as we are underway here in the Hockenheim Ring. And, of course, for the first round of the Drivers' Championship, excellent start, though, for Jamie Fluke on the inside of turn 1 as he's trying to take over second position from Thomas Tattler. Can't seem to do so, and the Team Falcons driver will come out on top. But here comes the battling down towards turn 2.
Yeah, let's see who comes out of it all right. It looks like Sebastian Job is going to be fine, and Thomas Tassler gets single file as well, but the battling goes on behind. Marcel Chinchik gets into 3rd place, ahead of Jamie Fluke. Then it's Charlie Collins and Yuri Kazdorp, the top 6 at the moment, but almost everybody's still involved and in the mix.
Bitter in the background, though. Matt Emery got tagged, and so he's dropped down to the final position on the grid. Not sure exactly who tagged him, but certainly was tagged at turn 2. We'll need to see a replay of that one. Sebastian Job, though, clear and dry at the moment. 0.6 of a second clear of the group in behind, where there is plenty of side-by-side. Yuri Kazdorp, Ferris Stanley going side-by-side, and the Williams Esports driver of Don Blyer is doing a bit of work going into the fast, kinking up towards the Mercedes Arena section, trying to squeeze his way past.
Yeah, it can't do it for the moment though. Side by side is going on further back. It's between Ferris Stanley and Dominic Blyer, and it's Blyer who's on the inside line there, just edging ahead, and I think he will be ahead by the time they get to the Mobil 1 curve. I don't really rate Ferris Stanley's chances if he's on the outside through that fast right-hander, and so we'll see if he tucks in behind or not. Looks like they're still going side by side, and he has remarkably hung on. It's all helping Yuri Kazdrup though. Look at the gap form. The top 6 may be getting away right now.
Yeah, now as we can see behind, Dom Blyer has been able to squeeze past Ferris Stanley, so 7th position for the Williams eSportish driver, being able to keep Ferris Stanley at bay, but a big gap appearing between Ferris Stanley, between Dominic Blyer and Yuri Kazdrup, and of course the all-important top 6. A bit of work now for him to do, but maybe you could say that side-by-side was a little bit unnecessary. A lot of time's lost and all that.
Exactly, that's the key. It's the time lost to 6th place. There's no point battling for the 2 points between 7th and 8th position, in my opinion. You've got to go for the top 6. You're not going to get into the final of the Drivers' Championship without it, not least in this round, but for the very end of the season as well. Now Kazdrup's objectives are clear. Stay single file with Charlie Collins, hope that the single file is retained up front, and he'll be into the semi-final without too much trouble if that is the case.
There's also some side-by-side between Sherry Pennon and Will Chadwick going down into the hairpin for 9th position as they were very close leaving the corner. It is advantage for the Virtus Pro team. Will Chadwick having to settle for FaZe Clan behind all of that. Big gap between 6th and 7th, and I think Dom Blyer will be digging deep to try and close that one down. Same as Timus Tadler as well, trying to close down for 2nd spot. Of course, do remember, if we're talking about the top 9 of the championship, right? Suddenly these positions, the Drivers' Championship is what we're aiming for, that top 9 Drivers' Championship. These positions now mean more. There are points for every single position gained. It's not just the top 6 moving through into the knockout races. There are into the semi-finals. There's points for each position that you gain, be it 3rd, 2nd, 1st. It doesn't matter. There are more points up for grabs.
Yeah, and going back to what I said at the start of the broadcast earlier on, a lot of the drivers are considering the season as starting today. The Teams Championship is, of course, a factor, and it is important, and it will actually be our focus for 75% of the time, indeed, in Riyadh. But it is different, this Drivers' Championship. It means a bit more to the individuals who are driving in it, and a lot of the drivers, as a result, will really be pinning their hopes on this afternoon as we go back to the battle just outside the top 6. Difficult now for Dominic Blyer and the rest of them to get into the top 6 here, I'm afraid. As you mentioned, there will be battling though in that top 6 because these points do matter. I would argue you probably need to be on the podium in the quarterfinals or knockout rounds indeed if you want to be at the top 9 at the end of the season. And at the moment, Chinchik has got that last space inside the top 3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, it's going to be really tough to get involved in those top groupings, but you've got to remember that realistically speaking, this will be, statistically, the weakest grid you race on, right? And that's not like just this one race, but the knockout races themselves are the weakest grids theoretically that you race on, because it's where we see a lot of drivers that we kind of know are going out anyway. The further you get through, obviously, the more people that have been knocked out, the stronger, theoretically speaking, that it is. And thus, you've got to take advantage of these knockout races where you can maybe grab those 25 points for taking the victory, where you can grab the points for getting on the podium. I think you're absolutely right. If you want to get into the top 9 of the championship by the end of the season, bear in mind, there are 48 drivers taking part in ESL R1, and you are looking for the top 9 over just 3 rounds of racing. We'll take a look a little bit back on lap 1 to see some of the things that happened. I think there was contact between Cherry Pennon and Matt Emery.
And then I think Will Chadwick sealed the deal. Sorry, Will, but I think it was Chadwick who delivered the final blow there for Matt Emery. So that's not a good start to the season for Emery. It looks like he'll be finishing last. But if Chadwick or Sherry Pennon indeed are adjudged to be at least contributing factors in that spin there, maybe we will see a change of results later on. But we'll see about that. As the gap closes to just 1 second, Yuri Kazdrup, I think, is going to be a bit frustrated with the 5 in front of him, that they're maybe not going quite quick enough. And at the moment, Dominic Blyer is closing in as a result.
So they're not going quite quick enough, but then as much as they're all pretty tight, there's not really much more space they can work into. Timus Tadler has been absolutely flying. He's at the head, basically, of that train, or rather was, because there was 1 and a bit seconds between Timus Tadler and Sebastian Job. Well, make that half a second. That gap has been been dragged down as Thomas Tattler for the Team Falcon squad has been setting a couple of fastest laps and is charged rather to catch up to the back of Sebastian Job. So realistically, I don't think the group can go much faster than what they are going ahead of Yuri Kasdorp. It's just the nature of this style of racing.
Yeah, it's just a thought that he'll be having at this moment. I would have thought, just wishing that he and everyone else could just go a bit faster to make it possible for them to stay in the top 6. But obviously, it's just wishful thinking. These guys are on the absolute limit. And as you were saying at the time, the qualifying session was a great indicator of just how close this field is. Yuri Kasdorp was less than a 10th off pole, yet he still qualified down in only 7th.
But he is involved in that all-important top 6. Again, 6 drivers from this race moving through into the semi-finals. Jamie Flute getting onto the brakes very heavily for turn 2 and the preparation for arguably the best overtaking opportunity on this circuit down into the hairpin. I do not believe he's going to be close enough to the Hungarian. To be fair, I don't think anyone's going to be particularly close enough to make those moves. I think the pressure is going to build, though, in that battle for 6th and 7th, because Dominic Blyer is almost certainly going to rejoin the rear end of this train. He's going to have a lot of pressure to pass Yuri Kasdorp immediately. Ferris Stanley is going to feel at times running out in the race and is going to want to make that one stick. Yuri Kasdorp is going to feel the pressure of having that on his shoulders to defend. There's a lot of things that can happen within this group.
There certainly is, but I mean, we're nearly halfway through this race and not a lot has happened right now between any of these drivers. They're all just sitting tight and waiting for the moment. And this is the kind of thing that was alleviated a little bit last season by the fact that you do get points outside of just the race where you're eliminated, or indeed the final, as we had in the first ever season of ESL R1. Now there's points up for grabs for even the top 6 in this race, and so you would have thought there'll be a little bit more fighting, to the points we were making earlier on about needing to be in the top 9. That's a really difficult thing to do, to get into the top 9, and so you'll need to scrap for every single point possible. But it's easy for us to say it here. It's not quite as easy for you to muster up another opportunity actually out down on the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. It's look, I've been involved in many a race where you're kind of sat there in one big slipstream train and you can't really do anything about it. You're as quick as the car ahead, as quick as the car behind. You're all kind of rolling at the same speed. There's just not really that much that you can do. The only person that can really majorly do anything is this driver here, Thomas Tattler. He's the one that can start the fight by going for a move on Sebastian Job. But after that, it's all about mistakes and such behind it. To be fair, even within this pair round, the reason why I say it is because obviously Sebastian Job has no slipstream. But even then, you're requiring a mistake out of Sebastian Job, which, let's be honest, if you were a betting man, that ain't happening.
No, but also I don't think it's quite as simple as that for Tesla. I think there is a case of he's just not close enough at the moment, even if, theoretically it should be him to kick everything off. I think it's very difficult for him to actually do that. And so we're stuck in this very stalemate situation, really, where the top 6 are running around and not changing any places because they have all got the speed that they have. And that speed is pretty similar to the driver ahead and behind them, so there's not a lot that they can do really in terms of changing their destiny at the moment. Yuri Kasdorp is just losing a bit of time compared to the others in this group, and that's the I think last hope for those outside the top 6 is that Blyer gets to Kasdorp quickly, and at the moment that gap is coming back a little bit. Blyer is making a little bit of progress.
Yeah, just one corner at a time, not trying to overdo himself too much, and at the moment, Don Blyer's doing a great job to kind of keep within the hunt at the moment for that top 6 with Yuri Kasdorp. I think we're just seeing a couple of glimpses of one of the major talking points in this race around the circuit is track limit excursions, and being careful not to do that too much throughout the race. That's not easy around here, particularly that run around T1.
Absolutely, it's very easy to make a mistake there, and so far I think we've seen everybody pretty well behaved, but as we get later on in the day, I'm sure we'll see that become an action zone as we go down into the hairpin again. A place where you'd expect to see some overtakes at some stage, but not quite in this race yet. Sebastian Job's getting reeled in by Tattler, but it's nothing too crazy. And also, I'm not sure I'd be desperate for a win here if I was Tattler. I would be pretty pleased with second.
That said, he's pulled out quite a margin on Marcel Chinchik, so I think Sebastian Job's sort of turning the screw a little bit and trying to build the pace into this race. And Tim Tattler's going, is that all you've got, mate? As he's sat right under the rear wing of the Team Redline car. that belongs to Sebastian Jobe, a driver who's won so many times. I think it's 20, isn't it? It's what I called it the previous round. I think it's 20 race victories for Sebastian Jobe in ESL R1. He's pretty good down these parts, and to be fair, the likelihood of him picking up a 21st is pretty high.
Yeah, and if he were to do so, he would have the most wins of anybody in this season of ESL R1 with 4, but reminding you that the other drivers who have won 3 alongside Sebastian Jobe have not raced yet and are not racing right now. Luke Bennett is one of them because he's his teammate, and teammates can't race together in the knockout rounds. In the first round anyway, and Josh Rogers, who is not in this race because Charlie Collins is instead, so we'll see those two a little bit later on, but Sebastian Jobe would have that brief moment in the sunlight if indeed he's able to hang on here.
Yeah, it's not the first time that he's been highest on the list of victors. I mean, even in ESL R1 for quite a while he was on the list of highest percentage of victories, which I do believe has gone back to Josh Rogers in the more recent time. I think definitely through the online season last season, especially at the start of it, he was definitely highest on the all-time winners list when it comes to percentages of races to race victories, which is still a concerningly high percentage anyway for drivers like Sebastian Jobe, who 1 second, yeah, he's won. If he wins this race, he'll have won basically a third of the races he's ever taken part in the ESL R1. How's that?
That's just ridiculous, really, isn't it? It's quite remarkable. But what else would you expect? The way he was... I spoke earlier on about drivers hitting the ground running, like Charlie Collins, who I've been really impressed with this season. But the way that Sebastian Jobe hit the ground running in ESL R1 was like something we haven't seen out of anybody else. In my opinion, and maybe there's arguments for other people, but Sebastian Jobe is the best driver we've had in ESL R1 to have not been there in Poland at the very start. And we've had so many drivers compete now throughout the rounds and so on, but the way that Sebastian Jobe was able to come in here and make it look easy sometimes was really remarkable.
Can actually confirm, I've crunched the numbers. This is Sebastian Jobe's 63rd race in ESL R1, and if he's to win it, he'll have won 21, which is exactly 1/3. So there we go. Numbers. We do love a good stat, don't we? And that is
a bit too much, maybe.
Well, you should see the spreadsheet that I've got open on my screen right now. It's yeah, I've got no life.
I know the spreadsheet, and it is very detailed. It's the most detailed ESL R1 thing you've ever seen, but it's great. As we get towards the end of the race, the battling is on. Dominic Blyer has got there just in time to put pressure on Yuri Kasdorp.
Yeah, indeed. This is where it could be crunch time. Yuri Kasdorp struggling a little bit to keep up with the rear end of Charlie Collins, who now seems fairly safe to progress his way through into the semi-finals. Of course, the top 6, those drivers that move through into the semi-finals later on this evening. We've got to deal with all 4 of the knockout phases first, and then we'll go into the semi-finals, and then of course deal with the final, but that's to deal with in a few hours time. Of course, for right now, for these drivers, they are eyeing up a potential challenge to move through into the semis, and for the top 5 it looks pretty secured. I put pretty and really together. That was impressive, but at the moment for Yuri Kasdorp, certainly less so, as Sebastian Jobe is now really starting to feel the pressure as we begin the final lap.
Yeah, Tattel has really impressed me in this race, actually. He's gone from half a second back and seemingly cruising to now putting pressure on Sebastian Jobe and trying to win a race now for the first time this season in ESL R1's spring season for 2024. Look at the weaving from Sebastian Jobe as well. He knows there's pressure on him. This corner and this exit right here is the moneymaker. This is the important one. And Thomas Tattler is right there in the mix.
It's as close as it's been coming off of T2. They head out onto the Parabolica. Of course, they end the first sector. Keep your eye on that gap in the top left, 0.3 of a second. Now under 0.3 of a second, approaching 1/4 of a second, approaching 0.2. Thomas Tattler is coming forward. This 14 Falcons, but does not go for a run down the inside. Sebastian Jobe could be safe with that, but let's see what it's like down towards the Mercedes Arena section. Curious as to why Tattler didn't risk it there. Maybe just playing it safe and thinking, look, second place is good enough for me, big man.
I can't believe Thomas Tattler hasn't gone for that there. And now he goes for the effort round the outside in full view of the Mercedes grandstand. He's just too deep on the brakes. And this is why the hairpin would have been a much better idea. It's a much better overtaking place. And even though you could be repassed on the pretty long run up to turn 8, you've got to give it a go at the hairpin, surely.
I think that's crazy that he didn't even look. I'm with you. Waiting for the arena section, which is a much riskier move anyway, was a bold shout. But either way, Sebastian Jobe will come through the penultimate corner, now towards the final corner, and will make it 1/3 of the races he's competed on in ESL R1 as victories. 33.3% of Sebastian Jobe for the 21st time in ESL R1. On top, ahead of Timus Tatler and Marcel Chinchik. Jamie Fluke and Charlie Collins will confirm their progression through into the semi-finals, as will Yuri Kazdorp by less than 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, Kazdorp just about hanging on, but there is the race winner. Sebastian Jobe for the 4th time in the 2024 spring season and the 2nd time in ESL R1's history at the Hockenheimring. I get the feeling this is not his favourite circuit on the entire calendar. At the very least, it's not his most successful by any means, but he just about hung on this time. Tumas Tatala, I think, will be left to rue those errors down into the hairpin. I truly think he should have gone for it, but I think he had in the back of his mind, at least I'm in 2nd, at least I'm through to the semi-finals.
I think it was the spring season, might have been the fall season, the online season, where Timus Tatler, it was around here, so it must have been the spring season. It was around here, and Timus Tatler got knocked out in what was then the heats, what is of course now the knockout phase. It's the same bit, it's just rebranded. He got knocked out in that, and that was what actually stopped him from progressing through into the season finale in Munich. So at least it's slightly better than that. 2nd place, good effort, but yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for a victory there. I'm sure he'd be looking for one for Team Falcons.
Yeah, because he's always on that bubble, isn't he? There are the results first of all before I get to that.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Sebastian Jobe with the victory. Fastest lap though for Timus Tatler in 2nd position. Marcel Chinchik, Jamie Fluke, Charlie Collins and Yuri Kazdorp, the top 6. Those are the drivers on the right-hand side of your screen that have qualified for semi-final 1 later on today. That'll be coming up in about 2.5 hours time. Dominic Blyer then in 7th position, just missing out for Williams. Ferris Stanley, Danila Sharapenin, Will Chadwick, Yoni Turmula and Matt Emery. They are not only, sure, they've scored their points, they're not only not progressing through into the semi-finals, but they'll be sat there thinking, great, the next time I go racing is in a week's time, where I have so much more work to do if I'm to progress my way into that top 9.
And I truly believe that they will now have to get to 2 finals, really. If you've been knocked out of a knockout, you have to get to 2 finals, in my opinion, and do well in them as well. If you want to be certainly in that top 9, you can maybe get away with not doing that if you're just making the top 21 and going into that sort of last chance race, if you like. What I wanted to say about Tatala was the fact that you mentioned there that the end of the spring season, the end of the fall season, well documented, of course. He's always around that bubble of the top 24. Why he didn't go for those extra points when they were on the table in front of him, I don't know.
Yeah, obviously we've seen a few replays of this. Let's see what happened behind all this, because Matt Emery spins around. See, I think he lent a little bit on Danilo Sharapenin, and then you're absolutely right. Will Chadwick was kind of just there, and I think when that car slowed down, that was what spun Matt Emery round. A couple of good overtakes and good overtaking attempts coming in from Dominic Blyer, trying to get past and move his way up the order. Of course, was unable to find his way past Kazdorp. Not sure where that's from. In the race, it was a red line versus the Williams, because pretty sure it was Yuri Kazdorp and a mouse, but that's fine. This was the attempt, the closest that Timus Tatler got to taking that victory. Couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, and it was always going to be tricky around the outside there. What it does do, of course, it gives you the inside for turn 10 if you can stay there, but I'm not convinced that was the best idea. But in some ways, that knockout round is all about learning. Tuttle has still made it through. He's still got 20 points to his name, which let's not forget, after all the knockout rounds are complete, he'll be what, tied 5th in the championship behind the winners. Obviously a bit early to be talking about that kind of thing, but it just puts it into perspective that he is very much up there now with the points that he scored, and he will have learned a lot from that race. Going up against one of the best drivers in this field in a high-stakes battle like that gives him a good platform to build on when it comes to wheel-to-wheel racing in the semi-finals and the final.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, is that it's about getting through into the semi-final from this point of view, and then it'll be about getting through into the final. You've got to take it one race at a time and then kind of see where you are in the championship later on. If you try and and juggle, oh, but I've got to be here to get this, to beat that, to do that, and then juggle that for the championship. That's where your mind is juggling way too many things. Focus on it one lap at a time, one corner at a time, and that's where you will find some progression. Very quickly, before we get into knockouts 2, of course, exclamation mark survey in the chat to let us know your thoughts and feelings about ESL R1. And whilst you're at it, go and follow us on social media, ESL_R1 on Twitter and Instagram. I'm still calling it Twitter, it's just not X. That ain't it, Chief. 3 minutes to go, though, until we get into qualifying for knockout 2, Ewan.
Yeah, and looking forward to seeing who is lining up and where they're all going to finish. Here's a look at who is where. As I mentioned earlier, Josh Rogers is in this one, looking to join Sebastian Job on 4 wins for the senior. Dara McCormack is here as well. He was great in the Hockenheim Ring back in Munich on the final day, especially. He was at one with this circuit, you could say. Hanyoski's had a good season so far. And Benito for FaZe is one that's really a move that's really interested me. Nikodem Wisniewski has got some work to do for the Drivers' Championship as well. Luke Bennett in this race too. It's a strong heat, but they all are.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're all at this level of sim racing. They are always going to be ridiculously strong. All the knockouts and stuff. And what's crazy to think is that, obviously, with the top 6 being put aside from this race, the top 6 from the last race, is that it's only stronger from here throughout an evening. That's just the crazy part of ESL R1. It is a strong one. I don't know who my expectations are of going through in this one, but again, drivers are all focused on getting into high positions in the championship so that they can head to Riyadh in the best stead to take part in the Drivers' Championship. Again, the Teams' Championship is going to be a 3-day event that we'll go through time and time again. But whilst the Teams' Championship and the online things and then in Riyadh is kind of they're almost 2 fairly separate things, the Drivers' Championship most certainly is not. This is absolutely the precursor to what happens in Riyadh. You must do well here if you want to even compete in Riyadh.
Yeah, exactly. There'll be plenty of drivers there who won't even get the chance to drive a single lap as the Drivers' Championship contenders. That's what the situation is ahead of the championship. Don't know who that's meant to be. Is that meant to be Josh Rogers, who's not there?
So, yeah.
Yeah, certainly see. But so there you go, just preparing himself for the race to come, and of course the qualifying that would be very important as well. There was Lemonek. This is Zolobov, who is in this heat for them. Hanyoski kitted out in the new gear as well. Dara McCormack, who's been sending us what I would describe as some over-ambitious lap times, but you have defended him.
I have defended him, and I will defend him, and like to my absolute core, mostly because Felix van Delft sent me very, 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 very similar numbers. So, you know, look, if you're saying that that McCormack's wrong, then you're saying that van Delft's wrong as well. So that's fine. It was nice knowing you.
Your willingness to blame Felix, I would argue, is much more eager.
And I still haven't blamed him. I still think it's correct.
Okay, we'll see. Because just to give you some reference on that, what Dara said was a 0.7 would be, you know, insane, but it is possible. And, you know, we were 3 tenths away from that in the previous qualifying session. It's possible that was just a bit of a slow session, but it's also possible that we don't even see a 36 today. I personally don't believe that will quite be true, but you never know.
I am hoping more than anything else that Dara McCormack slaps a 36.7 straight under the time sheet. He's got no biases in the commentary booth, but just to prove you wrong, I would love that more than anything else. What a dream. Of course, we're about to head into the qualifying session. I don't know who my favourite is for pole position. Again, they're always so strong. It's just kind of looking at the entry list being like, is McCormack the favourite? I'm not sure how good the Merc is through T1 particularly.
I don't know. I'm personally backing the Mercedes at this circuit. I'd say that. Exactly. That's one of the reasons why I'd say. I know Dara was not particularly enthusiastic about it in the opening part of the lap, especially, but I personally think he's just downplaying chances because that's what racing drivers and sports people generally tend to do. So I'm going to back the Mercedes for pole this time round, but there's so many contenders who might be able to take that one off, and there's one of them, Luke Bennett in the BMW. But the first of them is going to be at Bono House in the Guild Esports Audi, not a car we've seen win win around just yet, or indeed a car that's had loads of success so far. Yuri Toman has the most wins of any Audi driver in the 2024 spring season, with a couple to his name. Other than that, it's been a struggle for the Audi drivers to stand on the top step.
We've already got an SMH from Felix, of course, who's saying what's...
For what?
For doubting Felix. That's fine. I will say Luke Bennett is my pick for pole position in this. For the top 6, I mean, look, there's a lot of drivers you can chuck into there. You could sneak your way a little bit of Bonnehouse to move his way through. Although I will say that first sector is dog water.
Nice. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. Bonnehouse is going to have to pull out something absolutely extraordinary if he wants to be on pole here with that first sector, I'm afraid. We're looking, as I said earlier, a bit more like a 20.2. Interestingly, that's not actually very different at all to what we used to have in the first sector around here. But as you mentioned previously in this broadcast, Rennsport has been through plenty of changes since ESL R1 started, and our lap times are generally a bit slower than they used to be.
Yeah, exactly. The first sector, I mean, it's got faster as everyone got used to it, and then it's got slower, or generally lap times have got slower slightly as things have been patched around. Bonnehouse, though, into the final sector as he'll come out towards the line. What was it in the first session that they needed to beat? Something like a 37.1? I don't think we're going to be seeing that lap time from Bonnehouse as he'll come out to cross the line. What's it going to be? It's a 37.4. Oof. Nay.
Yeah, it was... by the way, for reference, a 37.04 or something like that for Job on pole of the previous race. So keep that in mind as we look forward to this session. Good middle sector from Haniyovsky, who I really think has had a very good season so far. Vitality been putting his services to good use after a good teams championship. They weren't able to overhaul Redline, of course, but they have been decent. Out through the final corner, he takes a look to the left. What's my lap time going to be? He's not celebrating or displeased with himself. It's only a 37.2 though.
It certainly is. 37.215. Oleg Zolotov's already got a slowdown penalty on this lap. That was in the second, well, actually the first second rather, with a 22.3. It's definitely 2 seconds off. And for the Virtus Pro team, who had a slowdown penalty in the hands of Danilo Sherepenen in the previous race, will look to have yet another one. It was a 38.0 from Sherepenen in the previous one. This is definitely going to be slower than that. Might even be pushing a 40 now. It'll be 39.6.
Okay, let's see. Oh, very close.
Thank you.
Good effort. Here he is, though, Darren McCormack, and his first sector worries may be coming true for us there with that 20.5. That's a little bit away from where you need to be, but a 46.2 through the middle sector may have recovered it quite nicely, and I think this could still be on course for provisional pole as the 4th driver in this session. Darren McCormack making his way through the final corner and up to the line. Doesn't seem displeased, maybe even a bit pleased, could you say? I'll say it hesitantly though. He's only got a 37.3 and he is second.
There was a shake of the head from McCormack, and this ain't Orchard Road where a shake of the head means good lap time, apparently. We are back in the world of reality. Moritz Lerner, first and second sector, looking okay. This could challenge the 37.2 at the top of the session. It's not what we classify as ideal sector times around here to the Hockenheim ring, but could be enough for the BMW M Team Mouse, if you really want to put it that way, across the line to move to the top. Is it going to be? Yes, it is. A 2.10, 5,000th faster than Yovsky. That is certainly not going to be pole, though, surely.
Well, I'm starting to believe in them now, although Bennett and Rogers have still yet to go, and they're surely the favourites for this session, you would argue. There's Nikodem Wisniewski, a good first couple of sectors here, actually, and this could very much set him on the course for a top 2 lap time here, at least for now, because as I mentioned, 2 of the favourites for this session are still to come. A little bit of a pull of a face there as he goes over the line, but it is good enough for pole, and it's the fastest lap time we've seen so far today.
Yeah, it was the 37.064 from Sebastian Job in the previous session. Nikodem Wisniewski just eclipsing that, so I'm not quite into the 36s though. Here comes a driver with an excellent top 6 record, Kaiki Oliveira, who's so good at getting himself involved at the top lot. Again, excellent to see him as part of the BS competition squad, obviously moving over there from Furia last season, or for this season, from last season rather. Kaiki Oliveira will come to the line. It'll be in the top 6 somewhere. It'll be second place, a 37.0 again. Here comes the big heavy hitters though.
Yeah, here they are. Bennett, then Lemonek in between, Bennett and Rogers. So this is going to be the huge moment. Luke Bennett doing okay so far in these first couple of sectors. He's already a round winner, of course, in ESL R1 in 2024. Looking to win for a 4th time if he can win the race later on. That would be time up with Job. Let's see what the time is, though, to start off with. Luke Bennett goes to the top, a 36 flat.
It's not, just to clarify, that will almost certainly not be a 36 flat. It was much as a good lap. It won't be that good. It'll be a 36.999. It's rounded up the thousandths to a 0, but if someone sets a 36.9 something, it will go faster than Luke Bennett. Okay, just to clarify. Big news though, Josh Rogers has exceeded track limits, has got a slow down penalty. So Josh Rogers will be starting right the way down the rear of the field. Here comes Lemonek up towards the line. Where can he go? Just 7th place.
Yeah, but he's fairly close to the rest of them. But look at that. Josh Rogers with a slow down penalty. And it was in the first sector, I'm going to guess, looking at that sector time, a couple of seconds away from where it needed to be. Now, he might be able to do well enough to get him ahead of Oleg Zolobov, but what's that going to do for him? That's only going to get him 11th instead of 12th. He has got real work to do here and possibly a huge amount of pressure on himself. If he gets knocked out in the first round here tonight, it could be a long final couple of rounds for him. It's a 38-8. And Josh Rogers will be on the back row.
Yeah, that's crazy for Joshua Rogers, a driver who we expect to be competing for the title. Could potentially be having his back up against the wall before we even talk properly about getting into Riyadh. He'll be towards the rear, but he has moved his way forward back in Daytona earlier on in the season. He can certainly do it. Jimmy Antunes out towards the line. It'll be ahead of Rogers, but behind House, I think, as he'll cross the line. Certainly is 9th place. Oh, just about behind Bono as well.
Yeah, not far. The field spread not bad in this session, actually, if you take out the 2 slowdowns. It's all right. We've got a relatively close session and race on our hands. Let's see if Enzo Benito can join them as well, get right in the mix with the rest of them here for FaZe. Interesting to me how he's going to do this season with the new team. Don't see too many drivers exchanging teams in ESL R1 in its short history so far. He's one of them. He's only up to 4th place as it adjusts. 37-1 for Benito, but look at that. It's Luke Bennett who has the best time, a 37-0, the fastest time we've seen so far today.
Yeah, got to say, very impressive lap time from Luke Bennett. It's not quite the 36.0, which it shows the time sheets. That would be a pretty big lap time. But considering his reaction, he wasn't exactly jumping for joy after it. He just knows it was a solid one, just about cresting over into the 36s with a 999. We've seen that once before this season, so yeah, it is what it is. But a lot of talking points in that one. The big one is that Josh Rogers could be, well, his back's against the wall. He could be out.
And just imagine what that would do for the season as well. It's Oleg Zolobov who'll be alongside him on the back row as we look at the starting grid for knockout number 2. Jimmy Antunes just snuck into the top 10 with Bono House in 9th place, although only less than half a second away from pole. Lemonek will be starting 8th alongside McCormack, who'll be disappointed to miss out on the top 6 in qualifying. Erhan Yoski will be nervously looking over his shoulder at that row behind him, as will Moritz Lerner. Enzo Benito gives FaZe a great chance of getting a driver into the semi-final here at the Hockenheim ring with Kaiki Oliveira alongside him, and it's Nikodem Wisniewski and Luke Bennett who will be starting on the pole position with the fastest lap time so far today. And just to give you some reference, by the way, just before that, as I said, Nikodem Wisniewski also set the fastest lap time and faster than anybody had managed in knockout number 1, so that just gives you some perspective on who is quickest where. But the big story is Josh Rogers down the field. It is, I personally think, a really huge race for him coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, look, knowing Josh Rogers, knowing his ability to dig deep, I think this is a big race for him because, you know, again, we've spoken before about how you have to get into the top 9 in the championship to move through into Riyadh's final for the Drivers' Championship, and there's only 3 rounds of racing to take you into that, so your opportunities to work your way through into that top grouping are very, very limited. And like I say, Josh Rogers' back is against the wall, and of course at Gamers 8, as much as Max Benneker, this is a controversial opinion by the way, so close your ears if you're a Max Benneker fan, sorry. Going into the Drivers' Championship at Gamers 8, Josh Rogers was the favourite and arguably had it robbed from him because of Jeff Rietveld getting a little bit too aggressive and opening up the opportunity for Max Benneker to come through. So he'll feel like he needs to go to Riyadh and he needs to win the Drivers' Championship because that's what he should have had last year.
Yeah, I don't disagree in terms of that incident, but Max Benneker, it's difficult to say that Max Benneker didn't deserve it as well, and I'm not saying that you are saying that, but it is a contentious one, and one of those moments that will be talked about for many, many years to come, because it's one of those iconic moments. But there he is, sat getting ready, waiting for the lights to come on and go out, because we're just moments away from that. Another 10 laps to decide the second half of the first semi-final that we're going to see a little bit later on. And then after that, there'll be lockout number 3 and 4 ready to set the second semi-final as we get towards the rolling start now. The safety car will pull off, and Luke Bennett will be eventually in control of the field. The fastest lap time so far today has given him this privilege on the way towards knockout number 2. The lights go on and they go out. We're racing again at the Hockenheimring with Luke Bennett just about ahead. Wisniewski had to get on the brakes there to not get squeezed out on the way towards turn number 1. And here goes Kike Oliveira as well in 3rd place as he tries to hold off Enzo Benito, taking a defensive line on the way towards turn 2. Whoa. This is what we saw in the opening couple of laps in the first knockout round. Carnage in the midfield, but it's a clean start, it looks like, for the moment. A couple of drivers into the grass, and Gildy spots again spinning. I'm afraid it's Bono House this time, down to 12.
Yeah, indeed. Look at that, though. Did you see that move coming in from Joshua Rogers, who got so aggressive past 2 drivers at the same point coming down to T2? Was it over the line, though? That's the big question. Morris going on the attack of Haniowski, who sends one down the inside and makes contact with Enzo Benito, because knocking at the door also is Przemysław Marek Lamanek, as Dara McCormack now on the scene. This is a crazy start to the race.
Yoyoski there using attack as his best form of defence here, and he might well do it again in towards turn number 8, and maybe should have done. Lemanek right behind, Benito getting pushed through the corner, and it's the top 3 who will benefit from this, getting away very quickly indeed. But there's some huge names here fighting for the final spots inside the top 6. Enzo Benito leading the train, followed by Erhan Yoski, Moritz Lerner, Dara McCormack, Przemysław Lemanek, and then Josh Rogers is in there as well. What a list of names to be fighting over so few positions in semi-final number 1.
Yeah, exactly. And like you say, a few of these drivers are going to be very happy and progressing their way through as long as they get inside that top 6. The rest of them are going to be bitterly disappointed. Contact slightly behind Joshua Rogers and Przemysław Marek Lamanek making a little bit of contact. Lamanek going out wide for Team Falcons. Josh Rogers sneaking his way through, who didn't progress through to the final, of course, the previous round of this season when we did the Teams Championship, the online season finale, basically, of the Teams Championship, round 3 at Monza. They didn't progress through into the final because of a penalty post-race, and he could be potentially under the ire of race control once more if he gets his elbows out a little bit too far.
Let's see as we go on to the second lap of the race. Luke Bennett leading Nikodem Wisniewski and Kike Oliveira. Those 3 seem pretty secure in a position that they would have longed for at the start of the day. Further behind, there's 6 top drivers in the world of sim racing fighting over only 3 spots inside of the top 6, and Enzo Benito's just gone a bit wide through the hairpin as well. Erhan Yoski will surely have a chance on the way towards turn 8 here, but his exit wasn't great either by the looks of things, and so he'll stay behind. And I think that last lap was quite instructive about what Yoski's going to do here as well. To be fair, he elected to stay behind even though he was within striking range of Enzo Benito.
Yeah, I want to see this. So this is where, oh goodness me, just trying to squeeze the door. There was already Jimmy Antunes there on the left-hand side. Oleg Zholobov tried making it 4 wide, coming through all that. It was just very messy between them. I think that's just a big racing deal. Bonnehouse dropped back to the rear end of the field. 4 drivers into 1 most certainly doesn't work. 2 can handle it, but 4, yeesh, maybe not. And Guild Racing once again coming a cropper on the that sector, coming not just on the first lap but in that very sector indeed. They do at least have James Baldwin, who'll be up to potentially grab the race victory in the 200th race of ESL R1 coming up in a couple of races time.
Yep, he'll be up against some high-class names there as well, though, of course. We'll tell you about a little bit later on, but all that to look forward to here tonight on ESL R1. It's just calmed down a little bit on lap number 2, but I don't think we're quite going to see a race like we did in quarter-final number 1, or knockout round number 1 indeed, because this is just upping the stakes for a lot of these real high-class names. Moritz Lerner here clearly wanting to get himself away from 6th and up the order a little bit more, because he's pretty nervous about getting overtaken by Darren McCormack or even Josh Rogers, who's now giving it a go. Moritz Lerner gets down the inside and he'll be through. Yoski gets that judgment a little bit wrong. Now he's into the clutches of Darren McCormack and Josh Rogers, who themselves are going side by side.
There's a penalty as well for Erhan Yoski. We'll get an update from race controllers to exactly what that is. But the Team Vitality driver, who currently sits in 6th position, could be dealt a post-race time penalty that could certainly change things around. It would mean, in fact, here we go. Erhan Yoski has received the penalty to give up 1 position due to overtaking outside of the track bounds. Now, that's not been dealt with just yet, so we'll have to relinquish the position to Darren McCormack. But how tricky will it be for him to relinquish the position to Darren McCormack without doing it to Joshua Rogers as well?
I think it's going to be about as difficult as it could be, to be honest with you. Like trying to ask him to give up the position without touching the floor. He's going to have to, I'm afraid. So he's going to lose 2, I would argue, but we'll see whether he can muscle his way back into line again or not. But let's wait and see on that front. McCormack will want to get through anyway here. He won't be feeling comfortable with Josh Rogers right behind.
No, certainly not. I don't think there's any comfort within this grouping. Enzo Benito having a fantastic performance. We know how good Enzo Benito is and his ability to run up the order. That's why he's associated with Team Redline. That's why he's done so well for Team Redline. That's why he's doing as well as he is for FaZe Clan. Here he's not representing the team in a sense. It's a team's championship, so it's just about him. And he is certainly a driver capable of getting into that top 9, of course, and progressing through into the final of the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh. As we're seeing Luke Bennett, our race leader, comfortably holding Nikodem Vishnevsky at bay by 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, I think this battle for the lead is going to be a bit less of a tense one than it was in knockout number 1, but then again I said that about knockout number 1 and it turned out not to be true. Thomas Tassler did give it a go eventually, but I really don't think we're going to see something similar this time around. Even the top 4 now looking fairly comfortable after Moritz Lerner's passing Erhan Yoski for 5th. It's looking like there was a bit of a gap opening there, but maybe that's come to an end even. Enzo Benito now in the sights of Moritz Lerner maybe.
Yeah, maybe Benito's pace struggles towards the end of the race might come a cropper for him. But I will say, Yoski's still not giving this position up. Now we don't. I'm pretty sure he's not giving it up because maybe he had done before we'd noticed it and dropped back behind. But I'm trying to recall where that would have happened. And again, we are really in the comedy booth, so we'll assume that the penalty is still there, or maybe it's not. I don't know. Either way, that's what race control have told us. Erhan Yoski running in 6th position. Darren McCormack is not able to get his way through. The easiest way for McCormack to know if he's safe or not is by just making a move and getting into the top 6 anyway.
Exactly. And again, I said it before, and we'll say it again, he'll never feel comfortable if it's Josh Rogers who's the one on the outside looking in right behind him. That much is quite clear. But from 8th place in the second half of the race, he's got a job on his hands. If it's anyone who can do it, though, it will be Josh Rogers. Erhan Yoski now just looks to the left-hand side. Not sure whether he's looking for lap times or looking for who's behind him right now or what he's looking for, but he's certainly looking to hold on to 6th position as things stand on the road right now. Maybe he can do that by overtaking Moritz Lerner. Well, he's very nearly done not just that, but gone straight through the back of him. Well, thankfully he pulled it up just in time, but he's still in 6th, and maybe has created a bit of a gap back to McCormack, who is only just ahead of Josh Rogers.
Yeah, surely there might be a move here from Rogers, of course, into the Mercedes Arena section on the Mercedes-backed Williams eSports car. Could not find that pass, and to be fair, Lemonek's not that far behind, or as someone classified him as Lemon M. Which I think's hilarious because of the hair, obviously, but that's fine. Obviously, 1.5 seconds back to 9th position at the moment for Falcons. I think it was Jakub Matuszewski, by the way, who said that one, which is obviously nice support from your teammate.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really get it, to be honest.
Eminem back in the early 2000s had blonde hair, like bleached blonde hair.
Oh, I was thinking about the Swedes.
No, no, as in the rapper.
Okay. Well, I don't. Anyway, let's not go there. But now I think about it, quite a good joke. So there you go.
Great joke.
Well, I'll give it to him. It's a good joke, but I'm not sure I'd feel comfortable making it myself. Since he doesn't know I am. But anyway, that's not.
Wow, you are digging this. Okay, that's fine. Let's just move on.
Yeah, let's not.
We're halfway through the race, mate. We're halfway through the race.
We are. And halfway to getting Lemonek off of the screen and me avoiding that joke for evermore. Let's go down into the hairpin again. Little bit of a defence from Darragh McCormack. Nothing doing for Rogers. He just always seemed a bit quicker out the hairpin though, and towards turn 8 really, rather than actually by the time they get to the hairpin itself. Let's see, this time round too far behind again. And now we begin to wonder here, who's going to break the stalemate? That's sort of what we've got at the moment.
Certainly do. You know, there's only like a couple of tenths between a few positions here and there. It does seem as though Team Redline looking to secure another victory this evening. They had Sebastian Jobe, of course, in the first race of the evening. Luke Bennett now has a 1 second lead over Nikodem Wisniewski. He's got 6 tenths back to Kaiki Oliveira, who again top 6 percentage in this championship. I'm not surprised he's running so strong. Is Kaiki Oliveira, but for the groupings behind, things are still pretty close. Could Enzo Benito be having some late race pace struggles? Could Moritz Lerner be knocking at the door maybe for a sneaky move? How much pressure will Josh Rogers and Darragh McCormack apply to the rear end of the team vitality of Erhan Janowski? Is there even a penalty still on the hands of Erhan Janowski? We don't really know. We've got a lot to deal with over the next 4 laps.
We certainly do. Does Darragh McCormack know? Is my question as well here. He may well be a little bit in the dark, if his team are as well, about what is going on with Erhan Janowski. But as we've said before, and we'll say it again, the easiest thing to do is be 6th on the road and avoid penalties yourself. You'll be absolutely fine. Now, will Darragh McCormack be able to manage that this time round on the way towards the hairpin? He is closer than he has been for the last couple of laps, and Janowski recognises that by going on the defence. But his version of defence is attack, and he's gone straight into the back of Moritz Lerner. Now McCormack gets alongside, and the two wrestle wheel to wheel for 6th place.
Yeah, indeed. Is this the opportunity that Darragh McCormack's been waiting for so long? He's got the inside line, gets pinched a little bit by the Macedonian, now knocking at the door and straight into the rear end of Janowski. A complete misjudgment from Darragh McCormack, who I think's chances of progressing through have officially gone up in smoke.
I think so. I think I would agree with that. And Josh Rogers is the one to take advantage. Darragh McCormack is furious. And Erhan Janowski will be as well, I would have thought. But the beneficiary is Josh Rogers, who's gone from 11th to 6th in this race. And we've still got 30% of it remaining. A remarkable drive again from our full-season champion, who's showing his credentials again and getting himself into the semi-finals, maybe in 3 laps' time.
Said before about how good he is, how consistent he is, how much he just keeps putting on a show, putting on a display, does Josh Rogers. And the fact that he's gone from basically the back of the grid up inside the top 6. Erhan Janowski is fuming, Darragh McCormack is fuming, Josh Rogers is laughing all the way to the bank.
He certainly is. And the sooner McCormack and Janowski are separated, the better, I think, because those two are not pleased. And there's the flash of the lights from Janowski as well. Not sure whether that was directed at McCormack or not. It's, by the way, Jimmy Antunes has got a 1 second time penalty. That's what you can see further down the order there. He's currently running in 11th position, but I get the feeling that McCormack and Janowski are going to be out at the knockout stage, and they are going to be furious with it, with a lot of work to do in rounds 2 and 3.
I mean, it all started basically with McCormack's misjudgment here. I don't think he really... It's kind of one of those ones he should... Like, you want to commit to a dive, but was kind of half-hearted, was kind of sat there and just got into the rear end of Janowski. He might well say Janowski got on the brakes early going into there, which is kind of common if you've had a bit of an awkward line going through that the fast kink before it. You may want to balance those brakes just 10, maybe even 15 metres early to make sure that you're getting the car arrested and stopped for the apex going into the arena section, and that's where you can get an incident like that. But a misjudgment there, certainly in the hands of McCormack, and a bit of a shame. I'm sure race control instantly jump off that one and have a little look. But it's a big shame for a couple of drivers. The thing is, when you look towards that back grouping, those 3 drivers at the moment battling over that top 6 position, Josh Rogers, Darragh McCormack, Erhan Janowski, only one of them goes through, which means 2 drivers who genuinely can win this whole event. And to be fair, 3 drivers really that could actually we wouldn't be super surprised if they went on to go and win the whole Drivers' Championship in Riyadh, all battling over one position to progress through to later on in the evening.
Yeah, and McCormack's still furious. Look at him. That wheel is about to see some abuse, I'm afraid to say, because he is not pleased at all with the way this race has gone. And you're absolutely right. This is what I was trying to highlight earlier, the extraordinary nature of this knockout round. So many drivers you'd expect to be up there by the end of the whole season, now at the moment getting knocked out or with the threat of being knocked out in this knockout round. Really quite extraordinary as we go through down into turn 8 now with Josh Rogers. Will he just sit tight and hold on to 6th and breathe a sigh of relief at the end of the day? I get the feeling he will do. He won't want any more risks after the trials and tribulations he's been through in this knockout round.
Yeah, I think as much as there are points for moving up to 5th position, I don't think that even Josh Rogers will think that that's worth it. I think he'll comfortably take 6th position. He'll accept the fact that he had the major drama in qualifying, just focus on moving through to the semi-finals. I'm sure there'll be a little post-race investigation to Josh Rogers as well. We saw some pretty aggressive moves early on in the race. I feel like that would have already been brought up by race control, but still, you never fully know. Of course, it's very provisional, the results from this race. But as we head on to the final lap of the race, it has been a crazy one.
Certainly has. And it's been probably the most enjoyable so far. The first quarter-final, first knockout round was a little bit quiet and single file for the most part, but this one has been anything but. It's been all hands on deck. It's been fantastic as we go through into the Parabolica now and down towards the hairpin. This will be the chance for Rogers if indeed he does want 5th place, but I agree with you. I think he's going to sit tight even despite the 2 points on the line here. Are we going to be proved right or wrong? Here we go into the hairpin. It's going to be a early-ish braking zone from Rogers, and he'll stay behind Moritz Lerner.
He's not going for it. Maybe he'll give it a bit of a look coming down to the arena section, but without committing to anything, trying to force a mistake out of Moritz Lerner, but that'll probably be it from Joshua Rogers. Again, he'll settle for 6th position and settle for the disappointment for McCormack and Yovsky, as it'll be Rogers progressing his way through. But what a drive from Luke Bennett at the front of the field, clear of all of the drama to make it 2 Team Redline victories on the day.
Well, into the final few corners for Luke Bennett. Mentioned earlier on that Sebastian Joe had pulled clear by winning his 4th race in the ESL R1 2024 spring season. Well, Luke Bennett's about to join him and do the same and become the only driver to have won a race at all 4 rounds we've had so far in 2024. Luke Bennett through the final corner, and at the Hockenheimring, he's victorious again for Team Redline. Their team's championship domination has spilled over into the driver championship realm, and Luke Bennett is the winner of knockout number 2.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, again, fantastic performance, but alas, it's another win. All the drama was behind Luke Bennett, but Team Redline, they're looking strong. They're starting out strong. Could they clean up all 4 knockout races? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
No, I mean, they got all 4 of their drivers into the final, at least, of the Monza rounds, so it's not out of the realms of possibility at all, but let's wait and see as we continue on with tonight's proceedings. Not much pressure really on Luke Bennett, though, to be honest, during that race. It was a pretty leisurely drive for both him, Nikodem Wisniewski, and Kaiki Oliveira as well, who'd be very pleased with that knockout round, not only to avoid trouble, but to get through with good points.
Yeah, indeed. You know, a podium is always fantastic for a driver like Kaiki Oliveira, who is one that can absolutely get through into the top 9 of the championship. But because Kaiki Oliveira's percentages when it comes to top 6s is great, when it comes to podiums actually isn't that great. I'm taking a little look at my my little sheet here, and I can tell you he's only had a handful of podiums. He's only had 8 podiums. He's had 26 top 6 appearances, so that's pretty solid, but no victories.
There is the results of knockout number 2. Luke Bennett taking it by nearly 2 seconds ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski and Kaiki Oliveira, as we've already talked about. Enzo Benito broke free of the battles to finish 4th, with Moritz Lerner sneaking in with Josh Rogers. Darren McCormack will be furious that he finished down in 7th place. Erhan Yoski likewise in 8th. Primoslav Lemonek finished 9th, and Oleg Zalabov, then Jimmy Antunes and Bono House, who was spun around on the opening lap. Got a feel for Guild Esports, to be honest. We haven't talked about them too much, but Matt Emery got spun around early on during knockout number 1. Paulo House got spun out on the opening lap of knockout number 2. They'll hope for a bit of a recovery and that Marco Paich and James Baldwin can provide that for them. And if I'm honest, they are the 2 drivers you'd want on that team to provide that.
Yeah, of course. You know, the thing is, we've said about how the different approaches of various teams is, where some of them stack their stronger drivers early, some of them stack them a little bit later. If you're someone like Team Redline, you stack them wherever you want because they're all basically the same. There was a big look from Josh Rogers down the inside. This is where the 4 wide came from on that first lap drama. Josh Rogers wouldn't have known there were 4 wide. To be fair, the only one who probably would have done might have been Antunes. To be fair, maybe Oleg Zholobov, but then Oleg Zholobov wouldn't have known that Antunes was still slightly alongside. That's why that, for me, is just a bit of a racing deal between all that lot. It's very messy.
Yeah, and the thing that really was picked up for me there was how close Josh Rogers got to being involved in that, and just how close it was for him getting knocked out here. He survived a real scare here. I don't think we should underplay that at all as we continue to look at the battles. This was the moment for Darren McCormack and Erhan Ioski to get side by side, door to door, but it all went wrong on the way down towards turn number 8, and this was the moment here. Darren McCormack, as you said at the time, complete misjudgment.
Yeah, indeed. It's sad, you know, when you see kind of that style of racing and it ends like that. But I say, just a bit of a misjudgment there from McCormack into the rear end of Yovsky. And it's 2 very, very, very unhappy drivers who, let's be honest, whether it was through that misjudgment or through any other way, they wouldn't have been happy anyway.
Yes, that's true. But there you go. They eventually settled that out, but it didn't matter because Moritz Lerner and Josh Rogers survived. It's kind of got me in 2 minds a little bit about this race now. Is it possible still, or can you still have much hope when you're qualified on the back row like Josh Rogers was there? Because in the first knockout round, I would say absolutely you haven't got a chance if you're on the back row. This second race has made me realise maybe you do have a chance.
Well, our top 6 drivers are set then for semi-final 1, at least provisionally. Again, race control will take a little look. But it does mean that we need to focus our attention then on semi-final 2. Again, top 6 drivers from knockout 3, top 6 drivers from knockout 4. Those are drivers that move through into semi-final 2. Top 6 from knockout 1, top 6 from knockout 2 will already progress their way through to semi-final 1. That will come up after knockout 4 is finalised by race control. Here's a look at the drivers then that we're taking out to knockout 3. You mentioned before, Marco Paich, Jakub Brzezinski, Kevin Siggy, 2 Team Redline victories already today for them. Can Kevin Siggy make it 3 from 3? Yuri Toman, of course, Dennis Schudiger, then Dane Warren, Robbie Stableford, who had an impressive performance, of course, just a couple of weeks ago, Ulas Ozildirim, Johan Hart, of course, Matty Siepler, Christopher Danbeats, and Daniel Chilik, of course, the 12 drivers that will take to this one. Do you want my harsh opinion?
Go on.
It's arguably the weakest knockout.
Ooh. Don't hate it though, you know.
No, I don't. It's going to be a great race.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean, I don't mind your opinion there.
Oh, okay.
Is what I mean. I didn't think you were going to hate the race. That would be good. But I don't totally disagree. There are still some big names in this knockout, and of course there are. It's ESL R1, and there's big names top to bottom in this grid. That much is so clear. But I wouldn't disagree totally at all. But at the end of the day, all of the best drivers converge, and to me, it doesn't give you a huge advantage or disadvantage which knockout you're in. Maybe that last one was a bit strong, and somebody maybe was in that one could have got through in this one, but it's not. It sort of seems to balance itself out over a season, really.
And what will be hilarious is if we've said this about this knockout and then they set the fastest lap in qualifying, which you just never know. Could absolutely happen. Obviously, once we get into qualifying, we'll deal with that one, but the drivers will be getting themselves ready for knockout 3. And like I say, it's still going to be a very strong one. It's still going to be about the top 6 working their way through. And what that does mean, though, is that the drivers that maybe won't be competing for a stronger position in the semi-finals or maybe even the finals, they must take advantage of this race here. You know, if they can sneak a podium for this one, it's extra points for them in the Drivers' Championship that maybe they won't be able to get later on in the event.
Yeah, even between those who are getting through, as you say, the winner will get 25, and if 6th place, which is still a place in the semi-final, would only get 8, that's a 17-point difference even between those who move forward into the semi-finals. So bear that in mind. That'll be a big difference by the time we get down to the end of the season, and we're working out who's going to be in the top 9, who's going to be in the top 21. Every time we get this format or something similar to it, it's really, really close at the end.
Well, you can see the drivers there all getting themselves ready. Super serious. How do you sit behind that dinner table? Jakub Brzezinski, please let us know. Of course, Marco Pajic here, a round winner. Christopher Danbitz, who's, again, been very impressive at various points. Dane Warren, that we've seen flashes of extreme pace from. He'll need it now to go and back up his teammate Josh Rogers. Kevin Siggy looking to make it 3 victories from 3 for Team Redline. Of course, it is an impressive lineup of drivers. See the rest of them filter their way through before we get into the qualifying session for the 199th race. Of course, in ESL R1, the first one before we pass 2 centuries. We're getting old.
We are getting old indeed. By the way, you mentioned Dane Warren showing flashes of pace, and that is certainly true, I would argue. He's got the tied second most around this circuit in the history of ESL R1, tied with Jeffrey Rietveld with 5. The only driver, of course, who's got more is Josh. What's his name? Josh Rogers.
John.
That's his name. I'll figure it out eventually. But yeah, the Porsches historically, and especially Porsche Commander, they've been good round here. Dane Warren part of that as well, and he'll very much be looking to not replicate the stress, let's say, of Josh Rogers' knockout round.
Goodness me, the embarrassment in the commentary booth now. Wow. Well, here's your favourite driver of all time. It's Johan Arts, obviously, as he works his way around the Parabolica. Let's get those rosy cheeks out. As down into the hairpin, Johan Arts is going to go. And, of course, the feisty Frenchman has already viewed a fair amount of drama. And like we said about this grid being maybe, in air quotes, slightly weaker than the other ones, this is the time where he can certainly throw in a solid result. I mean, I would expect Johan Arts to be in the top 6 here.
I would say so. I would pick him alongside Toman, Siggy, Warren, and who else am I going to go for? How many have I got? 4? I'll go Pajic and Schoninger. There you go for quick fire predictions for you. But it is, as we mentioned, maybe not quite as strong as the second knockout round that we've just seen there. Through the Mobile 1 curve now for Johan Arts. Where's his sector times looking at the moment? First sector maybe a 10th or so away from where he really needs to be. Middle sector looking all right as well. But is this going to be really in the 37 zeros at least? That's what you need if you want to be on pole.
So final couple of corners for Johan Arts to deal with. You saw those cars there. They are invisible for Johan Arts. Don't worry about him. He can't see them as he comes through the final corner for the Apex Racing team. What's he going to set as the benchmark lap time for this qualifying session? 37.153, a 10th and a bit away from where we'd kind of want to see this pole time.
Yeah, Yuri Toman will be looking to be one of those contenders to go that little bit better, and is on course to do so right now as well. Once again, Team Vitality kitted out in their new shirts for the Drivers' Championship, and Yuri Toman putting it on display here, sat incredibly close to the wheel as he always does, and he'll go over the line now, shaking his head, but that normally means it's good. Oh no, not on this occasion. He's second.
No, not ideal. 37.191 from Yuri Toman, so not ideal for Team Vitality. Then it should go first sector, second sector, 20.4. Pretty good for a Merca, the first sector, to be fair. 46.4 in the middle sector is not ideal, but it's, to be fair, it's okay. This could be a 37.1, 37.0 even from Dennis Schillinger. Let's watch his reaction as he comes out towards the line. Not really anything when it comes to a reaction, is he? Hits the stripe, hits the beam, sets a 37.3. Goodness me, that was less than I thought.
Yep, thought he was going to... I didn't think he was going to get ahead of either of those two, to be honest with you, but there you go. 37.3, maybe a bit slower than people would have expected. Dane Warren is doing nice and consistently across the lap as well, though. This is looking fairly good for the Australian. Looking to not replicate Josh Rogers' stress, I would say, from the second knockout round that we just saw. He looks, well, not entirely enthused about it, but he should be. 37.0, and that is pole for now.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what, 11 thousandths of a second slower than the fastest lap time that we've seen so far. Kevin Siggy will be the next one to cross the line. I know we come back to Jakub Brzezinski here, but we need to keep our eye on Kevin Siggy. He'll be coming through the final corner. First sector, okay, second sector's pretty decent from Kevin Siggy. This could challenge Dane Warren's time at the top of the session. He's normally pretty aggressive behind the wheel, the Slovenian, as he comes up towards the line. What's it going to be from Siggy? It's good enough, and it's a 36.869.
Very, very nice from Kevin Siggy. More than 1/10 of a second quicker than what anybody's been able to do so far today. And that is going to be so difficult to beat as Team Redline look to take 3 wins out of 3 at the Hockenheimring so far. Kuba Brzezinski, meanwhile, makes his way through the final couple of corners, as is well documented. Once beat Lewis McGlade to an endurance title. Won't talk about it too much, and we never mention it. Brzezinski comes up towards the line then. Can he be anywhere near that time from Siggy? Of course not. It's an unbelievable time. It's 37.2 though for Brzezinski.
Indeed, Robbie Stapleford is the next one to come through. We've already had 6 drivers cross the beam to set their lap times, and Robbie Stapleford will be the next one of them, although I will say that middle sector is very average indeed as he works his way through the final corner. What other drivers can challenge that 36.8 from Kevin Siggy? And if I'm perfectly honest, maybe Matty Siepler, and that's it. As he comes across the line and shaking the head from Stapleford, I think it'll be last in the grid. It certainly is 7th place for him.
Yeah, shaking the head, and he actually means it this time. Matty Siepler then going all right for the moment. This could put him right in the mix, and got to say, for a new team on the block, Falcons have been doing very well in ESL R1 since joining in, and this is a good chance to showcase that as well. See how many of their drivers they can get into the final stages of the Drivers' Championship. Out over the line for Matty Siepler, no reaction. But what's the time going to be? It is good enough for 5th for 37.2.
For a slowdown penalty. I was trying to get my words out there. Slowdown penalty for Ulash Zilderim. He'll be the next one to come through after Daniel Tillich, who we'll keep our eye on. 20.5, 36.3. And for the Virtus Pro team, and the greatest number in all of sim racing and motorsport, of course, the 78, mine, will come through the final corner now. And for Virtus Pro, it's a lap time that hasn't got a slowdown penalty on it. Excellent stuff for them. Still a shake of the head, though, as Tillich will cross the line to potentially go behind Stapleford. Still remains in 9th position.
He certainly does. There is Ozilderim, though. A 21.9 is a long way from where you need to be in the first sector. And so the Turkish driver has got a lot of work to do, but he'll be encouraged by Josh Rogers, who was able to get through the second knockout round of the day, even despite starting in 11th position. Ozilderim will have to do something very similar to that, or indeed even more difficult than that, as he looks like he'll be 12th. Over the line for Ozilderim, it's a 38.7, and he should be last.
Yeah, indeed, as expected. Let's see if we can finally see this order start to change. Final 2 drivers to come through, Christopher Danbeets and Marko Pejic. What can the Mouse driver do? Into the final complex of corners. Marko Pejic, of course, could potentially contend for a solid position up the order. Christopher Danbeets, I'd expect, could be mid-table if he strings together a decent enough lap. It'll be a 37.3, I do believe, something in that vein. It's even faster, that's a 37.1. So he is mid-table.
That's very good, and gives him a great chance. Christopher Danbeets is making his way through as we go out to Marko Pejic. Guild Esports looking to really rebuild after those first couple of knockout rounds, where not only did they get knocked out, they didn't really ever stand a chance after incidents very early on. Pejic will look to avoid that at all costs, and maybe even push on into the top 6 as well. Out through the final corner now for Marko Pejic as he goes over the line. It is 7th. He will be around that top 6 marker, but it's Kevin Siggy who couldn't be touched by anyone in that session. He was a lot faster than the rest.
Yeah, indeed. That was very, very impressive, and continues on this domination from Team Redline at the moment in the Drivers' Championship. But they won, or rather topped, let's put it that way, the Teams' Championship for the first 3 rounds in this online season in such fantastic fashion. And it looks like they are continuing on in full storm. Will they keep that going all the way into Riyadh? We'll have to wait and see. To be fair, at this point with Team Redline right now, yeah, I think they do. They are so unbelievably strong. We'll take a look, though, at the starting grid for Knockout 3, and, of course, the 199th race in the ESL R1. Ulash Zilderim will start from the rear of the field alongside Daniel Tillich for the Virtus Pro team. Robbie Stapleford for the BS competition will start from 10th, with Dennis Schoeniger and Williams starting from 9th. Jakob Brzezinski and Marko Pejic make it onto row number 4, but just outside that all-important top 6 to progress your way through into the semi-finals. Matty Siepler in 6th position, with Yuri Toman in 5th. Christopher Danbeets with that late lap time up to 4th position. Johan Art in 3rd, and the front row, Dane Warren. And the fastest lap time we've seen thus far today, which is exactly the joke that we were putting on about how this is the weakest grid. Maybe we'll see the fastest lap from it. We did. The joke comes to the fore. It is Kevin Siggy on pole position with a 1 minute 36.869. Fantastic.
I'm still going to defend ourselves, though, in that if
absolutely.
we were to put all of the 36 times together so far, I think the proportion of these guys a little bit lower down will be slightly larger than the other two before. But there you go. We could just be stonewall wrong, and that's entirely possible. But let's see what happens during the race and whether Kevin Siggy can go 3 for 3 here for Team Redline, that is. Although it would be Siggy's third race win of the spring season if he was to be able to take it. It took both of those previous wins at Orchard Road, of course. It's a very different prospect for him this afternoon.
Yeah, but you know what? I know how strong Kevin Siggy is, and I can see him, I'd say, comfortably take this victory. I can see him take this victory for sure. But again, rolling start down towards turn 1. I think Dane Warren might be getting a bit aggressive on that race start. The problem is with how the rolling start works is that you end up seeing the battle for second and third position rather than first and second into that first corner. So Johan Art might try and pounce and try and make the move early for second position.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. It's happened so far, at least, and it really plays into the advantage of the pole sitter. And we're going to have to especially remember this when we get to the final, because I personally believe that it's going to be very difficult for the pole sitter not to win there as well. I mean, we saw it to an extent at Monza. Battle for second place really allowed the guys ahead, Sebastian Job in that instance, to romp away with that round win.
Yeah, indeed. See the drivers calm before the storm. Of course, we saw some tempers flare in the previous race, most notably between Erhan Yovski and Dara McCormack. Will we see any more tempers flaring in this one? That's the big question. What's your money on, yay or nay? Do you think Kevin Siggy's wheel's getting beaten up after this?
I think it does anyway. I think he's going to beat it up in celebration if he wins, so I'm going to go with the yes.
Poor wheel. That wheel's been through a lot, that's for sure. We can call it, if we call his wheel Gianmarco Fiducci, then we know. It's fine. Anyway, we'll move our way into the race, because it's a completely off-topic comment, it's fine. As we'll see Kevin Siggy take over the front. Warren, of course, on the outside for the first corner. It will be Team Redline holding the advantage of the first corner with Kevin Siggy behind the wheel. It's actually an excellent launch from Dane Warren, who's attacking for the race lead. We were expecting second and third to go side by side. It's first and second. Dane Warren straight around the outside to take over the race lead. That's an excellent move.
It is an excellent move and a surprise one as well. It is possible from the front row to take the lead then if you're not on pole position, very evidently. And now Dane Warren has got a real chance here at upsetting the Team Redline domination. Meanwhile, 3 wide for 4th place, and Yuri Toman's the one who comes out on top in that. But look at how close they are, all fighting for that 4th position and the final few spots inside the top 6.
Certainly the best start to a race we've seen thus far in ESL R1 here at Hockenheimring this evening. That's an excellent battle as Kevin Siggy's trying to get around the outside. Big send to the inside from Matty Siepler. Dane Warren's going to be able to hang on. Matty Siepler making a move on Yuri Toman as Christopher Danbeats and Robbie Stapleford going a little bit side by side, coming off the hairpin. It is the Mouse driver inside the top 6, side by side with two Audi R8s as they work their way down into the Mercedes Arena section. And Matty Siepler with a big send to the outside, but has he overstayed his welcome out there?
Well, I think he's going to be okay, and Toman will try and do the same now as they go through turn 10 and to the all-important Mobil 1 curve as well. This would be special if he could hang on round the outside here, and he can. Yuri Toman is giving this a real go into the size curve. Danbeats has to go defensive. That means Brzezinski's on the defensive too for Robbie Stapleford, but Siepler's still out there as well. Up over the curb he'll go, and into the final couple of corners. The two of them finally sorted out. Matty Siepler gets through into 4th place ahead of Yuri Toman finally.
Oh, Dennis Schoediger squeezing out Robbie Stapleford in the final corner. He'll actually drop back to essentially the penultimate position, or right down to the back of the field. It is the penultimate position on the grid because Daniel Tillich is the only one who's not a part of this battle after some early drama. Crazy scenes here at the Hockenheimring. Whilst the 6/10 of the race lead, big hit from Marco Pejic onto the rear end of Dennis Schoediger, who's got Ulas Uzildirim to join him in the fight, who's got to the inside, and now Robbie Stapleford's going to try and squeeze his way through. Breathless action at the moment.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. We said that it might be the weakest of the quarterfinals. Well, I'm not even sure if that's true anymore after we saw the fastest time, but it's certainly one of the more exciting starts that we've seen here. Side by side between Stapleford and Uzildirim, who goes very late on the brakes and straight into Marco Pejic. Stapleford not entirely pleased with what he's seeing. Almost a resigned sigh there from him, it looked like, as he saw the two of them going side by side again ahead of him. Well, it's been a messy start to the race for those guys, I'm afraid, but still, if you're trying to get into the top 6, it's all very much up for grabs at the moment. Seepola, Toman and Danbeats in those final places.
Yeah, exactly. There are those three positions which they all want, 4th, 5th and 6th. Anywhere in there is good. That's what's going to progress you through into the semi-finals later on this evening, again in a couple of hours' time. That is where you want to be. That's where you feel you need to be if you're taking part in this battle. So could be a tall order for Brzezinski, for Schoninger, for Pajic, for Stapleford, for Ulas or Sildrum to maybe make their way through into it. Do remember as well, this is an interesting stat a little bit in this. Dennis Schoninger, of course, 8th position at the moment. No Williams esports driver has progressed through to the semi-final yet. That's terrifying.
Yeah, and don't forget, only one managed it last time at Monza, where they had their lowest point score of any of the 3 teams championship round. It caused them to go from looking at 2nd place and maybe an outside shot at the overall teams championship win to finishing down, I think they finished 4th, didn't they, or 5th? They certainly dropped down from their very lofty starting position at the end of Daytona, where they were able to score the most points out of any team on that day. But this is on board with Yuri Toman, part of a team who's been a little bit more consistent over the course of the season. He'd very much like to maintain that by not making any rash moves down the inside this time.
I said Yuri Toman, he can get his elbows out, he can get a little bit aggressive when he feels he needs to. Whether he needs to at the moment remains to be seen, but I can see him most certainly going for a move on Matty Seepola, who's been excellent so far at the start of this race, working his way through into that position. Of course, in 4th for the Falcons team, who've been very strong so far this evening. Got to be said, Falcons are looking rapid. Yeah,
and again, really been impressed with them since they've joined us here in ESL R1, getting to a few finals. Jakub Masieski has been getting involved in some race-leading battles as well. That's not necessarily been the case today for them, but they have been making it through, and at least trying to make it through into the semi-finals tonight. And so far, Seepola's in a good position to do so. I just wouldn't feel very relaxed, to be honest, if I was Seepola at the moment, because of the amount of drivers he's got right behind him. It may be because he's not quick enough to get away from them. It may just be because they're all on the same pace and they're all fighting for these very important final spots. But it is disconcerting to have those cars behind you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, and what you're kind of alluding to there, which is actually quite an interesting point, is that it's not necessarily about the pressure of losing positions. It's about the pressure of losing enough positions where you're going to get knocked out of the top 6. For example, to turn the one a little bit around, Dane Warren probably won't be feeling the same pressure as Matty Seepola, despite being in the lead of the race, despite having Kevin Siggy and Johan Art directly behind him, because his chance of getting knocked out are actually very low. As here comes a move from Christopher Danbeats, sending it straight down the inside of Yuri Toman, making a little bit of contact as well with Matty Seepola on the apex of the corner. The top 3 aren't feeling that kind of pressure because there's such a large gap back to this group. Meanwhile, in this group, you've not got, the couple of drivers fighting you for position for drivers in 5th and 6th that are fighting you for those positions. It's the drivers behind even that where you've got the risk where your evening could be coming to a close in 6 laps' time.
Yeah, I think Danbeats there was wanting to make his way through just because of that pressure that he's got behind him at the moment. Kevin Brzezinski would very much like to take that 6th position off, and Christopher Danbeats knows that all too well. And again, was forced to be on the defensive there. Brzezinski so close. You saw the way that the car was behaving there. Brzezinski was for sure applying some pressure, and that's what Danbeats is trying to avoid by attacking Toman.
So tight in this battling, which is just exactly what we want to see in ESL R1. We're not even halfway through this race, and of course we are just over halfway through the knockout phases, and say it's not looking particularly clear as to who's going to take victory this evening. It does feel as though it's leaning towards a red line driver. Let's take a look a little bit earlier on in the race with what was happening here. It's all a little bit elbows
getting edged out.
Yeah,
so I would argue that should be a penalty for Schoninger, in my personal opinion. It's one of my real things I don't like, but I understand it. Some people believe it's part of racing as well, so I don't know, make your own mind up at home if you want. But Damage now going on the defensive from Brzezinski. Very late on the brakes, though, from the pole, and he's going to have to get himself back in line ahead of Schoninger again, because that was far too wide.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've had this discussion before. There is kind of like these ums and ahs as to what is and what isn't okay, and it's really tricky. If you want to play it as an easy line, and what really, in my opinion, should be in rule books, is if you've got an overlap to the car ahead, as long as they are not overshooting the corner, if they're holding it to the apex, if they've got an overlap, they're there. Yeah, again, that's one for race control to deal with. We are not in race control. We're just two idiots talking in the commentary booth about this great racing that we're seeing that we most certainly couldn't do, right?
Yeah, well, not to this pace. I'd like to think I'd give some of these guys a go for racing respect, to be honest. But
I've seen you drive. I'm not sure about that.
Well, I don't respect you, but that's not that's not how I treat other people. Anyway, let's.
I distinctly remember you in Milton Keynes battering someone off the road whilst hearing laughing in the background.
Oh, I absolutely did that. Yeah, I've got no shame about that either because it was one of you lot. I can't remember who.
So racing respect. Anyway.
Yeah, I'd say that's quite respectful, really. It's a nice way to go. Anyway, we should have a commentators race. That'd be a laugh. Anyway, let's. we already have, to be fair. Anyway, Kuba Brzezinski in real ascendancy here as he tries to get through on Dan Beats, who's been forced on the defensive. This is the danger that he always had, Dan Beats, after attacking Toman for that position a few laps ago. He was always going to invite pressure, and that's what he's feeling at the moment.
Indeed, almost getting a little bit of his car alongside was Brzezinski on the exit of the hairpin, just couldn't quite get the drive of the corner. Confirmation of a penalty for Dennis Schoeniger, by the way. We'll get an update from that from race controllers. Jakob Brzezinski is going to get to the outside of Christopher Dan Beats at the moment. The final spot in the transfer position. There we go, confirmation. Dennis Schoeniger has got to give up one position for not leaving enough racing room. That was against Robbie Stableford. He'll have to drop back behind Marko Pejic as the rule from a race control. So he will have to give that one up in a moment's time. I think he's just gone wide now to certainly do so immediately.
Yep. Best way to do it, really, just get it over and done with, because they're not going to gain any speed, or they weren't going to gain any speed at the moment. At that moment, there was a couple of battling drivers right in front of him, and so might as well pull wide and let Pejic do the closing now, which he really may be able to do, because Brzezinski is still going to give Dan Beats a really tough time for the remainder of this race, I would have thought. Still 4 laps to go, and he's going to have to be careful, Schoeniger, of going that far out wide, otherwise he'll get a second penalty of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Got to be super careful with T1 around here. And the thing is that's both sides, inside and out. The thing is, if you cut the inside, you can get a track excursion for cutting inside. It's kind of a bit rarer. If you hit that curb too hard, it'll push you out to the left-hand side and thus off the road. Dennis Schoeniger being a bit wise here, sitting behind Marko Pejic as close as possible to say, basically, I'm not going for a move. Focus on closing down on Brzezinski. Let's not battle amongst ourselves when we can go and get something more. Smart move from Dennis Schoeniger. I know there's only a few laps left to go in this race, but he's still playing the card of, you know, if something happens ahead, let's be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, though the chances of that coming off is small, but the chances if he battles right now are smaller. So you've got to play the percentages, even when they're not great. You've got to play the percentages that you have most chance of going through with, and that's exactly what he's done there. These two have played it smart as well, Mighty Siepler and Yuri Toman. Still think Toman's going to give Siepler a run for his money, or maybe on the final lap, but until then, these two should continue working together.
Yep, indeed. There's not long left to go in this one, though. Dane Warren's pulled out to nearly a second over Kevin Siggy as we're looking to see that denial for Team Redline. They've won 2 races here at the Hockenheim Ring today. Well, it's not going to be 3 from 3 if things continue on as they stand. Johan Art's doing a great job to keep up pace-wise as well. And to be fair, looking at this grid, these probably would have been the 3 that most would point to as being the favourites to at least finish on the podium. The fact they're finishing pretty close to each other just shows that right now.
It certainly does. It's been a good race for the 3 of them. Somewhat surprised Siggy's not given Warren a bit more of a go since being overtaken at the start, and it's too far back, in my opinion, to do anything about that now. So they kind of stuck where they are, but there you go. Those 2, or 3, excuse me, are running in pretty safe positions at the front of this race. 2.5 laps to go now, and Brzezinski's just laid off the back of Dan Beats for a little bit here, maybe realising that a battle that starts too early puts him in danger with Pejic and Schoeniger as well, and he doesn't want a 5-way battle for this one position.
No, indeed not. And I say that the more you battle, the more people can join it, the more the battle becomes intense, the more you need to battle. It's a very slippery slope. So it's about playing your cards close to your chest for those final moments of the race, and maybe taking your one opportunity later on. There will be those opportunities. There will be an opportunity, at least surely, in the next couple of laps for you to sneak your way through. And unlike what we saw realistically in the first race from Thomas Tattler, I think you need to go for the opportunity. Who was that who was off in the wall? Was that Dane Warren? Was that Dane Warren? Dane Warren is in the barrier at the penultimate corner. That looks like a technical issue to me.
It does indeed. Very similar to one of the Williams drivers had it last week, and it went straight on into the wall. I think it was a Williams driver. It looked very similar. And there's Dane Warren. Look, he's trying to get it to work. He's trying to get himself out the wall, but at a point, it's somewhat academic, to be honest. He'll be 12th. He will finish there, you would have thought. And that, all of a sudden, turns this race on its head.
I want to see, can we jump back to Dane Warren? I want to see if he was still driving normally, because it looked like he was still just wheeling it around. And if that is the case, then it's just a disconnection.
No. I think he was. I think he was trying to get that car moving again, and
really?
that's what he was wiggling the wheel about for. I think there's some sort of technical failure on that side of things. I don't personally think he's disconnected, but willing to be proven wrong. What is clear though, he's 12. He'll finish last. Porsche Coanda will have their first driver of the day out. First driver not making it.
Yeah, and the worst part of that, just not his fault for Dane Warren into the barrier. I mean, yeah, that is a surprise, because he was driving so well. What it does mean is that we are going to get 3 from 3 basically for Redline, unless Johan Art can come in and potentially be the saviour we never knew we needed, or something. I don't know. It depends how much you're a fan of Redline or not.
Yeah, exactly. Certainly not a saviour if you're a fan of Redline, that's for sure. Out through the final couple of corners for the penultimate time now. And maybe this is the time that Yuri Toman is going to give it a go. The fact that Dan Beats and Brzezinski are both in the top 6 at the moment means that the battle between those two is probably not going to happen. But Marko Pejic maybe will have a sniff at this. I just don't know if he's quite close enough.
Well, final lap of the race then. Let's see how close things are going to get. Obviously, it has made things a little bit more comfortable in that Dan Beats-Brzezinski battle, which is why, again, you don't fight. Because if they'd been fighting right now, they would have really brought the rest of them into the mix, which would have really increased the pressure right now. If Brzezinski stays off the rear end of Dan Beats and Dan Beats puts in a good lap, those two are certainly going through to semi-final 2.
Yeah, let's see what happens though on the way down towards the hairpin. Side by side between Toman and Siepeler. We expected this somewhat. It doesn't really matter as far as making the top 6 goes, but it does in terms of points. Toman with his nose ahead, and I think as he had the inside line there, I think he should be getting through. Meanwhile, Kevin Siggy is going to hang on ahead of Johan Art. They're not settled quite for 3rd place yet, are they? They're still switching positions time and time again in the tower. I think Siepeler, no, as soon as I think Siepeler's hung on, he's not hung on again, and Toman's now through, and maybe he's finally consolidated the place.
Yes, indeed. Well, either way, into the final complex of corners. Johan Art's not been close enough to do anything about Kevin Siggy, who's been gifted this race victory by a technical issue to Dane Warren as we prepare to cross over to 2 centuries of races in ESL R1. It'll be Kevin Siggy to win the 199th. For Team Redline, it's 3 from 3 so far this evening. Siggy on top, Art behind, and then Yuri Toman rounding out the podium. I don't think he was expecting that one quite so much a little bit earlier on the race. Matty Siepeler, Dan Beats and Brzezinski will be the top 6 to move through into semi-final 2.
Yeah, it's Team Redline domination continuing here at the Hockenheimring with Kevin Siggy's 3rd race win of the 2024 spring season, and his first one outside of Orchard Road, where he was a very, very strong competitor indeed. But there he is. It's another pole to race win sequence, which is a bit abnormal, really, the way we've had 3 in a row. But the race start for that one was very interesting, the way that Dane Warren was able to get the lead from 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, that, like I say, we kind of discussed this a little bit before we went into the race, that we don't actually typically expect 1st and 2nd to go side by side. We expect 2nd and 3rd to go side by side. That's what we've seen on the rolling start. So Dane Warren timed that one to perfection, got through to the race lead, and what a terrible stroke of luck for him.
Yeah, it's so disappointing. On his way for sure to a victory, not just that, but on his way to making the semi-finals as well. And again, I've said this before, for those who were getting knocked out in this knockout round, to make the top 9, Dane Warren needs to be in the final both times and doing well for the final 2 rounds of the Drivers' Championship. I think the more likely thing for him is let's get in the top 21 and hope I can make it through the last chance race.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the fantastic performance from various ones of our drivers will put them in position to potentially move through into the finals just a little bit later on, semi-finals rather, just a little bit later on. Of course, we've already got 18 of our drivers. We'll update you as to who they are. Once it's all confirmed from race control, we need confirmation before we can bring that information to you. But of course, knockout 1, knockout 2 leading 12 drivers into semi-final 1, knockout 3, knockout 4 leading 12 drivers into semi-final 2. We'll be preparing for our 4th and final knockout race in just a few moments' time. But of course, we'll take a look at some of the bits from there. What excellent starts to the race, though.
Yeah, and great battling here that we'll find on the camera. There it was, in the midfield. Unfortunately, Guild Esports again finding themselves off in that bit of grass, which they've been able to get into quite a few times. That was Robbie Stapleford getting caught up behind Ila Suzuda and Marco Pajic just up in front of him. But this was the opening lap of the race. This is where Dennis Schoninger got his penalty, and I have to say, a deserved one at that.
You are really happy with that, aren't you? Williams Esports, they're going to be going for you. You're gagging for it. I mean, look, I will say it's. I agree. I think it is just for Dennis Schoninger to have received that. It's just a one-place penalty, just to give it up, and he gave it up straight away. Fair enough. He did squeeze someone out who was kind of there, so is what it is on that one. Side by side, there's a big move to the inside from Dan Bitts to get through, or to at least attack the likes of Yuri Toman. Some big side by side between Jakub Brzezinski and Dan Bitts as well. We saw this a little bit before they got into single file.
Yeah, it's Brzezinski just getting edged out slightly there, and then eventually making his way through, partly and mostly, unfortunately, because of the bad luck to Dane Warren. He went straight on at the penultimate corner. Again, such a shame for him, but it made Brzezinski's path to the semi-finals a lot easier, and in the end, he didn't have to fight with Dan Bitts, which is looking like the prospect of what was going to happen.
Yeah, exactly, and sometimes kind of being a little bit more patient, or maybe even a little bit lucky in some of these fights is what certainly can help you when it comes to whether you're going to be involved in a tricky battle towards the end of the race or not. I will give you the update, by the way, on the top 6 from each of the races provisionally, of course. Knockout 1 earlier on in the evening, the top 6 drivers, Sebastian Jobe, Timus Tatler, Marcel Chinchik, Jamie Fluke, Charlie Collins and Yuri Kastorp, the top 6 from Knockout 1. Again, provisional on that one. From Knockout 2, it'll be Luke Bennett, Nikodem Wisniewski, Kaiki Oliveira, Enzo Benito, great effort. Of course, Moritz Lerner and Josh Rogers making his way up from the rear of the field inside the top 6. Those will be the 12 drivers to move through into semi-final 1. From Knockout 3, the one we've just seen, it's a 3rd consecutive victory for Redline. It is Kevin Siggy, Art, then Toman, Siepeler, Dan Beats and Brzezinski, the top 6 to move through into the semi-final 2. And we're waiting for 6 more drivers, Ewan. These are the potential candidates.
They certainly are, and again, another really strong knockout lineup. They all are, as we've mentioned before. Jeffrey Rietveld has taken some scalps so far this season. Just the one win to his name, but plenty of other great results. James Baldwin as well will be looking to fly the flag for Guild Esports. They've not had anyone into the semi-finals yet. Richard de Jong will be in the semis on his own if he makes it. Thibaut Casabon will not be, but will look to get there regardless. Max Benecker will look to bounce back from Monza as well. Who are some of the others who can make it? Maybe Kevin Ayers Jr. I mean, Pastorin can for sure can make it as well. I don't think there's a single driver in this knockout lineup who for sure are not going to find their way in contention at least. They've all got a chance, that's for sure.
Well, we could well see a red line sweep here, and I will say, part of me, as much as I'm a little bit against it, seeing all this domination because it's boring. We're already well versed with that in Formula One and such. Part of me seeing a Rietveld victory would feel kind of right, because do remember all the way back in Poland, obviously at the start of last year, the first ever race in ESL R1 was won by Jeffrey Rietveld at Spa. And there's something wholesome about the idea of Jeff Rietveld winning the 200th race, not been given a nickname from Jasmine for Rietveld, so we'll have to stick with Rizless Rietveld for a little bit.
What's the other one? There was another one in the first round as well.
I can't
remember what it was. But,
it was Jeffa Cake. No, I think it was Rizzo's Reveld in the first round. Then it was Jeffa Cake, which I wasn't. Yeah, that's right.
I think that was
the
better,
other one
to be honest with you. But,
Do you think Jeffa Cake's better?
Yeah, well, you thought Lemon M was.
Lemon M was great.
It's basically basically the same thing. It's a similar play on words, isn't it?
No. Lemon M is that's goated. That is.
It's very good, but there you go.
Jeffinator is the one that he got.
Oh yeah.
Terminator.
We've got 3 so far. We just need a 4th then. In that case, because
I got promised 6. One for each round.
one for each round. We got promised 6, but so far we're still waiting. We'll try and think of our own in the meantime. Maybe you can at home too. That could be quite dangerous. But anyway, we'll see how he does in this race. I mean, as I say, only won 1 so far in the spring season of 2024, but he knows his way around too. He's won 5 of the ESL R1 Hockenheim races in his time, and as you say, there is a nice bit of circularity almost to that for him to be able to win the 200th, but he's up against some real big names to try and do that. And there's plenty of other drivers who will feel as if they are the ones who really deserve to take the 200th as well. I mean, Richard de Jong's had great success in this championship. Max Benneker as well has won plenty of races. It's all filled with drivers who will be wanting to win this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, there's a few that we can really lean to as maybe being the key driver, maybe even a driver to take their first victory. Who knows? Of which there is a long list of drivers that can maybe sneak a first victory in this race, which would be a fitting way to start. There's one. Weirdly enough, Isaac Price never won in ESL R1, which I think is crazy.
That is crazy. I don't so believe you, but it is true. Do you remember the thing I used to pick up from Isaac Price so much from the early days, especially at ESL R1? The fact that he used to finish 6th in almost every race, but still somehow get to the final each time. I mean, it is the top 6 you go through, I know, but it just felt to me as if he was constantly living very, very dangerously with his trips to the final. I think he's cleaned that up a little bit in recent times, but nevertheless, that doesn't help when you're teetering around those top 6 places.
Well, here comes the Jeffinator, Jeffa Cakes, my name Jeff, whatever you want to call him. It is Rizlis Rietveld. Wow, he's driving with the Force as well. That is Luke Bennett.
Oh, is it? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's Luke Bennett's, that's Luke Bennett's seat.
Remember, he was racing at Monza with a frozen camera, but so it looked like he was driving with his phone and watching his phone while driving. Well, obviously that's not a good idea, and he wasn't. But he's not there at all this time around, so we'll see how he's doing that. 20.4 for this first sector. It's decent, but I think everybody's going to be targeting that Kevin Siggy time now that we've had that. Now that we've had that benchmark, 36.8 to beat now.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we're going to see that potentially be beaten in this session. It is a strong grid. There's a lot of drivers on here that can kind of challenge for that lap time. In fact, I'd say all of the drivers on this grid could challenge for something in that vein. Jeff Rietveld is certainly one of them, but you're absolutely right. That first sector was a little bit middling. The second sector's better, but I don't think this is challenging.
Nope, I don't think so. I don't think we're quite going to be at the heights of Kevin Siggy, but I think it will be a good time nevertheless from Jeff Rietveld, a stalwart of the Team Redline efforts in ESL R1 since its creation in 2023. And he's now going to be setting the benchmark for everybody else in this session. Out over the line now for Rietveld, and it's going to be a benchmark of 37.1.
Not bad. This lap time certainly won't beat it. 20.6 in the first sector. Come on, even Ewan O'Leary can do better than that in Sector 1. Maybe not. Either way, Thibaut Casamon now down into the final complex of corners. I'm sure in a couple of hours' time his attention will be taken over by a slightly different French-Dutch battle. But at the moment, the top of ESL R1's knockout 4 will be that. Thibaut Casamon versus Jeff Rietveld, and Thibaut Casamon a mile behind.
Yeah, certainly was. not a good first sector, and I'm afraid it set the tone for the lap. Daniel Pastor now into the final few corners. We've already got an Ibrahim Khan slowdown, I'm afraid, so he's going to be out of proceedings. But Daniel Pastor, I think, is going to slot himself right in the middle of Rietveld and Casabon here, but we'll wait and see as the Williams Esports driver makes his way around the final corner as their last chance, their last hope to get into a semi-final this afternoon. Daniel Pastor goes to the top. Good final sector, good final part to the lap.
Yeah, that's a whopping 7 thousandths faster than Jeff Rietveld. Max Benneker, the first ever winner of an ESL R1 round, and here in the 200th race, could be ending those first 200 on the highest of highs, potentially getting himself ready for a challenge of the title when it comes to the Esports World Cup in a couple of months, or a month and a bit. So it's a couple of months' time. Never mind. Max Benneker up to the top of the session. He does get into the 36s. It is not faster than the lap time we saw earlier on from the Sigster, but still decent.
Very decent indeed. The only second time we've had below a 1 minute 37. Ibrahim Khan is looking at himself there. What, I wonder what he's doing there. But he's certainly not going to be setting the world on fire with this lap time, I'm afraid. It's a slowdown that he got earlier on, I'd imagine, at turn number 1, and that will put him at the back for now, allowing, not James Baldwin, because that's not him, but it will be James Baldwin driving to look to get into the top places.
I was going to say, we're all looking down at the moment. That is Bonner House, of course. He doesn't have the casting couch that Ibrahim Khan has in the background. James Baldwin into the final complex of corners as he'll pump his way through the final turn. 20.4 in the first sector, a 46.3 in the second. It's not going to be ideal for James Baldwin as he crosses the line. What's it going to be? Good enough for 4th.
Yeah, that could put him in the mix. I think any sort of 37.1. and you will be in the equation for that top 6. Isaac Price, though, will now be through these final few corners. Can he maybe get a race win here in ESL R1 at 200? It will be a very impressive feat for him to do so as the G2 driver makes his way round the final corner now. Can he get anywhere near Max Benneker's benchmark time? Not really. It's 5th place for Isaac Price.
Not ideal for Price. Now with us looking at the final 5 drivers, Bykov, De Jong, Maciejewski, Schmiedel, Ellis Jr. Who are the real drivers that can take that one on? Bykov with that first sector, most certainly not going to be him. De Jong and Ellis Jr. I think certainly have a good chance of maybe sneaking a good effort and grabbing themselves pole position. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Mikhail Bykov through the final corner for the Virtus Pro team up to 7th position. Oh, no. 6th position, I can count.
Okay, just adjusting ahead of Thibaut Catabon, who I'm afraid does not set a very good time here in this session. Now it's over to Mitchell de Jong to try and get up there, part of the Porsche Coanda winning team over in Riyadh. Maybe he'll be a part of a winning team again in August when we get there. Maybe he'll be having success as a driver instead. Let's see as he goes over the line now. Should be up towards the top 6, but not on pole, I wouldn't have thought. It is going to be 2nd for de Jong. Good time.
Yeah, very solid from Mitchell de Jong, of course, courtesy of some of the more average lap times coming in from some of those groupings behind. Just 3 more drivers left to go in this session. Excellent performance from Mitchell de Jong to sneak 2nd position, but with 3 more times left to go, I don't think Jakub Maciejewski might be, I don't think he'll be the one to challenge for that pole position or even the front row. It might be mid-pack around where Isaac Price is, might even be slower than that. Maciejewski across the line, goes to 8th, 3,000 behind Bykov.
Yeah. It's pretty congested outside of the top 6, but there's a definite break in the field here between those who are going to make it as things stand and those who most certainly are not. Kevin Harris Jr. will look to be joining those who will be making it inside the top 6, and that's a good way to do that is by putting it there in the qualifying session. Should be in that mix based on the first couple of sector times. Let's see. He does indeed go up to 2nd place.
Yeah, good effort there from Kevin Harris Jr. Mikhail Schmiedel is the next and final qualifier of the knockout phase here in ESL R1. Again, we're looking for the top 6 drivers to progress their way through. 1st and 2nd sectors, okay, coming in here from Schmiedel. And of course, we have had a decent performance from Enzo Benito for the FaZe Clan team a little bit earlier on this evening. Can Schmiedel join him in progressing through into the semi-finals? Across the line, he's going to go. It's good enough for 7th, for 6th. God, that time She really does tease me.
Yeah, certainly. As we see the pole sitter, Max Benneker, with a time only bettered by Kevin Siggy in knockout number 3. A very impressive drive indeed from the Miles driver, who's even got a bit of branding in behind him. Look at that.
I know, it's good, isn't it? Even if it does get blown out a little bit by the camera, we're not going to talk about that, but it looks good. It's something to have back there. Think of the other things that you could put on that.
I knew that's what you do.
It's race cars,
writing
messages, exactly. We found the whiteboard function on Discord recently. You could put whatever you want on there.
I'm well aware you found the whiteboard function on Discord recently. Let's have a look at the starting grid for knockout number 4. It's Ibrahim Khan, who was the only driver to get a slowdown there at the back, with Tibor Kazabon, who will be disappointed with that time. As will Jakub Masiewski, actually, to start 10th. He'll be alongside Mikhail Baikov. It'll be Isaac Price and James Baldwin making up an all-British row 4, with Michal Schmiedl just making it into the top 6. Jeffrey Rietveld will be 5th. Daniel Pastor put in a good time there to get 4th, just behind Mitchell de Jong, with Kevin Hess Jr. and then Max Benneker, who will be in pole for ESL R1's 200th race, and by over a 1/10 of a second. He'll be very impressed with not only the fact he's on pole, but the margin he's gained over the rest as well.
Do you want to know what the nickname that Porsche have given Jeff Rietveld? It's a good one. So obviously, because it cut to him and it was just Luke Bennett's chair, they've called him Chair-Free Rietveld. Because chair.
Yeah, I got it. But
that's great.
It's decent, but it's not going to make me loud, is it?
What word?
Well, yeah.
You have no sense of humour, so not much.
Sorry, who sent you something the other week and you were absolutely gasping for air?
I can't remember what it was.
No, I can't remember what it was either. But all I remember is your reaction to it. It was brilliant. So there you go. I won't hear this about my sense of humour. Thank you very much.
Just on the racing broadcast.
Sorry? Yes, it was.
I can't remember what it was. I do remember struggling to breathe though, so that's good.
Yeah.
As we can see, Schmiedl here. Obviously, the preparations for the 4th knockout, but 200th race. Do you think any of the drivers know? Do you think they care?
I don't think they care. No, even if they do know. It's one of those things that we get really excited about, and the drivers go, "Oh, right, that's cool, isn't it?" And you realise they're just trying to be nice, and they don't find it cool at all. It's just a pretty boring thing for us to say, but we get pretty excited about these kind of things, and so I'm excited for this race, Rocket Knockout number 4, to learn the names of the final 6 drivers who will be in the semi-finals at round 4 of ESL R1's 2024 spring season. The drivers now preparing themselves for their rolling start, and as we've seen, it's not just a guaranteed lead for the pole sitter. As I've got to say, I believed after the first couple of knockout rounds, he certainly can make a difference from elsewhere on the grid, and that's what the likes of Daniel Pastor are going to be hoping to do when we get this race green here in a few moments' time. Into the final couple of corners they will go, and we'll be ready to go for ESL R1's 200th race. It's Max Benneker who will be starting from the front here at the Hockenheimring as we get the lights on. And we will be racing now, and already tucking out there James Baldwin, looking for a bit of space down the middle. Tibor Kazamon looking down the inside of Mikhail Baikov there as Masiewski looks to weave around and try and make sure he stays in 9th position at the moment. Through turn 1 they go. Ibrahim Khan already making up a couple of places after the result of a good start. Here go the dives down the inside for Masiewski, especially on Isaac Price, who's pushed to the outside, but probably the cleanest run through 1, 2 and 3 for the first time tonight.
Yeah, that was pretty bold and aggressive, some of the moves happening, but it was an excellent start from Max Benneker. Side by side, though, for 3rd position, as Mitchell de Jong is going to lose out to Jeffrey Seatfeld. That one from Vince Cussy. It's another seat pun with Jeff Rietveld's name. Fantastic news. Any more? Chuck them in.
Oh, Jeffrey Rietveld will be taking a seat in a minute because he's way out wide, I'm afraid, through the hairpin, and not as wide as Tibor Kazabon, who's right out wide in the final corner. Look at that, 3 wide through turn 7. This never normally ends very well, but somehow they've made it work. This is carnage on the way towards turn 8. Jeffrey Rietveld's going to be pushed to the outside here with Mitchell de Jong still fighting with him.
I'd say making that work is a nice way of putting it. That was almost a disaster, and they're very lucky not to be pointing in all the wrong directions. More leaning between Rietveld and Mitchell de Jong as they depart their way down towards the Sachs curve. Staying at the rear end of all that, James Bolbin, he made it 3 wide. I'm pretty sure then Rietveld would have had no idea they were 3 wide. He definitely knows he's side by side with Mitchell de Jong as they work their way through the penultimate corner. Now towards the final turn at Sid curve, it's Rietveld on the outside. It is Mitchell de Jong on the inside, in contact between the pair. Here comes Baldwin.
Baldwin making the bold moves to get up into 4th place, very nearly here. He's not going to be able to take the racing line at the first corner. They're going to get connected, and here goes Miao Schmiedel. He's going to have the chance here to go through on both of them, but the run-off turn one's not quite good enough. Pastor is right in the mix here as well, by the way. He'll be looking inside, outside. He might pop up on our screen left or right in a few moments. More contact. Baldwin just about hangs on. Rietveld too. It's still side by side.
Very elbows out racing as well here in ESL R1. I mean, this was pretty crazy there between Mitchell de Jong, James Baldwin and Jeffrey Seatveld. There he is. Of course, just keeping the pressure nice and calm and under him as he works his way now down the inside of James Baldwin into the hairpin. Bit of contact on the rear as Schmiedel makes contact with Rietveld. Also from behind as well, Daniel Pajtor making a little bit of contact as well. Very awkward in that going down to the hairpin.
Well, this could all get very feisty again through turn 8, or they might just take a back seat and a bit of a break from all the battling, to be honest, because it's been quite relentless in the recent past. Mitchell de Jong, though, fairly secure inside the top 6 now. Not as secure as Max Penneker and Kevin Ness Jr., but still relatively secure. Then we've got Jeffrey Rietveld, who's got James Baldwin right behind him. Miao Schmiedel's there. And then Jakub Maciejewski trying to get through on Daniel Pastor. At one stage, he was through, but Pastor holds on. But now there's a big gap for them to close.
Yeah, and there's a big gap, like I say, first and second, back to this grouping as well, where things are looking very good for Penneker and Ellis Jr. Who was that skipping over the inside? It was Isaac Price trying to get past Ibrahim Khan for 9th position. He's going to be slow on the exit, and maybe Mikhail Baikov might be knocking at the door to sneak his way past.
Well, I don't really know what was going on there, but for some reason, Khan and Price caught the corner. And there wasn't really much need for them to do so, but they just got connected and seemingly went over the curb. Anyway, they seem to have sorted it out now. I thought, though, the top 6 were going to be pretty secure, actually, after that last lap because of the gap that was created, but clearly the gaps have closed again. This is what happened to Thibaut Casabon. Just hit by Mikhail Baikov there on the inside. Looked like one of those racing incidents to me.
Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't take my eyes off the 3 wide, then 3 wide up ahead of that. It's so hard to follow when all that's happening, and that is not only you as a viewer, us as a commentator, but those as a driver as well, trying to figure out exactly what's going on when it turns into some Daytona-style pack race. Schmiedel with almost trying to get a run on James Baldwin, who's now got a 6/10 gap up towards Jeff Rietveld. Mitchell de Jong up ahead. Things I'm expecting will start to calm down towards the end of this lap before being turned up back to 11 for the final couple of laps.
Yeah, that's what we saw really in knockout number 1, and that sort of set the mould for the remainder of the evening, although not all the races have quite fitted that pattern of play, if you want to put it like that. So, James Baldwin just under a bit of pressure here from Michał Schmiedel, then Daniel Pastor, then it's Jakub Maciejewski with a bit more of a gap back to Ibrahim Khan, then Isaac Price and Mikhail Baikov, with Thibaut Casabon closing in on all of them. But I think all in all, Vitality are going to be slightly disappointed with tonight already. They've only got half their drivers through to a semi-final if things stay as they are.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's some events go your way, some events don't. Some events are not ideal for Williams. You know, obviously they've not had a good round this evening, and having 3 drivers already knocked out. Daniel Pajtor was one who was in contention to move his way through, but would dearly love to sneak one way past Schmiedel. Meanwhile, like you say, FaZe Clan looking really good with Enzo Benito and potentially Schmiedel working their way through. This is certainly not done, though. Yeah, there's a lot more to talk about in this, and I wouldn't even necessarily, and I know some people might, that's fine. Ibrahim Khan, Isaac Price behind all this, maybe they can sneak their way back into the mix as the Williams esports driver Daniel Pajtor is desperate to find a way past to at least have one progress through.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side again between Khan and Price in the battle for 9th position here, and somewhat puzzling why they're fighting so hard over that position as things stand, because they really could make a charge for those top 6 places, especially with stuff like this going on. Maciejewski to the outside. Pastor can't let that happen, otherwise his chances of getting in the top 6 are going to diminish very quickly indeed. But Jakub Maciejewski is going to try and do this right on the outside for Pastor. He may well have the speed to hang on.
Meanwhile, they're side by side behind all this, going down to Mobile 1, side by side 2 rows deep as Daniel Pazdur is able to keep Matveyevsky at bay. Behind all this, Ibrahim Khan and Isaac Price, the battle of the eyes for 9th position, with Ibrahim Khan with the inside line. Can't keep his eyes on the road as he squeezes out Isaac Price. Now, I know there was a little bit of, there would have been racing glue between the pair of them there, but based on the incident that we saw in the previous race between Dennis Schulliger and Robbie Stableford, you'd have to say that's probably going to be a call from race control to give up a position courtesy of squeezing someone off.
I would say so, because that driving there very much suggests he is looking at his screen like that, and there was a puzzling moment as well. As you said, racing glue, I think, is the only explanation really for that. But why on earth the both of them were in the grass there in a battle for 9th place really doesn't make a lot of sense.
The IQ is low in that battle, it seems. Let's put it that way. They're not really thinking about big picture in the race and maybe getting into the top 6. They're thinking of elbows out, let's have a little bit of fun style of racing, which is fine, each to their own. But you know, you'd have to say I'm pretty sure those behind the scenes, obviously the likes of Nathan Tagan, that lot obviously over in the G2 side of things, the likes of Felix van Delft, Florian Hausper and that lot behind the scenes of BS competition, probably thinking, why are we fighting this after this position? We want the top 6. That's the important bit from this.
Yeah, we should give Felix a talking to, and about his
Trust me, I've tried giving advice to Ibrahim Khan before. I feel for Felix on that one.
Oh, have you? What did you try and say to him?
Why did you make that move, you muppet? Which was, no, genuinely, I do remember when he was a part of the Rocket Sim Sports team, which I distinctly remember there was a round of GT Pro where we all, it might be Formula Pro actually, it was at Indianapolis, and I remember the post-round debrief was just 40 minutes of everyone shredding Ibrahim Khan for everything that he did in the race, because he started out being like, no, I did this right, and everyone was like, no you didn't, that was stupid, and it was genuinely about 40 minutes of that. He eventually came around. Good
Poor
vibes.
Ibrahim Khan. Poor Ibrahim Khan. He's a nice lad, but the battling there was questionable, to say the least. And I guess it takes two to create these situations as well, doesn't it? So there you go. You can reserve judgment for yourselves at home if you'd like. But there you go. 7 temps is the battle between 6th and 7th at the moment. Michał Schmiedl and Daniel Pazdur. If we're going to exchange any of those who are going to get into semi-final number 2 at the moment, Pazdur is going to need to get a move on, or Schmiedl and Baldwin are going to need to fight. Something which I can't really see happening.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know. It's building up, this race at the moment. Like I say, you've got a second gap for the race. I think that's pretty much set. And to be fair, it does. There is something right about seeing someone like Beneke win the 200th race ever in ESL R1, as Baikov received a penalty as well. 3-second post-race time penalty for causing a collision. That's Jeff Seatfeld, of course. I think first and second is done. I think 3rd and 4th is kind of done, to be honest. And I think 4th and 5th is kind of done. It's 5th on back where things can really, really start to happen in this race and begin that shake-up.
Yeah, I think so. Even though I think if Rietveld was in a position, or Jeffrey Seatbelt, just to give this for now, if he was in a position to do something, I think he would, because of the gap that he's got behind in that battle for 3rd place, but he's just not in a position to do anything at the moment. Schmiedl and Baldwin, I think, will be most worried about making it to that semi-final. So for Schmiedl to try something at the moment, I would say, is unwise. He needs to try and stay away from Pazdur, and maybe if they're afforded a little bit of room, Schmiedl will give it a go on the last lap. But even then, it's a bit of a risk, and it's all for the sake of just 2 points, and so I don't know if it's a great idea.
No, but, you know, let's be honest, we've seen these drivers apply the "that's not a great idea, but I'm still going to do it anyway" kind of logic. So you just never really know as to what's going to happen over the next 4 laps. I hope we'll do see some racing. Obviously, this is building up towards the semi-final. Obviously, the top 6 drivers in this will move through into semi-final 2 later on this evening. What we'll do is, once we're done with this, we'll have a little bit of a breather. We'll talk about the community race, the runners-up race, we'll talk about that and how that all works. We'll have a little bit of a breather whilst race control goes through all the dirty details from the knockout races and prepare ourselves for semi-final 1, then semi-final 2, the top 6 of which will move their way through into the final. Of course, go for the maximum number of points from the round to put themselves hopefully in a solid position in the championship. And of course, they're all aiming for the top 9 on the road to Riyadh.
They certainly are, and as we've explained before, getting to a top 9 out of 48 is a real difficult ask, and as I was talking about earlier on, probably need to be in the top 3 in all honesty from these knockout rounds, and maybe then you can start to relax yourself, just get into the final once you're in your semi-final, and then top 5 for a final. I think that should just about do it, but don't forget there are points available in every race these days in ESL R1. It matters more every single time we go racing now in ESL R1 compared to this time last year, where we'd be pretty uninspired about the racing that might happen. Although, to be fair, the situation and the potential battles we've got right now wouldn't actually be very different whether there was points on the line or not.
That's true. That is true. But again, it is what it is. We'll have to wait and see. The reason why, by the way, again, we talk of the top 9 of the championship is because those that will automatically, if you haven't joined us earlier, those will be the drivers that automatically transfer into the Riyadh Drivers' Championship final, the top 9 in the championship. So all 48 drivers in basically one table, all scoring points over the races for the 3 rounds here at the Drivers' Championship Online. Sounds complicated again. If you want to go and see more information on it, head on over to ESL_R1 on social media, either on Instagram or Twitter, where you'll be able to scroll through and see plenty of information as to how this championship works and as to what we're expecting from Riyadh, which is going to be fantastic. Of course, that's coming up in August, where we'll all be getting very sweaty, both because of the racing and because of the extreme heat. Mostly because of the racing, though, right?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I've seen you in warm temperatures, so I'm not sure. But there you go. To be fair, we did have someone with us last year, didn't we? Wearing a jumper like the entire time.
Did we?
Wondering what the hell is going on. Yes?
Who was wearing a jumper the whole time?
Not one of us. But someone who was like with us the whole time round, carting us about and telling our inept brains where to be and at what time and things like that. Yes. Anyway, let's worry about that when we get there. Pastor, though, is going to be very close here to getting past Smeedle, and as I say before, very important as well. Been impressed with Pastor since he's been at ESL R1, and of course, speaking of Riyadh, had a pretty difficult time, especially in the team's championship, where he was so disappointed to lose out on the final day for Williams Esports. He felt partially responsible for it indeed, but as a new driver compared to some of those around him at that time, he had a difficult job on his hands. More experience now, and he's looking at the top 6. Smeedle going on the attack in defence and just about stays in that all-important 6th place for now.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. I don't think Smeedle would have gone for that had Pajtor not been filling the mirrors. So Smeedle's starting to feel that he needs to go for something here, looking to make 2 FaZe Clan drivers moving their way through into the semi-finals. Daniel Pajtor looking to be the first Williams driver to move through into the semi-finals, as is James Baldwin, the first of the Guild drivers to move their way through. It's been high drama for a lot of these teams towards the back end of the top 6, and those drivers that could potentially move their way through. That's a very tight line into Mobile 1 from Daniel Pajtor.
Let's see, as we go towards the final lap, just one more trip around this circuit as ESL R1 completes its 200th race. Max Benneker has been one of the most successful drivers of this championship for its time. He's won the Drivers' Championship in Gamers 8 last summer, and at the moment he is looking well on his way to a semi-final here. Who's going to be joining him though? Looks like Kevin S. Jr., Mitchell Dion, Jeffrey Rickbold are pretty secure, but even James Baldwin's under pressure here.
Yeah, but James Baldwin, I will say, considering the dramas and the issues that he's had over the Teams Championship, over the Drivers' Championship and such, of course, in the full season at the end of last year, for James Baldwin to get into a top 6, for him to potentially work his way through even into a final later on, to at least be giving himself those opportunities, it could be a big step for a driver who we know could compete. Of course, he did get into finalist mode and nearly won the whole thing back in the spring season finale. Of course, we went racing in Munich. We all remember that one quite well. Great weekend of racing and great weekend of drama indeed.
Yeah, it's Smeedle who's closest to Baldwin here for 5th position, but nowhere near making a move, and I think Pajtor has missed his opportunity, and I think he knew it actually out of turn number 1. Just saw him cursing a little bit to himself about the exit that he had off of turn number 1. You really need to set yourself through turn number 1, and for that exit off of 2, 3 and 4, it's so vital, but he just wasn't quite able to get there, and it's going to have to be something special from him in this final sector now. But out front, Max Benneker looks like he's going to take another race win. He's only won once so far in this season, but this will be his 4th win at the Hockenheim, a place that he seems to go pretty well at. ESL R1's 200th race goes to Max Benneker, one of its most successful drivers, taking the ultimate prize for knockout number 4, ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr., Mitchell de Jong, Jeffrey Rietveld and James Baldwin and Michal Schmiedel just hang on from Daniel Pastor, who can't quite get Williams Esports into any of the semi-finals.
No, indeed. It's a 16th victory from Max Benneker as well, so a very solid performance. Again, looking to keep this winning trend on for Benneker. He's won basically a quarter of the races he's done in ESL R1, slightly less now, it's about 20%. So we'll put it as a 5th, as a comfortable 5th. But it is a victory and an important one as well. Like you say, a landmark race for ESL R1 at 200 races now complete. We were wondering, we were speculating a couple of days ago as to whether we'll manage to get our way up to 250 by the end of the Esports World Cup. Not 100% sure on that one. Stay tuned.
Yep, stay tuned indeed. Max Benneker, though, wins this one. I've read out those that did make it. Daniel Pastor didn't quite. I think Yasu Mesieski would be a bit disappointing to miss out as well. Ibrahim Khan finished 9th. And Thibaut Casabon, who overtook Isaac Price on that last lap, but still only scores a couple of points for his troubles, with Mikhail Baikov a long way back in 12th position. Huge surprises there. I don't think there are too many of them. Thibaut Casabon, though, is going to be a real miss for Vitality in that second semi-final. And as I say, I think a 50% semi-final record for a team like Vitality is going to be a disappointment for them.
Yeah, indeed. As I've got the nickname for Rietveld this time, which is Jabibi. No idea. No, the face that you've just pulled, Ewan, I am with you, mate. No idea. Either Jeffrey Seatveld or Chairfree Rietveld, much better. Either way, you're bored of hearing us blithering on our way through the knockout phases, which has been absolutely excellent. Of course, the semi-finals will be coming up in a few moments' time. Before that, we're going to step aside, have a bit of a breather. We're going to show you the runners-up race and all that likes as well before we move our way through into the semi-finals. Do not go anywhere.
Who won the very first round of ESL R1?
Beneke.
Beneke, yeah.
Correct.
Beneke.
Correct, Seb. Well done.
Beneke.
Spot on. Absolutely correct. First point goes to Isaac.
Max. Beneke. Yep. Yeah, Max. Yep. Poland. Yep.
Correct. Who won the Season 1 Spring Major?
Marcel Cintic.
Yes. Marcel Cintic.
Correct.
Yeah,
Chinchik.
Correct.
Chinchik.
Marcel.
Yeah, spot on. Tell you what, they're good.
Marcel. Chinchik.
I think so.
Yeah. You weren't even in the I just like data. Yeah.
Who goes by the name Mustachio?
Kevin Siggy.
Correct. Zemislav coming in there at the very last minute there with a fantastic answer. It was indeed Kevin Siggy.
Kevin Siggy.
Correct, Seb Hawkins. Tell you what, team manager, he's done you the world good here.
George thinks my voice is Bono's voice, and that's going to be confusing.
Just Kevin Siggy, no?
That's correct. Well done, Cooper.
Had no idea on that one.
He adopted that just due to the.
I had to dig deep for that one.
The twitch of the twitch of moustache. Brilliant.
Try to take a wild guess, probably Siggy, man. Oh yeah. Is it Kevin?
Yeah. It's Kevin Siggy. Correct. Well done, guys.
It's time for the Runners-Up Cup, and we start with a little look at how things are shaping up heading into the fourth round. Nico Nunninghoff has had a fantastic start to this season, winning all 3 rounds so far. That gives him 65 points of a lead over Dominic Ladler, both of whom are in this race. And then when we get a bit further down, it gets very close indeed, right the way down from Mohsin, right the way from to the bottom of the standings. Very, very close indeed. There's a look at those at the bottom, those that really need a good second half of the season to win this Runners-Up Cup. But Nico Nunninghoff was able to win 3 in a row. It shows that it certainly is possible. Let's have a look as we go towards the line at round 4 at the Hockenheim Ring. Nunninghoff with pole position. He took that by half a second ahead of Lucas Pompilio, who goes side by side with Dominic Ladler into the first couple of corners. Right out wide for Pompilio as the two try and find space between the two of them, and eventually they make it through the first corner okay. But it's Nico Nunninghoff who gets off to the best start.
Yeah, a bit dicey there between second and third. Pompilio just keeping Ladler at bay, so that was pretty epic going through T1. Side by side behind, I think there was Tisa Tivanaxi and Schatzel who were going side by side. Now Schatzel and Edmondson rather going side by side. Tisa Tivanaxi is actually doing a really good job here, qualified in 4th position, which is the best that we've seen from him. Now we've got that side-by-side battle for 5th coming down to the hairpin.
A little bit late on the brakes from Schatzler, who has to go a little bit wide, and that will allow Edmondson to get through pretty comfortably, I would argue, there, and certainly does as we go on board with Flavio Chusit now. I'm not going for the full name, sorry. He's chasing down Dominic Ladler and Lucas Pompilio, who were having that battle through turn number 1. In fact, he's going to be getting his eyes backwards, I'm afraid, here, as he watches Edmondson go straight past Schatzler again there on the way in towards the Mercedes section, right in front of the grandstand, and they resolved that one. The battle's very much between the midfield and maybe those a bit further down as well.
Ooh, bit of a look there going down into Mobile 1. Gert-Jan Vanouche getting dropped back down the order now to 7th position in that BMW. I believe the lone BMW on the field at the moment, right on board with Schatzel, and obviously the pressure that he's got behind after having that battle with Schroeder and Vanouche. As we head back out onto the start-finish straight, Nico Nunninghoff's already got a 1.8 second lead here, and he's flying.
As he has been for the entirety of this season. 3 race wins so far, looking for a 4th. But you're right to point out all of the manufacturers being used in this race, by the way, but the Mercedes is the most popular, and it is currently leading the way. That much is for sure. A couple of Porsches next up. They're the only 2 in the field, followed by, as you say, the lone BMW and a couple of Audis a little bit further down in the standings. Whoa. But, oh dear, there is the only BMW getting spun around there at turn 2. Didn't see the start of that one, but it did not look ideal.
I'm going to assume that Gert-Jan van Oost was probably hit a little bit by Tim Schroeder, who was around him going down to turn 2. However, that is pure speculation, and we'll back down for that. So that's a race control to deal with. At the moment, of course, things looking pretty good at the front of the field. I do think, by the way, if Nico Nunninghoff wins this race, he wins the Runners-Up Cup, because there'd only be 70 points left to go in the championship, and he'd have more than a 70-point lead, comfortably so as well, which just shows how dominant he's been. Oh my goodness me, very close going down to the arena.
That was Schatzler again on the back of Edmondson, Mark Edmondson, who is in 5th position. Thankfully, they didn't quite make contact, but as you saw from that camera angle there, it was very close indeed. I think you're right, by the way. 65 points was the advantage that Nunninghoff had at the start of this race, and he would only extend that if the positions stay as they are right now. Dominic Ladler, as I mentioned at the time, was in and is in 2nd place, but 3rd in this race, and so you're right, would drop over 70 points behind. Who is that? Is that Schatzler going around? I think it is. Around at the final couple of corners. That was turn 15 that he got wrong there.
Yeah, Joachim Thunder's now come through to make the move. Potentially he might lose out a little bit more, as Muldurso's already made that move side by side, even further behind that, because Schroeder's trying to work his way past. Also, disastrous spin then from Schatzler, who obviously was looking pretty strong in this race, but an easy spin at the penultimate corner, which I still maintain is awful.
We'll get to that later. Schatzler, though, stays ahead of Schroeder, but he had to fend that one off, certainly, on the way towards turn number 2. And now it's going to be interesting in these next few laps whether he can start to make up some of those places all over again, or whether he's kind of going to be stuck where he is. But we'll wait and see on that front. On board with Mark Edmondson, who I think, relieved from the pressure of Schatzler behind, is now to set his eyes forward on 4th place.
You might ask, how has the gap for the lead grown despite the driver in 2nd position setting the fastest lap of the race? I do believe that's because Nico Nunninghoff exceeded track limits on the 2nd lap of this race, so still set a fast lap time, but it wasn't a valid lap time, thus the fastest lap goes to Pompilio. Question marks with that is, this is a circuit which is pretty heavy when it comes to track limits, and if you exceed it too many times, that's where you'll get your slowdowns and drive-throughs and such. So Nico Nunninghoff already picking off a couple of those, needs to be a little bit careful as we look at that battle for 4th, and now further back to Joachim Thunder.
Absolutely. Can't remember who it was last time in round 3 of the team's championship, by the way, in the main draw of ESL R1, but somebody got incident points penalties last round, didn't they? So it is certainly a factor, certainly something that you have to think about as we go on board with Schroeder. You saw there Muldurso getting caught up a little bit on that curb at turn 15. That's not how Schatzler went around 1 lap ago, but it's a different sort of problem you've got. I've always found the curbs a bit difficult to deal with here at the Hockenheimring, to be honest, and again, it's something to be avoided. Certainly we know how slippery that drag strip on the outside can be. Certainly we've seen that in the past as we get Schroeder straight into the back of Muldurso, applying the pressure into turn 2.
Yeah, we don't see this circuit biting too much with the main grid, obviously here in ESL R1, mostly because they've raced the circuit an awful lot over the last year and a half now. At least here on Rennsport, they've raced it a lot elsewhere, but here on Rennsport in ESL R1, they've raced it quite a lot, as it was one of the first circuits that we raced at in 2023. So they're well versed, so you don't see those kind of mistakes, whereas here in the Runners-Up Cup, you do see a couple of them biting as they take to the curbs, riding on board with Dominic Ladler, sealing Pompilio, pulling away. He's having a really good debut here in the Runners-Up Cup.
Really is. Only qualified at half a second away from Nico Nunninghoff, who's been pretty dominant so far this season, as we say. And he had half a second, by the way, Pompilio, over Dominic Ladler, who has had a decent season as well. So it was a pretty impressive qualifying showing. That doesn't always mean it's going to translate into the race, but it does mean on this occasion it's translated forward towards the race as we go back to Schroeder again. Dropped back a little bit, or moved up a couple of places, I should say 8th place, as a result of a couple of others dropping back with incidents. We heard and saw Van Oost go around a couple of laps ago. That allowed Schroeder up to 9th place, but he'd very much like 8th as well, if you could possibly get it from Robin Schatzler.
Back down towards T1 again, which has bitten so many at various points. Mulderso sat in 7th position. Obviously another one taking a debut here in the Runners-Up Cup. Got a couple of angry Mercs behind. Big flashing of the lights there coming in from Tim Schroeder. And that almost has distracted Schatzel just a little bit. We have already seen contact front to rear going into that corner. And of course down at the hairpin. They've got to be careful not to do that too many times.
They certainly have. A defensive line from Mulderso a little bit there in the Audi, but it doesn't give the slipstream away to Schatzel, who might well just stay behind on this occasion, or is he going to be aggressive? He looks to the inside, but it's Schroeder who's latest on the brakes. Eventually, Schatzel edges his way alongside and was very generously given space by Mulderso there, and Schroeder trying to make it 3 wide as well.
Yeah, this looks like it's a recipe for disaster as they're side by side as they head up towards the kink. That is going to be Mulderso holding on just a touch straight around the outside of the arena section. Got to be fully committed to try that one, and that is an excellent move. Is it complete though from Schatzel? And look at this from Schroeder, who's going to make contact with the rear end of the Audi R8.
And it goes wide, not sure as a result of the contact or just as a result of driving there anyway, but he's certainly going to have to be careful of doing that too many more times, as we've discussed. Schroeder again to the outside, found an impossible gap into the Sachs curve there, but he's going to struggle surely, even with the banking that will surely help him. He's stayed alongside though. Amazing job as he gets into 8th place. Schroeder through turn 15 consolidates the pass, which was impressive done in a very narrow window of opportunity.
That was a very tough bit of racing there between Schatzel, between Schroeder and Mulderso, and of course Schatzel. I will say Schatzel could have potentially been a little bit more aggressive down into the hairpin, because it kind of looked like he pulled out and then was a bit half committed to the move and didn't fully go for it, and I think could have probably dealt with it a little bit earlier as we head back to the battle for 4th position. Edmondson keeping Tito Vanazzi at bay.
Yeah, I agree, by the way. It certainly could have been. This is the battle that has reversed, though, in 4th. Flavio Tusit has been overtaken in the recent past by Edmondson, who is putting a small margin now into Tusit as we go back to the more excitement in this race, to be honest, from 7th place on backwards. What all this battling has done again is allow Van Os to catch in here, and Mulderso will be looking over his shoulder at Van Os very soon, I would have thought. The BMW driver, the only one in this race, to be looking to recover from that spin at turn 2, on lap 2 I think it was, and he is going to be one of the best placed drivers to make up places because of him being slightly out of position compared to qualifying.
Rolling on board with Flavio Tusit Vanazzi. I'm going to say I'm showing off now. It's almost certainly not correct, but that's fine. Staring at the battle at the back of Edmonton's car, way behind Pompilio and Ladler, who are now being separated by, what, 2.2 seconds. So it's an excellent run at the moment from Pompilio. A couple of close battles still on the grid, but this is definitely where it's close. I think it's Mulderso versus Van Oosh at the moment in 9th and 10th position, where things are probably the closest on the entire circuit at the moment.
Think so. Yeah, think so. If we discount as well Robin Schatzel and Schroeder as well. Tim Schroeder, who is closing in for 7th place. But yeah, I think the battle for 9th just slightly closer, but we don't get to see these guys up front very often. And I've got to take my hat off again to Dominic Ladler, because he's got the best livery on the grid by miles, in a surprise to no one. He's in the green and yellow, and I'll compliment him for it every single time I see it. Down in towards the hairpin then, there is Schroeder. He is nowhere near close enough for a dive. We said that Schatzel was maybe a bit too timid on the way into the hairpin last time he was making an overtake. Well, that would certainly have been over-aggressive for any lunges to have been made from that distance.
That was very, very sketchy indeed from Pompilio. Obviously, he can keep his eye on the mirrors, and yes, he will see that distinctive yellow and green. No, it's not a Manthey Porsche. That is the Yongchiping Special, if memory serves. More big moments coming in, though, from the 987 here of Pompilio, just trying to hang the rear end of the car out coming through the Sachs curve.
It may not be a Manthey Porsche, but look at how great it is. Goodness me.
No, it's still excellent.
Oh, it's better than excellent, but anyway. He's currently running in third place. Pretty comfortable, actually, compared to this battle for fourth and fifth. Edmondson and Flavio Tusit just battling away, although it's only going Edmondson's way at the moment with 3 laps to go. They battle with the curves again at turn 1. It's always such a big discussion point here at the Hockenheimring. To be honest, I think they could just solve the problem with a bit of grass, but anyway, they don't seem to want to do that. It's all about mounting the curves and trying to stay within the track limits.
Loves getting on the button there to flash those lights. There's Tim Schroeder as they come out of T1. Instantly just trying to fill the mirrors of Schatzler at the moment, and will probably go for something down the hairpin, inside or outside. We have seen Schroeder try the outside quite a few times, which can actually be fairly beneficial down to the hairpin because you can get a really good exit from that corner. Is that what he's going to go for, or is he going to go straight down the inside?
Looks like it's going to be straight down the inside for Schroeder. It's going to be 7th place for him as well. Schatzler has pulled very wide there, and that's what I've noticed from him actually in this race. The battling that he's done has been he's been pretty shy to make contacts. Now, you are meant to avoid it if possible, but he's absolutely making sure of it. But he takes a slight risk this time. Outside line and in full view of the Mercedes grandstand, and not able to go around the outside there. So it's down to 8th place, but a good battle between the two of them. And finally just showing that little bit of aggression that is required if he wants to get this 7th place back.
Yeah, Schatzler obviously did that earlier on, going around the outside of the arena section on Mulderso, but on this occasion didn't quite work. By the way, those two are separated now by 1/10 of a second between Mulderso and Vanush. Back up on board with your favourite livery. There's the confirmation of the Swedish flag from that Jönköping event, of course, the ESL R1 full major, obviously just last year, that was won by one Mr. Joshua Rogers. It is a good livery. It is a good livery. Maybe a little bit too much white on it for me. I know you want to see that livery pop a bit more. Does that knock it down a score for you?
It's maybe to a 9.5 out of 10.
Okay.
But you know, I'm not going to knock it too much. Just look at it; it's great. Anyway, this is the battle for 4th again. 2nd growing there between the two of them. Edmondson showing himself, I think, to be a bit quicker than Flavio Tusit here, I'm afraid. And so this battle for 4th place, unless there is a mistake, I think we can consider almost settled.
Jan Vanush has managed to work his way past Mulderso there. That probably would have been out of turn 2 between the pair of them based on where they were on the circuit. Of course, Jan Vanush not having a great race, down in 10th position despite, or he's now back down to 10th position because he's been passed once again by Mulderso. Started this race in 6th. The only person not really at pressure from is Kamto Chukwura, who's a little bit too far off the rear of the train. Obviously another one of the Runners-Up Cup debuts in Chukwura. But of course we're getting ready for the final lap of the race, Ewan.
Certainly are, and the driver who's going to win it is not really being seen by the cameras because he's so far ahead of the rest. Nico Nunninghoff again leading the field, as he has done for the first 3 rounds of the Runners-Up Cup. Just dominant, really. We saw his qualifying speed half a second quicker than his closest competitor, a second clear of another 8 of his competitors. But again in the race, showing that he can deliver. It might be one of the smaller margins, but at 8 seconds it is still a huge advantage that he holds. On average, he's gaining nearly a second a lap on his competitors.
Yeah, which is just, it's a disgusting abuse of power from Nico Nunninghoff, showing how good he is on this grid. Yeah, it's not a weak grid. We know these drivers from around the world of sim racing. We know how strong a lot of the drivers on this grid are. But Nico Nunninghoff is proving as to why he was quite strong in PEC D, the Porsche Esports Career Cup Deutschland, why he's been strong in a lot of the events that we've seen Nunninghoff in, and why he's been so strong in this one. Winning 3 on the bounce is pretty impressive. 4 on the bounce is absolutely ridiculous. And to round out a 6-round championship after just 4 rounds, I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive indeed. There is his nearest chaser. I've got to say, Lucas Pompilio has really made a good showing of himself in this race, but it was always going to be difficult to get close to Nico Nunninghoff. He's already won 3 times in the Runners-Up Cup this season, but he's never done it on home soil. But now the German rounds the final couple of corners, and at the Hockenheimring, he's going to take his 4th win of the season. Through the final corner, the subcurve for Nunninghoff. He flashes the lights and he'll celebrate another win. It's 4 in a row for Nico Nunninghoff, as behind Lucas Pompilio is going to make a great showing to finish 2nd, and Dominic Ladler will complete the podium in 3rd.
What an exciting runners-up race that was. Again, an excellent victory from Nico Nuninghoff. And what an excellent evening of racing we've had thus far. Building up towards the semi-finals, we have got a lot to talk about. Of course, Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary here in the comedy booth once again to take you through semi-finals 1 and 2 before we get ready for the all-important final. The first round tier of the Drivers' Championship. It's been an exciting and a very interesting one so far, hasn't it, Ewan?
It certainly has. We've seen a lot of drama. Some big names get knocked out, as always happens in ESL R1 because of the format. But we've also got plenty of great names to head forward into the semi-finals too. I was just handed a statistic by Will Chadwick, by the way, while we were in that break there. He told me that this is the first time FaZe have ever had 2 drivers in the semi-final stage. And one of them is here, Enzo Benito, in semi-final number 1.
Yeah, of course, they do have Nico Schmiedel a bit later on, but the drivers moving their way through, of course, race victories for the 2 Team Redline drivers, Luke Bennett, Sebastian Job, of course, excellent performances as well, podiums from Timus Tatler and Nikodem Wisniewski, also for Marcel Cintiq and Kaiki Oliveira, solid effort from him. Of course, the other drivers in there being Charlie Collins, Yuri Kastorp, then we've got Moritz Lerner in there as well, Enzo Benito, Jamie Fluke and Joshua Rogers. Talk about the Rogers moment a little bit. The fact that he qualified so poorly, had a slowdown penalty, he qualified in 11th position, still worked his way through though into the semi-finals. I think his road to Riyadh, his road to the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh might have been a little bit up in the air, but drives like that are what defines drivers like Josh Rogers.
Yeah, absolutely, and he fully deserved his place in the semi-final after all, but he can't afford to do that again. If he's going to make the top 9, he needs to do a much better job in this qualifying session before the semi-final, and I've got confidence that he will do, but he just showed to me, and maybe to a few others as well, not all hope is lost, even if you're on the very back row. You do still have a chance from wherever on this grid. It's by no means impossible to make overtakes.
Absolutely not. Again, you saw it in the bottom left as well, by the way, ! survey in the Twitch chat where you can let us know your thoughts and feelings of the season. Here are the standings after the knockout phases then. Of course, again, we are looking for 9 drivers, of course, the top 9 drivers in the championship. Kevin Siggy, we'll discuss that in a moment. The drivers at the moment, the victories have gone Kevin Siggy, Max Benneker, Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett. Of course, Johan Hart, Wisniewski, Kevin Jr., Timus Tather, Kaiki Oliveira, those would be the 9 drivers at the moment, as things stand, that would move through into the final part, really, the Drivers' Championship. We'll discuss that as and when we see fit. It's going to be very complicated on that one. Of course, all the drivers behind, you've got Mitch de Jong, Yuri Toma, Marcel Cintiq, Fluke, etc. The ones up there. Any major shocks as to drivers that are actually in this group? Because obviously there are plenty that aren't, like the Dara McCormacks and all that lot. But any shocks of drivers that are in it?
I suppose the fact that FaZe have got 2 in the same round of semi-finals is a bit of a surprise compared to what you might expect, but any huge surprises other than that? I think it's difficult to say that any of these are particular shocks that we've had. Certainly had some this season. Back in the Teams Championship, BS Competition had some really good rounds, whereas they've been struggling in the past, especially in 2023. So I think, yeah, with those drivers that are sort of to be expected to be here, really, and now it's about making the final. Maybe a few of those drivers on that list will be a surprise to see in the final 12.
Maybe. I mean, look, the important bit is that we've got 12 drivers at the moment that will be taking to semi-final 1. You saw the entry list a little bit earlier on, ladies and gentlemen at home. I want you to give me your 6 drivers that you think will be going through. Fluke, Oliveira, Benito, Wisniewski, Kastorp, Lerner, Collins, Rogers, Bennett, Job, Tatler and Cintiq. I'm going to go with Cintiq, Job, Bennett, Rogers, Kaiki Oliveira, and who's the last one? Gonna go for a little bit of Jamie Fluke. That's my 6. I've completely forgotten as to who I've picked, but that's fine. Who do you think?
Well, I've forgotten who's even in the race, to be honest, because I've only just had it listed off. But yeah, it's difficult to make a case for any of them not making it, in a sense that it's all so close that it's very difficult to actually pick a 6 because of the fact that everybody is so close, and so even if you name the other 6, who will be able to say, oh, you know, they're terrible ideas. You know, that's just not going to happen. So, yeah, it wouldn't be surprised with any of these guys making their way through. This is with the beauty of semi-final racing. The intensity just ramped up slightly for this stage in the race.
I've got no idea which 6 I picked, so I've guessed again, which I think might be right. Chinchik, Job, Bennett, Rogers, Oliveira and Fluke. That's the 6 drivers that I'm picking that will potentially weather the way through. But let me know, what do you think? Of course, we can see these drivers now. There's a driver I didn't pick, Moritz Lerner, sorry. Sozzles, the cool kids there. There's another driver I haven't picked, woof, Charlie Collins. And, you know, seen how good he's been. Arguably has been the second strongest driver for Porsche Commander this evening, and it's not Josh Rogers who's been the strongest. It was Dane Warren, and he didn't even make it through courtesy of a technical issue. There's Luke Bennett, there's Sebastian Job, 2 drivers that are surely going through. Surely.
Oh, you would have thought on a normal day. I don't know what Job was complaining about there, because there clearly was something bothering in there. But anyway, yeah, you'd think they would make it. But then again, I mean, even Thomas Tesla was able to give Job a real run. Was it Job a real run for his money towards the end of that race? Yeah, so. You wouldn't have expected to see him challenging for a knockout race win, but if he gets up there again, then he could very much make his way to the final. And you know, the chances of him getting into the top 9 maybe would just go up that little bit if he were to have a good round here with. Or a good semi-final, I should say, first getting him into the final and maybe even getting himself into that top 9.
Yeah, again, like I say, if you take those 6 drivers that I've picked and picked the exact opposite 6 drivers, you're still looking at 6 quality drivers moving their way through. Yeah, and that's just the crazy bit about ESL R1 once you get through into this part of the competition where things are just tight. They are difficult. They are brutal when it comes to being consistent. I've been told I picked the same drivers both times, so that's a good sign. Thanks to Vince Cussy for passing on that information, because I honestly wasn't sure.
What do you mean you picked the same 6?
Because I picked 6 and then I had to write it down, and then I wasn't 100% sure if I wrote them down, if I actually wrote down the same 6 that I said. It's been confirmed, so I am at least consistent.
Well, yeah, there you go. Clearly, you truly believe it. So
truly.
So there you go. Because even your 2 sides of your same brain has gone for the same choices. So there you go. But it's so difficult to go. The one thing I would count against actually with your picks there is maybe Tatler a little bit, but that's only because of his knockout performance. To be honest, I always seem to say he's going to go out and then he makes it. So I'm not willing to make any prediction about Tatler anymore. The thing I would make a prediction about though is Charlie Collins, who I've mentioned before in this broadcast, really impressed me so far in this ESL R1 campaign, despite the fact he's not been with us previously, and I would back him to get to a final for sure. I'm not sure how I would leave out in his place though.
Yeah, exactly. This is the whole thing. Obviously, he did do 1 round in the fall season. It was at the Nürburgring, where he was fine. He did all right, but it was his first jumping in, so it was fairly meh. Now he's actually a main candidate for the Porsche Commander team, and he has been very impressive. Like you say, I could see him working his way through, as I could see the other 5 drivers that I didn't pick working their way through. Either way, we're in qualifying. First sector coming down from Moritz Lerner, pretty middle of the table, a 20.395 in that first sector. Would need to see ideally a lower 3, maybe even a 2, being a bit sneaky. The lap time they're going for, well, if they want to go for the fastest lap time of the day, it's a 1 minute 36.869 in the hands of Kevin Siggy in what we dubbed the weakest knockout.
We are not good commentators, as it turns out. Who knew? So we'll see if we can get a lower time than that from a different set of drivers. If anyone's going to do it, I would argue for Sebastian Job. He's always very strong in qualifying, but he doesn't even have the fastest time out of anyone in this session. Luke Bennett went quicker than him during knockout number 2. So it's difficult to say who is going to really set the mark here between all of these drivers. I think it's going to be difficult for Moritz Lerner to do it there, although he was decently strong in that knockout round. See if he can make it here into the finals. He makes his way through the final corners.
Indeed, let's see what Moritz Lerner can do. Can he step up to the plate? Can he deliver us a 1 minute 36? I think it'll be a 37.1 of some description. Maybe, I'm off. See ya.
Yeah. Got it right to the thousandths of a second, you could argue. So there you go. Marcel Czincik knows exactly what he has to beat, and that is a good marker to aim at, I feel, in terms of a time. I don't know if it's going to be pole. I don't think so, but it could be something to consider, something to be up there inside the top 6 maybe from Moritz Lerner, or is the pace of the entire field just going to rise ever so slightly compared to before? Over the line for Czincik. He goes over with a 37.1 as well, but he's half a tenth away from Lerner.
Looking like an all right lap time, though, coming in from Nikodem Wisniewski, faster in the first sector than Moritz Lerner. Could well also be a 37. To be fair, the vibe I'm getting with how the Porsche is in the final sector, I feel this will be a 37.1, maybe even a 2. Could sneak a 0 onto the board. Certainly not going to be breaking into the 36s, surely. Let's see. Did I say Nikodem Wisniewski? I meant, well, I mean, it's Kuba Brzezinski driving. So we'll see them across the line either way. And there we go, 37.149. That was very confusing.
Yeah, there you go. All in the 37.1s for the moment, so nice bit of unity across the board there as Yuri Kastrup now makes his way through the final few corners. Again, another driver. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, what's been going on here? Well, he's okay. It's just the internet, so he's okay. I thought he was having a terrible crash there, but clearly he's still going fine. See if he can join his teammate maybe in the top 2. He's looking pretty pleased, but no, not quite. He misses out, but by a really small margin.
Just to clarify, by the way, it is Nikodem Wisniewski definitely in the car. As much as we were getting the webcam there of Brzezinski, that's because he's preparing for semi-final 2. That's why that was so unbelievably confusing. But it was indeed Nikodem Wisniewski to cross the line and to go into second position. Like I say, Kastrup there into 4th. Very tight session thus far. Needs a good final sector here from Charlie Collins to get inside the 37.1s as well, like the other group that we've seen. I'm not sure it's going to be good enough as he crosses the stripe. It is going to be good enough for a 37.090. He really pulled it out on the final sector.
Certainly did, and he is now on pole, but we've not seen either of the red line drivers yet. We've not seen Josh Rogers either. Saw Tumas Tassler put in a good time earlier on. Jamie Fluke was up there as well, so plenty of times to come in here. Kaki Oliveira always seems to find himself in the top 6 in these sessions, even if his race win tally compared to top 6 tally is fairly low. Let's see what the Brazilian can do this time round. It's again a strong time from Kaki Oliveira. 3rd place this time.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, we know Kaki Oliveira's got some quality pace in him, but he can get inside the top 6. I think, to be fair, though, I can still see at least three drivers going ahead of him. I mean, even the next ones to come, all 6 of them could potentially sneak their way through into a 37 low or maybe even a 36. I see what Enzo Benito could do. The first sector has left quite a lot wanting, as I think this might be the slowest time of the session thus far. Well, it's the fastest time of the session thus far. That's madness. That final sector was epic from Benito.
Well, that sort of personifies the difference there is between the worst lap time in the session and the best. Yuri Kastrup is only 132 thousandths away from Enzo Benito, but he's still got the slowest time out of everyone who's set one. A remarkable field spread at the moment as Josh Rogers looks to plant himself right within that right now. Here we go up towards the line for Josh Rogers. Can he go to pole? Not quite. He goes to 2nd.
Incredible session thus far, but now we get to some serious weight for this. Sebastian Job, Luke Bennett, the 2 Team Redline drivers. Obviously, both of them have won races thus far today. They were only a race short of taking the clean sweep in the knockout stages. Onto the brakes into the penultimate corner comes Sebastian Job. First and second sectors looking decent enough. This could well be a 36. It's very tight between everyone in the top 8. But could Sebastian Job throw something into the mix? He crosses the line and goes only to 2nd position. It's still Benito on top with 3 to go.
It's still so close, but Enzo Benito might be about to get phased into a final as Luke Bennett now rounds the final few corners. Already a race winner tonight, of course. The only driver tied with Sebastian Job to have won 4 races this season, but he's done it at all 4 different rounds in ESL R1 for 2024. Now over the line. Don't know if he's pleased with that or not, really. Looks tired more than anything, and he will be tired because he's starting from 10th.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Luke Bennett in what is an extremely close session. No one really would have predicted that. I don't think many people would have predicted Enzo Benito on pole position. This is the last time that could take Enzo Benito's pole away from him, because Timmins Tatler has already got a slowdown penalty. Jamie Fluke then into the final complex of corners, out towards the line now. Could the Apex Racing Team driver do something special here? I'm not sure he's got the pace because of how the first sector was, and it is going to be the rear of the field. Enzo Benito, out of absolutely nowhere, Ewan, has snatched pole position.
Absolutely remarkable. Enzo Benito has given himself a very good chance of taking a final, taking FaZe into a final. What a remarkable story that would be. Jamie Fluke, with that time, gets the entire field without Tatler covered by less than a quarter of a second. It's been a remarkable qualifying session. Timmins Tatler not a part of it. I reckon it would have been even closer if he had avoided that slowdown.
Trying to think of when the last time FaZe were in a final, which probably... Nah, I think they definitely were. Oh, no, they haven't been, because Timmy Arshall won a knockout race, didn't he? I don't think they've ever been in a final. That's a great point.
I think so, yeah. I mean, also, it's difficult to go on that statistic from just the fact that it was a win. So, don't know. But we'll have to go and fact-check that one a little bit more deeply. But you're right, Timmy Arshall did take FaZe's win here. It was his only ever won back here at this very circuit.
Well, let's take a look then at the grid for the semi-final one before I pass on at least a little bit more information on that one. Timmins Tatler will start from the rear of the field after a slowdown penalty alongside Jamie Fluke. Luke Bennett, arguably the biggest shot from that qualifying session, down in 10th position despite winning the race earlier on in the day. Yuri Kastorp up into 9th position with Marcel Chinchik and Nikodem Wisniewski in 7th position. Inside the top 6 though is Kaiki Oliveira, is Morris Lerner in 5th position with Charlie Collins and Joshua Rogers rounding out row 2. Sebastian Job in 2nd place, and a shock, surprise, mega pole position from Enzo Benito for FaZe Clan. Absolutely epic, at least as far as my stats show. The last time we saw FaZe Clan into a final, it was Ulasha Zildarim in the 4th round of the spring season. That was at Spa. Could we be seeing something very similar today?
Well, let's wait and see. I think we've got this race all up in the air in terms of who's going to win this one, to be honest with you. It is so close from back to front in this field that it's just impossible to call. So we'll wait and see who comes out on top. But it's going to be a great battle for not only the win, but those top 6 places as well, the all-important top 6.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be fascinating indeed. It's such a long time ago. It was over a year ago, by the way, that we saw FaZe move into a final. That's not about competing for podiums, competing for victories. That is just about getting through into it. Then FaZe, let's obviously remind you, FaZe have only won 1 race in ESL R1, and that was in the hands of Timmy Arshall. It was actually the 4th, it's the fourth attempt they could have done. It was the 11th race, if I remember correctly. It might have been the 11th, 12th race of ESL R1, of course, was on the 2nd day. We went racing back in Poland.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a good start in that sense. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out for Timmy Arshall after that, and indeed FaZe that season. But it's good to see that they're back on form now, and Enzo Benito really dragging them forward into a fantastic position. He's not taken a race win yet this season, and he's still got a very long way to go until he can win a race. However, he's in the best possible position to do so, as Jamie Fluke just gets some last-minute assistance there from somebody.
Well, I mean, look, sometimes you need a little bit of assistance before a race. I'm sure things will be calming down slightly after what was an exciting qualifying session and building up when they get through. Do you think Enzo Benito can hang on to this race victory?
I don't see why not, actually. Yeah, you know, we've seen the pole position be so key in these races so far. You know, we've seen very few non-pole victories, so I don't see why it'd be different for him.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, they're going to work their way round into the final complex of corners as we'll get the safety car peel its way into the pit lane. The rolling start ahead of us, Enzo Benito on the pole position. Sebastian Job alongside. It's a better start for Sebastian Job, though, down towards the first corner. We're racing for the first of the semi-finals here this evening. It is Sebastian Job to sweep around the outside, potentially to take over the race lead from Enzo Benito. The attack as well from the 2 Porsche commanders either side of Enzo Benito. It's Charlie Collins, the one in 3rd position. Is a big send to the inside for the Vitality driver there of Marcel Chinchik, trying to pick up a couple of positions as they get onto the brakes coming down into turn 2. It's Sebastian Job, your race leader.
He's made it work. Yuri Kasdorp goes for a spin, though. In the background, the two mouse cars were going side by side for a brief time, but it wasn't that contact that sealed the deal, I'm afraid. Yuri Kasdorp is going to be out, and Wisniewski also slowed down quite considerably here. As down the inside goes Chinchik. He's really looking for a top 6 position at the moment, and he might well have one. Benito goes wide again. Job at the moment has got a big gap, and it looks like he may well retain that.
Yeah, indeed, as side by side, Marcel Chinchik and Joshua Rogers are going to go two of the champions from last season, spring season on the left, full season on the right. Bit of contact between the pair of them as they work their way through the Mercedes Arena section, and the squeeze out coming from the Hungarian as they try and push their way through. Marcel Chinchik then to 4th position. Solid start to the race as they're side by side behind that. Moritz Lerner and Kaiki Oliveira going toe to toe, going through Mobile 1.
Yep, they sorted out, though, on the way in towards the banked left-hander of the Sachs-Gervin, so that's probably good for everybody. But early on here, Rogers has got himself into a little bit of trouble. Not as much trouble as he was in his knockout round, that's for sure, but it's not quite been a Josh Rogers performance from him tonight. There's still plenty of guys trying to get into that top 6 here, of course. Big names among them. Well, they all are. Lerner, Tattler, Fluke and Bennett, all the ones queuing up for now.
Yeah, indeed. They're all waiting to pile on, but you're absolutely right about Sebastian Jobe checking out 1 lap into the race. He's already got a second clear. We'll need Enzo Benito and Charlie Collins to effectively work together to potentially close that gap down onto Sebastian Jobe. So, I mean, it's possible, but let's be honest, it's also possible that Sebastian Jobe just checks out into the distance and we'll never see him again in this race.
I think that's the likely outcome here as Josh Rogers homes in on Marcel Chinchik and very sensibly doesn't want to make an overtake. Rogers looks quicker than Chinchik at the moment and the Hungarian is nervous about being overtaken, I've got to say. However, Rogers is very eager to just stay behind in 4th position and wait. As Kaiki Oliveira has gone off, I have a feeling he didn't do that on his own.
Which is a big shame as well for the BS competition team. Their main driver to really compete that could potentially get them into the Drivers' Championship, having a bit of an issue here in semi-final 1. And again, it's not the only driver that's had a couple of issues here in semi-final 1, so we'll have to wait for that one anyway. Slides coming in as a wide line from Jamie Fluke as they head through Mobile 1. Luke Bennett is the big shock still for me outside of the top 6 at the moment. Again, the top 6 drivers progress their way through into the final. Of course, that's before race control step in and can chop and change that as they see fit.
And there may be something to say back there because not only Kaiki Oliveira has dropped down, but Tumas Tattler as well. Obviously, Yuri Kasdorp's incident will no doubt have to be investigated as well. So there will be some discussions in race control after what's gone on here. I know we've only seen it once and we only saw it live. I don't think I saw a whole lot in Yuri Kasdorp's incident to say that it was anybody else's fault other than a racing incident.
It's one of those ones I'd need to see time and time again from an awful lot of different angles, and you know, it's not an easy one to pick their way through. But alas, it's again, it's a race control decision. We'll leave it at that. I can sit on this fence all day long, good sir, as we'll wait to see this. What? Sorry.
Need some cream for your splinters sat on that fence.
Absolutely. The splinters have certainly gone deep, that's for sure, but I'm still comfortable sat on this fence, don't you worry. As the fastest lap of the race has gone the way of Marcel Chinchik, who we're currently on board with.
Yep, I'm not sure how he's really managed that. He had the pressure from Rogers and he was looking like he was quite nervous about Rogers being so close behind him, but clearly he wasn't that nervous and he's setting the fastest lap. Look at the way he's behind Charlie Collins at the moment. This is the Marcel Chinchik we love to see. This is the Marcel Chinchik that almost a year ago to the day, a few weeks ago, won the first ever major for ESL R1 back in the spring in Munich in dramatic circumstances, of course. And at the moment, this is the sort of driving that got him to that situation. Clean, consistent, constantly getting through into finals, constantly very, very quick as well.
Yeah, indeed, been very impressive as Marcel Chinchik, including taking his first and only victory in a round here, which is obviously in the final, in the last round 8 of the spring season. Is that correct?
Yep, pretty sure it is, yeah. Pretty sure it is.
We are stats people. Fantastic.
Well, that wasn't stats, that was memory. But I did only look at that about 2-3 days ago, so it's not that impressive memory.
Did you say you don't have a very good short-term memory?
Yeah, I don't know what's happened with that one. I've remembered that for some reason, but not anything else. I think it's just because I've We've talked about it before, and so it will still be in the brain from them. But anyway, he certainly did manage it. There's no doubt about that. Fastest lap this time round, by the way, has gone to Luke Bennett. Maybe he's still got something to say before the end of this race.
Josh Rogers certainly does as he dives one down the inside of Marcel Chinchik. I wouldn't be surprised if Luke Bennett's going to have a little bit more to say, because let's be honest, he's not going to be happy with being in 8th position. He'll be eyeing up moving through into the top 6, of course, and then, to be fair, you wouldn't be too shocked if Luke Bennett can go on and take victory of the whole thing. Today, you just never really know. Josh Rogers staring at the rear end of Marcel Chinchik, Moritz Lerner behind, Jamie Fluke, Luke Bennett. Bennett's clear comfortably of Nikodem Wisniewski, and of course that group behind being Oliveira, Tattler and Kasdorp are almost certainly out of the top 6 battle, unless there is the most unbelievable crash we've ever seen in ESL R1. ... This is not foreshadowing.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. The battle for second place then is sort of one of the 2 main groups we've got in this race now, and the other one really for 6th place. I think if these guys are smart about it in the battle for second, they can really guarantee themselves a final position. Moritz Lerner is not going to be able to do that. Jamie Fluke and Luke Bennett are really going to want to overtake very quickly indeed, and that's a battle that will continue on for the remainder of the race, although Chinchik is looking a bit nervy almost sometimes, and very eager to either make moves or retain his position.
Yeah, I mean, look, well, again, we'll have to wait and see how they all kind of battle their way through and whether there is the opportunity for those moves later on. The thing is with moves around here, when you're in the trainers, we've kind of seen before throughout the day, it all comes from the odd mistake here and there, or then again, maybe even the odd dive here and then. That's a big dive. The problem is it's not really going to work because Marcel Chinchik's going to get the drive out the corner. Every time you have that little dive going down to the hairpin, if you can go through the hairpin a car width off of the apex, you'll get actually a much better drive off the corner, and that's what Marcel Chinchik keeps doing. He keeps kind of like leaving that inside line open, leaves the door open, because he knows once Josh Rogers goes for it, it's going to be a late little move. He's going to be on an awkward, tight line down into the hairpin that he can just drive around the outside of no problem.
Yeah, I mean, the more that happens as well, they'll get dragged into the battle for 6th position if they're not careful too. So, somewhat surprised that Rogers went for it there, although it may be a bit of a legacy of the first knockout that he was a part of. He was down the order and only just made it in, thus meaning he lost quite a lot of points compared to those around him. Now, if he ends up finishing 5th again here, then he's going to be in the final, yes, but he's not actually going to have accumulated very many points, and so maybe worried about making that top 9 if indeed he's in this position. And then if he makes the final and doesn't make many points out of it, he'll be really up against it for the final couple of rounds.
Yeah, but I think, the most important thing right now is that weighing up how you risk things, right? Weighing up how and when you go for these moves. It's better to get through into the final and then at least compete for some decent points in that than it is to go for something silly here, spin round and then not get through to the final at all, when saying, oh yeah, but I was just trying to gain a few extra positions to help me get through into the top 9 of the championship. It's all these kind of things that are up in the air with this group, and it's why this is so difficult. And it's why, as a driver, when things in the ESL R1 are so complicated with how many positions you need to be thinking about, there are points in every race for every position, and that you need to get into the top 9 of the championship and blah, 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 all getting ready for Riyadh. That's so much for a driver to think about that you're better off not thinking about any of it and purely thinking about the individual race that you are presently in. Don't try and get too far ahead of yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do agree to a certain extent, but there's the situation he's in at the moment, having scored, what was it, just 8 points from the first round, and he's on track to only score 10 at the moment. In some ways, you are encouraged to take the risk as we have a look at what happened to Oliveira. So Tattler was down the inside of Lerner there and spun around Oliveira at the same time. I think Tattler could land himself in a bit of trouble for that, to be honest with you. But yeah, if the race finishes right now, Rogers isn't going to have very many points, so it's almost worth the risk, because yes, there's a chance of getting more points in the final, but what if he gets a slowdown in qualifying again and then he's finishing last in the final? There's almost no point in him being there. He'll only get a few points for that too, so he does need every point he can get at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, to go back to that incident, by the way, I think that is an absolute slam dunk to this Tattler. Will certainly receive a pen for that, because it was just it's an easy mistake to do, but it certainly was a mistake that was on his shoulders. I mean, yeah, look, they need to score as many points as they can. We all know that, but it's just about weighing up risk and how you do it. At the moment, things have calmed down in this battle. That will not last the checkered flag. Enzo Benito still running in second position. He's still got Charlie Collins, who's set the fastest lap directly behind him. He'll desperately want to squeeze his way past the FaZe Clan team. At the moment, we've got 2 Porsches moving through to the final, who do remember the last time we went racing in ESL R1 back in Monza, no Porsche Commander moved their way through to the final. They can't afford a repeat of that.
No. Certainly can't, and it's maybe a sign of team momentum going a little bit backwards, which they'd really like to avoid. And this is a surprise to me, to be honest, to see Rogers in these positions. Sometimes you can have a bad day and a bit of bad luck, I know, but here at Hockenheim, Rogers won his first 5 races in ESL R1, both by clean sweeping in Poland and then winning the quarterfinal and semi-final, as it was back then, of round 5. 4 or 5, that was I think 5, that we went racing again at the Hockenheim ring. He is a very good driver around here, and he's won another couple of times around here since, which is given him the record. But to see him struggling down in 5th is a real puzzling one. But then again, anyone who's outside of a Redline car at the moment is seemingly struggling a little bit.
And yet a Redline car is outside of the top 6, so even they're struggling a little bit. So even that point doesn't hold water. It's just that's just ESL R1 in a nutshell. You know, just because you've had one good race does not mean your next race is going to be a good one. It's why taking all 3 victories in an evening is rare. We do not see it very often because it is so tremendously difficult to pull it off. Someone who has pulled it off is Sebastian Joe, who is the race leader. He won the knockout. He looks like he might well be winning the semi-final. Could he be taking the clean sweep here at the Hockenheim ring?
Well, we'll have to wait and see on that. What I would advocate for, though, is the fact that the BMW certainly seems the strongest, because even when Redline weren't winning, it was Max Benneker in another BMW, and that has certainly been the car to have so far this season. All 3 round wins going to the BMW, and I'm not saying it is the strongest car, but certainly they've had the strongest race results as a result of the season so far. So make of that what you will. But with a second and a half, Sebastian Jobe should be able to get this first semi-final in the books, and he would win his 5th race of the season, which would be an average of over a race win per meeting, which is pretty remarkable.
The BMW drivers will all turn around to you and say that it's because all the good drivers are in BMWs. That's what it is. Well, despite no BMW having won a drivers' championship yet. So there is also that to factor in. They have won a teams championship, which was obviously Team Redline last season, but still, just. Oh, so it wasn't last season. It was first season. Never mind.
Yeah, first season. Yeah, they did, but you know they haven't won either of the majors. They didn't win either of the Gamers 8 competitions. You know, it is bizarre, really, that they've not been able to manage that, and that's got to be a bit of a concern for Redline, that they've been I'm not saying they've faltered, but others have stepped up and gone past them during these big events. It's a strange one, and we can't forget how close the likes of Redline were in finalist mode during the teams championship in Riyadh, and Jeffrey Rietveld was in finalist mode as well during Max Benneker's drivers championship win. So they weren't a million miles away, but still it'll be a worry for them.
Luke Bennett was in finalist mode back in Munich. Did he get into finalist mode in Jönköping? I don't think they. No, but maybe they did. I just remember quite a few drivers got into it, because that day was long, and I've removed most of it from my memory. I just remember a very ill Josh Rogers coming across the line to take victory at Spa, to take the honours of the full season championship. Like I say, they're always there or thereabouts. They're always competing at Team Redline, and we are expecting them to really compete in Riyadh, but you never know. People, like you say, people step up when it comes to that LAN event.
Yeah, and if you don't, then you will get left behind, and I think Redline are going to be really eager to sort of quash those sort of thoughts very quickly at the next event, which is, of course, coming up soon. So look forward to seeing that. But right now, they are completing world domination almost. Another race win, 4 out of 5, if Sebastian Jobe can bring this one home.
Certainly so, and he is flying at the moment, 1.2 seconds clear of Enzo Benito, who realistically is a Redline driver as well, to a certain degree, so 1-2 for the squad. I'm still pretty sure Enzo Benito is associated with the Redline team. I don't think he's been sacked. Obviously, I think there's a bit of like loaning going out there with FaZe. Obviously, Smeedler as well, being a Redline associated driver, being a part of that squad, as here comes the move potentially for Bennett to sneak his way through. It's not going to be enough for the top 6, though.
No, it isn't. They're too far away, miles away from Moritz Lerner, but that means that he can break really late, can Luke Bennett, on the way down onto the hairpin there, and he'll get up into 7th place. For Luke Bennett, that's just about getting all the positions you possibly can before you're unfortunately knocked out, and that's looking like the most likely outcome, I'm afraid, from this first semi-final.
Yeah, unless something does happen ahead, it does look liking that Luke Bennett is not going to be progressing, which is a shame. A driver who's had podiums in all 3 of the final races so far this season. Obviously in the Teams Championship, in all 3 he's won 1, had 3rd in the other 2. He was on the podium rather in the other 2. Has looked like a fantastic driver this season. He's not going to make it through to the final this time. This driver will, though, winning in the knockout phase, winning in the semi-final as well. It's 22 for the 22. It is Sebastian Jobe for the 22nd time in ESL R1 to take victory here as he crosses the line. Enzo Benito with a fantastic performance to take FaZe Clan through to their first final in over a year. Charlie Collins will round out the podium.
Yeah, remarkable for Enzo Benito, especially. He'll be the story from semi-final number 1, but it's job done for Sebastian Jobe again for the 5th time this season and the 3rd time in all of history at the Hockenheimring, really moving up that order in himself. But there's Charlie Collins, another driver who's made it through. Marto Cincic also did alongside Josh Rogers, and the final place taken by Moritz Lerner. Maybe a couple of surprises in there. Benito and Lerner wouldn't have been on my list, to be honest, but pleased to see them there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got to say, great performance from Enzo Benito. I'm looking for his last podium was in the full main season. It was in one of the knockout races in the penultimate round of the championship, which would have been Road Atlanta, would it not, or would that have been Daytona?
Road Atlanta was the penultimate round of the full season, yeah.
Obviously, he's made his way through to the finals a few times. Enzo Benito, he only made it through in that round at Road Atlanta last season. So a lot of shocks and a lot of drama in that race. Ignore those results, of course. But I've got to say, what a fantastic performance it was again from Sebastian Jobe.
Yeah, it just likes to flag domination, really, and that's what you sort of expect from the pole sitter. And now he wasn't on pole for this race, which makes it more puzzling. The thing that was really confusing me there was the fact that he was in the lead by turn 1, almost like a pole sitter would be. So it was clearly, I'm not sure whether it was a really good start from Jobe or a bad one from Benito. It may have been a bit of both, but that was the puzzling thing for me there. But generally, when you are leading out of turn number 1, it's single file. You are okay to continue leading until the end.
Well, the 6 drivers moving through then from that race at the moment will be Sebastian Jobe, Enzo Benito, Charlie Collins, Marcel Cincic, Josh Rogers, and Moritz Lerner. Give a shout out to Moritz Lerner as well in the Mouse team. We're taking a look at some of the highlights from the race, some of the big dramas that was coming through. That was the big snap that we didn't quite see from Nikodem Wisniewski and why Yuri Kazdorp was removed from the race.
Yeah, so that's what happened. I think that will be marked down as a racing incident. To be honest, we'll wait and see. This maybe not, as Tatalo was down the inside of Lerner, trying to get into a good position to progress into the final. Instead, he got into the side of Kaki Oliveira and sabotaged both their chances.
Yeah, which is a big shame, of course, those going out. Yuri Kazdorp, Thomas Tatler, Kaki Oliveira, Nikodem Wisniewski, Jamie Fluke, and, of course, the big talking point from that, Luke Bennett. That is a big, big shame. We caught up with Luke Bennett, of course, before a couple of the races and, of course, after a couple of the races as well a couple of rounds ago. And, you hear from how much more of a mature driver that he's been learning from himself. He kind of felt that he peaked a lot in the spring season last season, dropped off quite a bit in the fall season, has picked himself back up and is now right on that speed once again. This is not how you want to start your run heading into Riyadh.
No, it's certainly not. I mean, let's not forget the season that he was having this time last year in 2023, the spring season, where he came into the major with a fairly sizable advantage over the rest. But even by the end of the first day, he was already behind Marcel Cincic, although it was because everyone was put down to 100 points and then sort of evened out, if you like, a little bit. It only meant 1 point of a difference, and so it was kind of like, well, doesn't really matter, does it? But in the end, that sort of started a progression of downfall, unfortunately, and Riyadh maybe not quite up to the standards that he was online, and gave me these rumours really in my head that, you know, maybe LAN events are not particularly to his liking, because if you remember from that spring season in 2023, he only didn't make it to the final once, and that was in Poland at round 2, I think it was. I think it was at this circuit, which maybe is a pattern as well. But it was... these rumours are starting to come back up maybe again, and we'll see if he even makes it to the top 9. We'll have to find out over the next couple of weeks.
Some drivers do react better to being in a LAN environment. I can tell you as a driver, it's completely different. Even if you're on the same rig, or even if it's you know, supposed to be the same wheel, the same pedal and stuff like this. I've always said this before, is that everyone's wheel, you get them, you drive them a lot, and through wear and tear, even just by the way you drive, the wheel will almost slightly change. Like some buttons will be a little bit more worn, the way it stands up, it subtly changes. It's a very subtle thing, how you have the brake set up, everything like that. As soon as you drive either a brand new rig, even if the settings are all supposed to be exactly the same, because of how sensitive you are behind the wheel, as much as they might look like they're all the same, and statistically they might be set up to all those right numbers, things might not feel right. And then obviously you've got the environment itself, the temperature difference, how loud it is, how comfortable it is, whether you're going to have to use in-ears under the headset, which is what we see the Porsche Commander drivers do in person. There's a lot of things, which is why some drivers react a lot better to being in person than obviously at home, where you've got your comfortable bed behind you.
It's it's not all about the actual changes of the rig. It's just the fact that it's not your own one, which is pretty disconcerting to some people as well. But it's all part of the adaptation. So in my opinion, what makes much better drivers, those that can perform at LAN events, in my opinion, do have that bit of an edge when you're thinking about best drivers that we've got in the field. We certainly know that likes of Max Benecke, who we just saw there a moment ago, that can adapt. Porsche Commander adapted quite well in Riyadh as well. They were the team's champions. Not headed by much ado, I wouldn't say, but certainly helped along significantly. And he will be on his own in this semi-final as well. This will be, unfortunately, where Dane Warren will believe he should be. But unfortunately, a crash and a technical failure outside his control means that he's not here.
Yeah, certainly so. And like I say, it is a very strong lineup once more, of course, as you would expect. The 12 drivers, Johan Hart, of course, Kevin Ellis Jr., Mikov Schmiedel, Jakob Brzezinski, James Baldwin, Max Benecke, Christopher Danby, Smit de Jong, Jeffrey Rietveld, of course, Kevin Siggy, Matty Siebler, who we just saw, and there is Yuri Toman. Those are the 12 drivers that will take to the circuit to try and put their way through into the final. And of course, join the likes of what we've just seen from Sebastian Joe, Benzo Benito, Charlie Collins, Marcel Chinchik, Josh Rogers, and Moritz Lohler, at least provisionally, of course. There is Mikhail Schmiedel. Don't know who the major pick is from this race to go and take that victory. You could very easily lean towards Kevin Siggy. I mean, he does have the fastest lap of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. How much that will count for, I'm not entirely sure, but if you can replicate something like that, you'd imagine he'll be on pole, unless maybe we can get an even faster lap time over the course of today. And that would be very, very impressive to see, but also very difficult to achieve, I would argue. Kevin Siggy's benchmark was a 136.869 for reference at home, by the way, so be looking out for that. But again, for us to get lower than that, it's going to be very, very tricky indeed. We haven't even seen that many 36s.
No, indeed. I believe qualifying will be starting in just a moment. We're not actually 100% sure. We've not got an update from race control as to when qualifying is, but it does look like they're all getting ready for it. Saw a little bit of Jeff Rietveld in there and Kevin Siggy, who could be channeling their way through up to another pole position. But that is a mega and almighty lap time to try and close their way down on. But like I say, qualifying's not an easy one around here because track limits are always just around the corner. It's such an easy track to abuse them on.
Yep, as we go through and look at qualifying now, we are ready to go and ready to start the lap times coming in. Looks like Johan Hart is going to be first on, unless it's Kevin Ellis Jr. Don't know, but we'll see. It is Hart, indeed, who is out first and will be setting the benchmark for the race. It's been a decent day for the Apex Racing team so far, I've got to say. A decent amount of drivers through, and we're looking to get Hart and Ellis Jr. into the final here as well.
Yeah, certainly. So let's see what these sector times are going to be. First sector's certainly not ideal from Johan Hupp in that 20.498, but we've seen so many times where drivers can pull out that amazing final sector. I wonder if because Rennsport's going under a lot of changes at all times as things are updated, driving, physics, force feedback, etc. It's all changed fairly consistently, or constantly rather, as drivers give feedback and Rennsport adapts to it and the likes. And progress is always being made. I wonder if because of that, it's kind of where the drivers basically had all the cars basically on rails all the way around, even though it's all fixed setup and stuff. I wonder if the changes that have been made have kind of made things a little bit more dancey for the drivers and a bit more where they have to be more adaptable.
Yeah, maybe. We've not. I don't know about you. I've not driven the new updates, to be honest, so I can't really speak on how the things are at the moment. But we certainly know that they are a bit slower in terms of lap times, that's for sure. What's Johan Hart's lap time going to be, though, as he comes up to the line? 37.1 is a good place to start, but if we get a strong session, he could get shuffled back very quickly.
I think he's going to get shuffled back immediately because, of course, here comes the charge of Max Benneker, a winner so far this evening, of course, and a winner in the most important of races this evening, the 200th race. Of course, I'm pretty sure the final's slightly more important, but still, the 200th race did go the way of Max Benneker as he'll head out towards the line. This is surely going to beat the 37.1 that Johan Hart has already set. It's a 36.985. It does go faster, but not the lap time that we saw from Kevin Siggy earlier on today.
Well, it's still a 36, and that's very high up in my books as a pole position time possibility, let's say. See what Cooper Brzezinski can do about that. The only G2 esports driver left in the competition now, and their only option as far as a finalist goes. He comes round the final corner now with the sector times not looking great. I think he'll be third here out of the times that have gone over so far, and is with a 37.3.
Jeff Rietveld then, look at that second sector. First sector is pretty decent. Second sector is not so bad. As you can see, he's got a chair for his fan in the background. That's, again, Jasmine's chair, obviously, apparently. Well, she's claimed it. As Rietveld will work his way through the final corner. It could go faster than Benneker here, to be perfectly honest, if that second sector is anything to go by. Is it going to be a 36.9? Is it going to be a 36.8? As he crosses the line, it's a 37.0.
Yep. Here is Yuri Toman, really good second sector there, but needs to make up for his first. Still at the moment on for something like Max Benneker's time, but he needs a good final sector here as well. The only Vitality driver in this race looking to join Marcel Chinchik in the final after Thibaut Casavan was not able to get into this semi-final after an incident at the hairpin. Toman not delighted, shakes his head as well, but I've learned not to think too much into that because he's still third.
Yeah, indeed, and putting on a decent performance there is Toman. It's a little bit away from where he wants to be, but it does seem as though this session's a little bit more up in the air. Schmiedel, the next one to come through. First and second sector's okay. It does seem as though this will lean towards a 37.1 of some description, maybe 37.0, but I'm going to go with a 37.1 most likely from Schmiedel, maybe slightly behind Johan Hart, but certainly in that kind of area. Let's see what he does across the line as he hits the beam. It is a 37.0, so decent lap time there. Good final sector.
Can FaZe get two drivers in the final? That really hasn't ever happened before. So let's see. As Mitchell de Jong now makes his way into the final turns. As we've already spoken about, Dane Warren unfortunately not able to be in this semi-final. He was looking like he was going to be there for sure. He was leading the race. He was looking like the race winner. But then a technical failure put him down and out. Mitchell de Jong, though, out over the line now. What's his lap time going to be? Only 6th for him.
Yeah, and certainly not ideal for Mitch de Jong. Christopher Dambits has just got a slow-down penalty, so he's exceeded track limits. So it won't be two mouse drivers working their way through from semi-final two. At least that's what we'd expect. We drop down to the rear of the field. Matty Siepler with those sector times looking pretty average. Before we'll get some big heavy hitters after Dambits, being Kevin Siggy, James Baldwin and Kevin Ellis Jr. Matty Siepler across the line. Surely might be the second slowest time in the session so far. Might be ahead of Brzezinski. Looks behind Brzezinski even.
Yep, it is. I'm afraid that's not going to get him very far up the grid. Christopher Dambits is not going to get very far up the grid anyway here. I'm afraid he's already had a slowdown. and he will be 9th at the end of this. You would have thought Dan Beach will remain 9th after all the times are said and done here, and so it's over to Max Benneker to be the driver to join Moritz Lerner in the final. But overall, all 4 drivers in the semis for Maus is a very good start indeed. I just think they're going to be cut in half now, and it's only going to be 2 in the final.
Certainly so. Well, here we go. The driver who set the fastest lap time of the day, setting a decent first sector, a solid middle sector as well. Could there be a big lap time coming in from Kevin Siggy? Could he be sneaking his way up towards the top of the session? Let's see as he heads his way through the final corner. He'll punch his way out towards the line. Kevin Siggy looking to take top honours in the session. Will it be good enough? Not quite. 36.992.
Just 7 thousandths of a second, though, between 1 and 2 at the moment. And the 2 final candidates, Kevin Ayres Jr. and James Baldwin, are going to try and get amongst that. It's going to be a tall order for them. It's been the BMW strong so far, not only this season, but tonight especially as well. We've yet to see Kevin Ayres Jr. get into the 36s, but that's exactly what's required right now if he wants to be there. I don't think it'll quite be, but it'll be mid-pack for him. And he goes right next to his teammate in 6th.
Final lap time of the session then. It is James Baldwin, a driver who we've waited to see in the final for a while. We had a struggle in the Teams Championship as he comes his way through the complex, of course, coming out of the Sachs curve now towards the final couple of corners. James Baldwin's sector times, they're looking okay. This could challenge for somewhere decent in the session, especially if he hooks together a final sector where the Audi R8 is not particularly the strongest. Let's see what it does across the line. Where is he going to go? Only 8th position for James Baldwin.
But it's Max Benneker who takes pole position. A good lap time from him again in the 36s to get himself ahead of Kevin Siggy. There he is. A couple of race winners looking to add to their tallies with performances here in the semi-final as well. I think those two are going to be feeling pretty safe about their participation in the final. But are we going to see, or who are we going to see rather, joining them? Because those other 4 places especially have been really up for debate in all of the races so far. Christopher Danmitz, though, will have a lot of work to do. The only driver with a slowdown starts in 12th, just behind Matti Sieppula, who set the slowest of the representative times. Kuba Brzezinski will start 10th, just behind Mitchell de Jong, with James Baldwin at 8th place ahead of Johan. It will be Kevin Ayres Jr. on the other side of that top 6 cut-off line for Apex Racing Team, with Yuri Toman next. Rio Schmiedel, 4th place for FaZe as they look to get 2 drivers in the final, as Team Redline go 3rd and 2nd. Jeffrey Utveld and Kevin Siggy, followed by Max Benneker. He will be on pole with another 36 and surely a great chance of going through.
Surely, but let's be honest, you know how these things unfold. You know the drama can come out of nowhere. That 2nd and 3rd turn has caused its fair share through the races thus far this evening, and as much as most of that has been from, let's say, 8th on back, doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't have to happen towards the top end. I think the interesting thing is that the rolling starts have been getting closer and closer down towards the first corner. I wonder if we might see a little bit of elbows out, fisticuffs into that first turn.
Yeah, I think it's going to only begin to ramp up, to be honest, and especially when we get to the final, when people have realised that being first out of turn number 1 is really the key. I think especially on that front row, we're going to see some very physical racing between 1st and 2nd, but maybe that will be reserved for the final.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, there's a lot to deal with in this race. I am being told, by the way, that this is relevant to the previous race. We're told by Will Chadwick, obviously team manager here in ESL R1 for FaZe. Sebastian Job got a 3-second time penalty in the previous race for jumping the race start. So drivers have to be very aware of that. I did cost them the victory, by the way.
Who won instead then? I can't remember who was 2nd now.
Has it got Enzo Benito?
Yeah, may have been, yeah. May have been. So that will give us a new different winner, by the way, in this season of ESL R1, because he's not managed it yet. That will be our 13th of the season. So there you go. If that is indeed confirmed, and we'll make sure we tell you before the final, because the second semi-final is not far from getting underway. The BMW's looking strong at the front all over again, with the likes of Max Benneker, this man Kevin Siggy, who was in the 36s in that qualifying session, as well as Jeffrey Rietveld as well. There's Max Benneker looking to stamp his mark on ESL R1 all over again here. Maybe win for the second time tonight. They've round the Sats curve now and get themselves into the final couple of corners under this, I don't call it formation lap, but it is a rolling start. They roll towards the green flag. The pace car pulls in, and Max Benneker is going to be in control of the field. Don't want to jump the start. We've already seen how that can affect you with Sebastian Job. So let's see as they all wait for the green light at the end of the start-finish straight. Max Benneker gets us underway. A semi-final number 2 here at the Hockenheim is green. It's Maus leading, followed by Redline. Although, can they both stay ahead of Michał Schmiedl here? Oh, there's carnage in the background, and I'm afraid to say Mitchell de Jong and Kuba Brzezinski are caught up in it.
Yeah, Brzezinski's been spun round then. De Jong has gone off with him, so there's clearly drama between those two Porsches towards the rear of the field, and they will no longer be participating in any real challenge of maybe making their way through into the top 6. Side by side between Schmiedl and Toman. FaZe Clan, I am getting it confirmed that Tente Benito took the first ever semi-final victory for FaZe Clan earlier on. Michał Schmiedl could be making it 2 cars into the final for the very first time for FaZe Clan as he gets down the inside of Jeff Revel. What a turnaround this is for them.
Yeah, so many firsts. Benito's never won at this circuit either before as well, so it's all loads of records at the moment, and Schmiedl has got very much history in his hands at the moment as the top 6 have roughly stayed the same, I've got to say. James Baldwin's trying to put a change to that, but with Jarnart just alongside him in the battle for 7th position, just a little bit further behind, but that's all going to help Kevin Ellis Jr., and eventually they do single file out. They know it's not a good idea to fight right now over 7th place. They'll never make it into the final if they do that.
No, indeed, needs to be a bit of teamwork and assistance from some of these drivers. Like I say, Kevin Siggy and Jeff Revel will probably not work too hard together. Again, it's a Drivers' Championship and all that after all. They will work together a little bit, fair enough. But like I say, between these two here, between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jarnart, there will be a little bit of teamwork with them because they're on the cusp of working their way through. Johan will be a little bit more defensive to James Baldwin to make sure that Kevin Ellis Jr. has not really got a chance. James Baldwin will be well aware of that, so he'll be probably desperate to work his way past the flying Frenchman.
You think they're going to teamwork like that, or do you not think that Kevin Ellis Jr. will try and get up further positions so that they can help them both try and get into the final here? Because surely Jarnart wouldn't want to sacrifice himself this early on, but you can't always have exactly what you want, of course. We'll see what happens down to the hairpin here, but it could be quite telling about how the rest of this race actually lines up, because James Baldwin does need to get a move on here, and Jarnart knows that already. Baldwin stays behind though. Clearly he's not trying to get ahead of that threat you were just talking about there, and has faith that Harvey's going to continue riding in this group and continue getting close to his teammate.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, let's be honest. You're absolutely right, by the way. I think Kevin Ellis Jr. will try and get through on Yuri Toman and maybe even Michał Schmiedl and try and assist then Jarnart to get through. But at the moment, they'll be playing the cards pretty close to their chest and making sure that James Baldwin doesn't get a single attempt on Kevin Ellis Jr. and allows Kevin Ellis Jr. to work his way through it. I mean, realistically speaking, if you want to be completely fair with the Apex Racing team, who is their top driver in ESL R1? It's Kevin Ellis Jr. So they need to make sure that he's the one getting the solid result. So, you know, in that sense, they might be playing a little bit of a team game. Ideally, they want a couple of drivers in that Drivers' Championship, but, you know, that's to deal with later on.
Yeah, of course, but this is a Drivers' Championship after all, so I wonder how much or how that sort of dynamic clashes, if you like, between the teamwork that is obviously present in any sim racing and indeed almost every sport ever, but also that sort of individual mentality and the individual desires of these two here. Kevin Ellis Jr. in 6th place and Jarnart in 7th position, excuse me, with James Baldwin next, and Mitchell de Jong is connecting these groups up as well. Only Brzezinski is really out of it after that incident at turn number 1. You speculated at the start of this one about whether we'd see the aggression turned up at turn 1, and I'm not sure whether it was the cause of the accident, but it certainly allowed Brzezinski to spin around at the first corner, and unfortunately he is out of the running.
It's a really nice way of putting it. It allowed him to spin around. Matty Siepler has dropped back to the rear end of the train as well, or at least is going side by side with Christopher Dambitz for the final position inside the top 10. Meanwhile, Schmiedl 6/10 behind Jeff Rietveld at the moment, but only 2/10 clear of Yuri Toman. So you'd have to say that Schmiedl will be checking his mirrors.
Right, good. 3 wide in towards turn number 1, and that's exactly how it happened. Pretty aggressive, to be honest, from Siepler to get right down the inside like that, and I think he's actually got off while we were watching that replay there, because he's all of a sudden way back in 11th place, but they could have accommodated 3 wide there. Even with the amount of tarmac runoff they've got there, surely you would have thought they could have accommodated that.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, yes, but you know what these drivers are like when it comes to trying to give that extra little bit of room. Sometimes, no. Also, I don't know, it depends how aware they were of the situation, how aggressive it was. Turn 1 is also quite tight. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, whatever. It was messy, let's put it that way. As we are 3 laps complete, of course, of the 10 so far in semi-final 2. 6 drivers have already gone through. Which 6 are going to be joining them at the moment? It does seem as though 2 Team Redline drivers, a FaZe Clan driver, a Vitality, a Mouse, and at least 1 Apex Racing Team driver are going through at the moment. I'll have to wait and see how that one's going to chop and change to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, because not only has Kevin Harris Jr. got to actually make some overtakes to try and help the team here, but also he's got to allow you or not to close up a little bit here again as we get confirmation of that now. Sebastian Job, 3-second penalty for a jump start and starting ahead of the pole sitter. You did say at the time that was a very good start from Job. Apparently it was too good in the end.
Far too good. I wonder if that'll put people on the edge of their seat. Fun fact, penalty for Joe puts Enzo Benito into P1 to semi-final, followed by Collins and Chinchik. Yes, I will give you the updated result. This is for semi-final 1, the updated top 6 of them. No one's changed it, it's just the order has changed. So it's Enzo Benito, then Collins, then Chinchik, then Rogers in 4th, Sebastian Job in 5th, and Moritz Lerner in 6th. There is actually an important bit in there that Josh Rogers does end up scoring a few more points as well, but still Luke Bennett and the likes are still outside of the top 6. That's your update from semi-final 1.
And it also means that Job scores 15 points less, which is key as well. Although I can't imagine he'll be struggling for points after this round, considering he did win a race. So there you go. It's that's all settled now, and that should mean our first semi-final is finalised, if you like, in terms of the results there. Something to be wary of as we move towards rolling starts here. We've had them at Daytona, we've now had them for the first time at the Hockenheimring as well, and judging by the frequency of rolling starts that we've had in recent times, we've had more in this season than any other, maybe that's something you'll have to get used to. Make sure if you're on that front row, do not get ahead of the pole sitter too soon, because that is against the rules.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty standard rule, you know, not even just here, just generally when it comes to jump starts. If there's someone who's got the pole sitter, it's not saying that they have to lead into turn 1, but they at least have to lead the line and have to be, generally speaking, the first one, in air quotes, to accelerate. So either way, just Sebastian Job caught out a little bit with that. To be fair, if I were in his boots, I'd rather have jumped the start in semi-final action rather than in the final. Yeah, at least there's that.
True, there's more points available for the final, by the way, in case you were not aware, and that will skew the points towards those that got in the final. Otherwise, someone who won a knockout and did decently well but didn't go through in the semi-final could end up ahead of a lot of final people, which is not exactly the right way around to have things. So there you go. We just adjust that slightly because it make sense when you look at the standings at the end of the day. I'm interested to chat to some of these drivers now that we've got the Drivers' Championship underway, though, about just how they're viewing these points, in a sense of how many do they think they're going to need to finish in the top 9. We've never done this format before.
That's a great question. Do you know what I think most of their answers will be?
Don't know.
I don't know. They'll probably have a bit more of an idea in the when it comes to round 3, of course, next month in a couple of weeks' time. Then they will have an idea of how many points they need to actually work their way through. Right now, they'll be sat there going, I don't know, 110 sounds like a good number. Probably it's way lower than that, actually.
It'd be way lower than 110, I would have thought. The maximum you can score, by the way, I did work this out earlier on for no reason at all,
85.
Actually, because it doesn't matter. What do you say, 100?
85. Oh, well, from one round. Oh, sorry, so it's 85 times 3 then.
Yeah, 85 times 3, which I believe is 255, based on some maths. So that's the maximum you can get, but realistically, let's not be silly now. We're not going to see anyone score 255. That's not possible. So it's going to be something way lower than that. And as you say, I think it's going to be below triple figures. We had more rounds in the fall season last time round, and a lot of people qualified with double figures then, and obviously that was for 24th position, but we've got to think about 21st and 9th as well. There'll be two things to keep an eye on during round 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, as much as we're talking about the drivers, we're talking about the drivers that move automatically through to the finals of the Drivers' Championship, whereas there is also the last chance race where 12 drivers from 10th through 21st, I think it is, will also go into it, but they'll have a race to decide themselves and get into the top 3. That's confusing. Oh, well, so it's confusing. It's complicated, and I'm not going to make it sound any simpler. It is simple. You just need to look at a graphic and go, oh, like that, gotcha. But me describing it is not going to help the matter. That is what we will be dealing with in Riyadh. At the moment, we're really talking about the top 9 or the top 21 of the championship, and like I say, getting up involved in that as Kevin Ellis Jr. is closing right up to Yuri Toman. Just 3.5 laps left to go.
I'm surprised he's not given this more of a go with, first of all, the safety net of his teammate just behind. He knows that he won't be attacked too vigorously by his teammate if indeed he goes for a move, but also the fact that his teammate could really benefit from a battle with Yuri Toman. Maybe there's a chance that he can get his teammate through as well, but Yuri Toman will be very aware of that, and I think ahead of attacking Michal Schmiedl here, Yuri Toman is making sure that Ellis Jr. doesn't impose that upon him, because he knows how dangerous a battle with Apex could be.
Like I say, there's a lot on the line for these drivers, and a lot that they can be decisive with. I've got to say, I agree with you. Kevin Ellis Jr. not going for that move more aggressively is actually a little bit of a surprise, maybe on the back of Yuri Toman. You didn't like my checking mirrors joke earlier?
Well, no, not really.
Ah, that's such a shame, because Yuri Toman's also checking his mirrors. It's funny because they both check.
Schmiedl's checking it for a check.
Indeed. Something, I don't know, make some more jokes. Joke amongst yourselves. Either way, of course, I will say, you were saying about, no one's going to score 255 points, right?
Yeah, well,
obviously Sebastian Job can't now, so that's fine, that one's ticked off. No. Max Benneker still could, and to be fair, so could Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, I suppose so. They're both thinking, but not after this race. They both can't. Well, it's going to be reduced to one of them after this.
Exactly.
But yeah, you're right. It can still be both of them, as things stand. I really don't believe that will happen. By the way, I think if you're putting in one good performance here, Max Benneker probably and Siggy as well, and maybe Job, to be honest, have done enough maybe already after only one round to make the top 21. But I don't know if you see it the same way as me, but for me, the being in that last chance race is going to be almost a lottery in terms of get your qualifying right and hope that you can stay in the top 3 and qualify for the rest of the day. For me, that your chances of making it through that 12 as just the top 3 is less than the 25% that it is if you think about this pure maths wise. It's very difficult, in my opinion, to make your way through that. So I think for these drivers, especially those that have got designs on winning the Drivers' Championship, you desperately want to be in the top 9, because you'll have pretty little chance outside of it.
Yeah, if I'm a driver, I'm not thinking of like, oh well, at least maybe I can get into the top 21 or whatever. No, I do not want to go anywhere near that race. Not a chance. That is, it's more likely to end in disappointment, right? And that's the important bit. And obviously they're all aiming to get through into the championship and battle for the champion because they're all racing drivers. We get that, but some drivers will be sat there and they'll be, they might be pretty happy with just the idea of getting involved in the Drivers' Championship. If you want to win it though, let's be honest, it's super unlikely that someone's going to go into the last chance qualifier race, be in the top 3, and then go on to win the championship. Yeah. That is really unlikely. If you want to win the whole thing, that is not how you do it.
And don't forget that everything's zeroed in a sense that when you get through, you don't have the disadvantage of being the amount of points behind that you were before, like we had in previous major formats, where the top driver got 100 points and then everybody else got the percentage of their points compared to the leader. And some drivers could find themselves, with half the points of the leader by the time you start the final day. That's not going to happen, as far as I understand it, but it will still put them at a real disadvantage, because I agree, for you to come through that race and win the entire thing is going to be difficult, although they would have that race under their belt, I suppose, before everybody else does.
Yeah, there is that. But, let's be honest, these drivers are all practiced enough. They get practice sessions over there as well. They're all versed enough with the race circuits. The only way that would be advantageous is if and this won't happen, is if it ended up being on Fuji. That's the only one, because it's a race circuit that they've not raced at, that if then those people in the last chance qualifier would have raced at, that then they get a vibe. That's the only real way. Every other circuit, they've all raced at it pretty much an equal amount of times anyway. One race isn't going to make much of a difference.
No, maybe not. These drivers probably are too good for those kind of discussions, aren't they, really? But it's just something that makes sense in my head, maybe not in reality. So anyway, we're on the final lap, by the way. Max Benneker is comfortably controlling this one, and again, I'll reiterate my surprise that Kevin Ellis Jr. hasn't done more to try and get Johan Hart into the top 6 as well. I think if we're looking at this pure pace-wise, Hart didn't actually have the pace to be there, but I still would have thought his teammate would try to help.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's... I think Johan Hart's done the job he needed to do, in a sense, which was assisting his teammate. As much as I say, Drivers' Championship, blah, 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 at the end of the day, I think the Apex Racing Team drivers, all of them, and that obviously includes Johan Hart, they are there to, to compete themselves. They want to get into the final themselves. But at the end of the day, it is really a high priority that they get at least one driver through, and that most likely will be Kevin Ellis Jr., who currently runs in 6th position, so looking to move through to the final. I don't know what result he can sneak in that, but either way, I think he might have a bit of a challenge to try and take on these guys, because they are so quick in those BMWs at the moment.
They really are. It's going to be a BMW podium lockout here in semi-final number 2. Max Benneker starting his day by winning his knockout round. He's going to win again here to take his 3rd win of the spring season. And he comes through the final corner now to take the glory. Checkered flag for Max Benneker and another win. Semi-final number 2 goes to him. He's in the best possible position to go through into the final with great chances of winning, as Johan Hart just misses out on that final place inside the top 6. Max Benneker knew that was coming for quite some time, but now he realises it. Now he's got the win, and he can focus his mind on the final.
Indeed, excellent victory then from Benneker, of course. Siggy up there as well, was challenging throughout the entirety of that. There is Jeff Rietveld as well, up inside the top 3 once more. We know how strong Jeff Rietveld is. Also, shout out, according to Jasmine, according to Veracity, Jeff Rietveld's parents watch every race. A shout out to Mama and Papa Rietveld. I'm slightly less confident about calling Jeff Rizless Rietveld and things like that now, but that's fine. We'll move on from that.
You start to realise they probably have heard of it all. Anyway.
Probably.
Max Benneker wins, though, by about 7/10 of a second ahead of Kevin Siggy. Picks up another stack load of points. That brings him up to 45, by the way. Jeff Rietveld in 3rd place ahead of Miao Schmidu, who did have a lot of defending to do in that race from Yuri Toman and Kevin Ellis Jr. But the 3 of them were too quick for Johan Hart, who crashes out at the semi-final stage, with James Baldwin, Mitchell Dion, Christopher Damitz, Maciej Sipala and Jakub Brzezinski all doing the same. And so that is your lot. That's your final 6, if you like, for semi-final number 2. I think in the end, based on the pace we saw there from everybody, the right 6 got through.
Yeah, indeed. And like we say, one of the major talking points in that, of course, Benneker, blah, 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 maximum points from all this. But I think the major talking point from all this is FaZe having 2 drivers into the final, having a race victor in the semi-final as well, in, of course, the hands of Enzo Benito after the penalty coming in from Sebastian Job. It's the first time that we've seen a FaZe driver into a final since round 3 back in the spring season last year. That was obviously at the Nürburgring. So a lot of talking points from all this.
Yeah, there certainly are, and they'll continue to be as we head towards the end of the Drivers' Championship. Again, I think the discussion around how many points do you need and what are you sort of aiming for to get into that top 9 is still really interesting. The way I always used to look at it was, if you're trying to finish in a certain amount, say it's the top 9 like we've got here, well, imagine finishing 9th every race, and that's about the points you'd probably need. Well, that's not really possible in ESL R1 because you can't finish 9th in every race. If you finish 9th in your knockout, then you'll be out, so that's no use. It's very difficult to work out quite how many points you'll need, especially another thing as well. This championship is always abnormal in the fact that you don't race all your rivals all of the time. In fact, you could race some drivers just once in the final, and even then you could go by an entire season without racing someone. That is very, very odd, considering this is a sim racing championship. That doesn't really happen anywhere else.
No, I mean, you've got to remember that when you're talking of the 9th heavy racing, realistically, what you're really talking about is being the top 9 every round. There's only 3 rounds of the championship, and that is 9th of 48. That is the important bit. So getting into the final is the critical thing. Of course, the final will be coming up in a few moments' time, and then we'll find out who is going to take the victory of round number 1 of the Drivers' Championship, and who will be putting maybe one hand on a transfer spot over into the Riyadh final of the Drivers' Championship. We're going to have a little bit of a breather. When we come back, we might have a little chat with one of our drivers, and then we'll get ready for final mode.
What round was the first back-to-back round win set in? So you've got to give me the round number and which season it was.
Season 1, round 4 and 5.
5?
You got, yeah, correct. But which season was it?
Season 1.
Spring season?
Is it spring season? It was spring season. Yeah, it was spring season.
Season 1, round 5 Spa?
Correct, William Chadwick. It was indeed the spring season, and it was round 5. Well done.
Round 4, season 1.
I'm afraid it wasn't. It was round 5, spring season.
Oh.
Who won the team's championship at the fall major?
RNG.
RNG. The fall major was the last one. Must be Porsche. Redline. Redline or Porsche?
Porsche.
AG Sports.
Correct, you Lash. Coming in clutch again. Wow, you guys are on fire.
Paul Major was red one? No.
No.
Orange.
No. I'm afraid I'm going to take your first answer there. Kaiki dropped you in it there. It was RAG. What driver goes under the nickname the Master of Monza?
Marcel.
It should be me now. Come on.
Definitely not me.
No.
What?
Coleman.
Me.
Kevin?
Okay, we're reaching a bit here, Enzo, okay?
Isn't it actually Yeri Tolman?
Isaac Price?
Marcel, yeah.
Barry Stanley. Well done. It was indeed Marcel Chinchek. He got it.
And so it's confirmed then the Master of Monza is Isaac Price. Thank you, Ibrahim Khan, for that absolute glorious tidbit of information. Of course, we're preparing ourselves for the final checks from race control coming in for semi-final 2 so that we can get all 12 of our drivers onto the grid and out in action, of course. It's going to be a tricky fight, a tricky affair for them, but it's going to be probably another 10-lap race, probably with more drama than what we've seen thus far.
You say that? I'm not entirely sure how much more chances there have been for drama that we sort of haven't seen because of this, that or the other, really. I think it's just been a pretty difficult race in terms of overtaking. We always talk about that historically at the Nürburgring, really, in ESL R1. We'll add Orchard Road into that discussion now as well, now that we have it. But I think this circuit is going to start to build a reputation a little bit of being slightly hard to overtake on. But I've been surprised by it. The racing that we saw here, especially in the Spring Major last year, and some of the races at the Hockenheimring, excuse me, were unbelievable. When we were in finalist mode and the tension was high, it was quite remarkable. We haven't seen a hint of that today.
No, indeed. I don't 100% know as to why, but alas, I'm sure there's a lot of reasons behind the scenes. You know me, I'm always out there being like, let's keep the physics the same, but let's up the slipstream for that maximum banter. Alas, the drivers aren't really about that, but that's fine. It would make more exciting racing, that's for sure. But of course, if you have any opinions about what you think we should be doing in ESL R1, you can let us know by, obviously, if you're on the twitch.tv/ESL R1, ! survey in the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, just jump over, drop that in, get the link, and then fill it out. Let us know what you've been thinking about ESL R1, what you think we should change. Maybe we should start racing in those hybrids, right?
Yeah, we were talking about this before, weren't we? And you said, do you want to reveal to the world what you said about...
we'll do a commentators race in them.
Oh, no, what about the other thing you said?
I said, okay, this is, and I absolutely believe this. He's not watching because he's in Hungary. I reckon if you, in only one lap, let's say Fuji, if you put George Morgan in one of those hypercars and me in a GT3, I reckon I'd beat him around a lap.
I can't believe, I can't see why you think he'd be so bad.
Because I think he'll crash.
What makes you think you won't?
Okay, just to clarify, the last time me and George Morgan did a head-to-head on laps, it was only one lap. It was at Jönköping. We took those TCRs around Spa. This is when they were new. They hadn't been announced yet. We took the TCRs around Spa. I had Ben Spanky, the reigning WTCR Esports champion, behind me, who said my lap was very impressive. Just saying. I was only a second off of him. So in one lap, just chucking that one out there. I was also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 12 seconds faster than George Morgan.
Is he that bad of a driver?
No, he just kept crashing.
Okay.
Lap-wise, well, if you gave him a few laps behind the wheel, he'd be absolutely fine. But that's why I say the one lap, then he'll bin it.
Is it not the sign of a bad driver who keeps crashing?
No comment. I don't crash. I can feel this is being a slight dig towards me, Ian. It's me. Wow. That is rude.
Sorry. But it had to go like that. I've got to get it in every broadcast somehow, so I didn't manage it on Wednesday, so I've got to make up for it by using it again. But there you go. No, we'll look forward to that whenever we get round to it, because it's great to see the expanding amount of cars we've got in Rennsport now. We've really got a lot to go at, from different categories around the world.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, like you say, I'm more of a touring car driver. I've raced quite a few bits and bobs on Rennsport. Of course, I remember racing it quite a lot when Orchard Road was new. Actually, having a bit of a good time. So I quite enjoy driving around Orchard Road. You know me in the street circuit. Do get along quite well. It's an interesting addition to, of course, ESL R1. But it is what it is. Some people they'll want to jump on and see what's what. Here is your updated driver standings then. Accounting for the knockout races and the semi-finals. Max Benneker at the top of the standings, Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito after that semi-final victory. Sebastian Job in 4th position, then Marcel Chinchik, Luke Bennett, Charlie Collins, Jeff Rietveld and Kevin Ellis Jr. The top 9 positions that we're really focused on this season. Those further back from that we're also really focused on goes back to 21st position, being Yuri Toman, Johan Hart, Nikodem Vishnevsky, Josh Rogers, Mikhail Schmiedel, Timus Tathler, Mitchell de Jong, Kaki Oliveira, Moritz Lerner, Jamie Fluke, Matty Siepler and James Baldwin. But of course, all of that can chop and change over the next couple of weeks, and I suspect it will, and that's before we even start talking about the final, which is to come up.
Absolutely, yeah. You'll notice there that in the top 9, Luke Bennett was there, despite the fact he's not in a final at all. So that'll be something to watch out for when we get to this final. Who's going to overtake him? Will he even fall out of the top 9 despite not making the final? This is the thing with the format and the points now that you get for the knockout round and also the semi-final round as well. You can get really good points just for qualifying. You can get decent points for not qualifying as well. And so those down towards the sort of 21st region, only on 14 or so points at the moment. And a lot of those won't be in the final at all because the minimum you can get into a final with is 16. So that's something to note as well. It's not going to be, I don't think, loads and loads of points. It might not even be 50 points to get into the top 21. That top 9, though, is where the interest is really going to be.
Yeah, and there's a lot of drivers that are way outside of that top grouping that we didn't even see on there. Dara McCormack, of course, Dane Warren and the likes. A lot to talk about in all of that. Either way, let's talk more about the final that we have here, of course. 2 Porsche Commander drivers, Charlie Collins and Joshua Rogers, making it through to the final this time. 3 from Team Redline, count them up, Kevin Siggy, Sebastian Job, Jeff Rietveld. 2 from Vitality, of course, that being Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman. A couple from Mouse as well, being Moritz Lerner, Max Benneker. Then, of course, we have the lone driver for Kevin Ellis Jr. For the Apex Racing team. And then, shock of shock, something I did not expect to see today. Will Chadwick has somehow managed to guide 2 FaZe Clan drivers into the final, as we'll see Enzo Benito and Mikhail Schmiedel take to the final. And let's be honest, they've been fantastic. They've been excellent on speed. And do you know what? I would not be that shocked if either of them won tonight.
I would, to be honest with you. So just putting that out there. Not least for the fact they're not in a BMW. Maybe if they were, I'd believe you a bit more. But surely Redline and Miles are going to be too difficult to overcome for FaZe. They've not been in this position before, and I don't know how much credit Will Chadwick is currently taking for it and how much he will do, but I can't see them winning.
No, but I just have to scroll back up to a chat message from Will Chadwick. He said, stop doubting my drivers. So I have. They're going to win everything, apparently. No, let's be honest, being realistic, taking a look at those drivers, it's very hard to pick a winner. Realistically, someone from Redline or maybe even a Max Benneker are the more likely ones. If Porsche Commander can actually put together a decent qualifying session, then maybe Joshua Rogers is able to do so, but that's been easier said than done. Of course, to get on the second row in the previous race, fair enough. But yeah, to actually piece together and grab pole position, easier said than done.
Second row's not going to do it, I don't think. You've got to be on the front row here for this race, and that surprised me really compared to the start of the day. I was expecting drivers to be able to win from quite far back, but that's not evidently the case, really. You've got to be quite close to the front and indeed on that front row and not jumping the start. Indeed, that'll be something to watch out for with the driver who qualifies second, but we'll have to wait and see on that front. We'll have to wait and see who even qualifies where. We're still yet to get into that qualifying session, of course, but it comes down to 4 drivers to me. You mentioned one of them, Max Benneker, in the Maus BMW, but the 3 Redline drivers who are in this race elsewhere, Kevin Siggy, Sebastian Job and Jeffrey Rietveld, will all be big favourites for this race as well. Based on what we've seen tonight, it's so difficult to look past the BMW.
Can I just say, by the way, I was going to go slightly off topic because I'm really thinking back to those questions that George Morgan was asking various drivers and the odd team manager. You can really tell that Will Chadwick's a commentator because when George Morgan asks a question about a random fact from ESL R1, Chadwick instantly knows. Meanwhile, all the drivers are sat there like, oh, I don't know. Who was the first person to take back-to-back victories and when was it? And you're just kind of like sat there, but everyone sat there like, it was obviously Dara McCall. What's happening?
That's less of an outrageous thing not to know, in my opinion. The more funny thing was Will Chadwick just reeling off those kind of things. Next question: the Mals people don't even know who won the four-season teams championship. I mean, so that was quite obvious. But we've spoken about this many times. Drivers don't really care about this kind of thing as much as we do. It's useful for us to have. I guess it's part of the job, but it's just like as much of a part of our job as it is for a driver to practice before a race. You know, it is their job to do that as well. Whereas we wouldn't drive ever, almost. You know, so it's different, isn't it, for them? But sometimes you expect them to take a bit more notice of the world around them.
I mean, some drivers do know the nerdy stats. I mean, I think everyone's seen that clip of Sebastian Vettel listing all of the champions in Formula One in order, which was very impressive. And I mean, it was. Huh? Did I do that? No.
Okay.
No. I reckon if I tried doing it in order, I reckon I'd maybe get. I reckon I can get 80%.
Okay, 80% of the whole history of time?
Of Formula One.
Since 1950. That's back until
it's not 1950. 1950 is not quite the whole history of time, but fair enough.
Formula One it is.
Yes.
So
you know, I reckon I can get 80%. I reckon I can.
I could get to early 90s, but that's after that I'll be struggling.
No, I can absolutely get to the 80s 100%, like no problem whatsoever.
Only because you were alive during them.
I think you've been watching Formula One longer than me, mate, so you pump the brakes, yeah? Goodness me.
I have been watching Formula One.
That's brutal. Of course, we've got 5 minutes before we jump into the qualifying session as race control has had to step in and adjudicate various bits. So don't worry, waffle o'clock will stop between myself and Ewan, and we'll be talking about the feisty race cars taken around the Hockenheim ring. Of course, looking at the drivers that have made their way through into the final. Ewan, quickly, who do you think is going to take the victory so far?
If you're going to really push me for a name, I'm going to go for Max Benneker getting the maximum tonight. I think it's quite symbolic, really, that he's taken those 2 wins. And while I don't think Kevin Seeger was really challenging Max Benneker because he thought, well, I'm in the final, I'm going to get 20 points from this race, and it's not really worth the hassle to try and get the win here, based on the amount of risk that would have been attached to that. I still think Benneker would have been fine even if there was a battle there, so I'm going to go with him to sort of upset the red line domination that's been going on today.
I think no one's going to upset the red line domination today. I think Sebastian Job's learnt his lesson. He's been a naughty boy. I don't think he's going to be jumping the start because I think he's going to be grabbing pole position, running away with it, and taking an easy victory. Easy is obviously a big one in air quotes. We'll have to wait and see, of course. What do you think in chat? Let us know. Who do you think is going to be winning the final? Of course, it is going to be a tricky one for our drivers to take on. Benneker's a great shout, of course. You can see them out there in the practice session, of course, getting themselves set up. A reminder as to the drivers in this one: Enzo Benito, Charlie Collins, Marcel Chinchik, Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job, Moritz Lerner, Max Benneker, Kevin Siggy, Jeff Rietveld, of course, Mikko Schmidl, Yuri Toman, and Kevin Ellis Jr. No pick for you or me for Enzo Benito and Mikko Schmidl. I'm sure there'll be heartbreak for Will Chadwick.
You said earlier you were going to stop doubting FaZe's drivers. What's happened to that?
No. I think they're going to get a great result. It's just not going to be a W.
Anything less than a win is not a great result.
You're starting to sound like Gareth Southgate right now.
What do you mean? Well, let's not talk about that before I get. But
anyway.
or indeed we descend the chat into that famous 3-word phrase that I'm refusing to say on this broadcast just for the moment.
It's coming home.
Okay, that's too late. Anyway, Yeah, unfortunately, I am doubting FaZe's drivers. I've already got my stall out for Beneke. But honestly, if a non-BMW wins this race, I'll be truly, truly shocked.
Yeah, I mean, look, the BMWs have looked so far the strongest here today, which isn't too much of a shock. They do ride the curves relatively well. BMWs obviously generally quite strong around here. This is not something which is pretty locked in. This changes season on season just because of how the BOP changes and stuff and how certain cars do certain things better than others. But for right now, the meta, so to speak, as to what we have, the BMW is generally speaking the strongest car around here. Whether you could say it's the strongest car in the season, we'll have to wait and see. I will say drivers-wise, when it comes to BOP complaints, which is genuinely one of my least favourite things to hear from my time working in things like Le Mans Virtual, where it was every round and I wanted to slam my head straight through my desk. I will say, in ESL R1, I actually genuinely feel that we have the least complaints of BOP in this championship.
Well, don't you think that's a little bit down to the system that we have, in that you sort of have to prove that other cars are quicker with yourself, and that sort of, in my mind anyway, that sort of leads to problems in the sense of people tend to not be able to manage that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's a similar system to what they tried in Le Mans Virtual when everyone was complaining about the BOP and that. So, you know, potato. I think the way it's implemented in this, I think the fact that it's fixed setup also helps that, because you're driving the exact same car as Josh Rogers rather than driving the same car with a different setup, which is where that system doesn't really work so well in that scenario, because you're talking about setup differences there. I think it's part of that, but also you can't negate the hard work from the likes of Bence Banky behind the scenes. He's put in an awful lot of work and time to make this car and all these cars as equal as possible. Generally speaking, don't get me wrong, your drivers will still sit there and go, the BMW is the best car, blah, 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 blah. But you're talking about half a tenth of a second rather than, oh, that car's half a second a lap faster. It's smaller margins, and in that sense, the drivers will be less irritated until we get to Saudi Arabia, which want to be their main talking point. And
also, you've got to remember that this is a series that goes to 6 different circuits. It's not like the BMW has been the strongest through all of them. Now, you could back that up and counter with, well, BMW has won all the rounds so far, and yes, that is true, but at what stage do you say, well, Mouse and Redline have also been the best teams, and so you go around in circles and circles and circles with it, as you always seem to do with BOP. So yeah, it's just worth us to just sit back and enjoy the racing, to be honest. Over the course of these calendar races, it should even out, and eventually will do. I think you're right, it will be a bit of the topic of conversation in Riyadh, but we'll have to sidestep that and forget about it, which is what I often do. I just park that conversation and let someone else listen to it and not bother with it myself, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, to be fair, what will end up happening is you'll say something about a certain car being slightly worse in a sense than another, and then you'll get home after a really long day and you'll receive loads of messages from a certain team telling you that that's complete rubbish and it's actually the other way around, and herder and other stuff. I don't know. It happened once and I'm still sorry about it. It's okay. Sebastian Job then, taken 22 victories in ESL R1, looking for a 23rd. It's very possible. Sorry, no, it's back to 21 now, isn't it? Because it's no longer 22 from 22. Yeah, okay, he could get his 22nd victory now. I remember he got a penalty in the last race.
Yeah, certainly did. And so he and Luke Bennett are currently tied for 4 this season, which is the tied most, but Bennett doesn't have a chance of extending that record out at all, but he is the only driver to have won a race in all of the rounds so far this season. Josh Rogers is the only other driver who can keep up with that record, because Sebastian Job didn't take a win already in one of the rounds, and so has not been able to keep up with that, if you like. But he can very much set the benchmark here. It's not out of the question for him to set the best time straight away here and just not get beaten after that.
First sector's okay from Sebastian Job, being a 20.367. We're looking for something like a 0.2. Well, there it is, 0.2 in the middle sector. So this could well be breaking into the 36s. I don't think it's going to be quite as quick as the lap time that we saw from Kevin Siggy, but I do think we'll need to beat that lap time to grab pole position in this session. We know how much these drivers seem to step it up when it comes to this final qualifying. They understand the pressures on their shoulders, and any level of mediocrity on the lap will surely bring with it a poor position in the qualifying session. Sebastian Job shaking his head. He is fuming about that lap. It's going to be a 37 something then as he hits the beam. It's a 37.006.
I thought it was going to be a 36.9, I've got to say, based on those sectors, but he just missed out, and maybe that was his frustration through the final sector there. Charlie Collins here will be the first of the two Porsche Coanda drivers to make his way over the line. So many teams, by the way, and drivers with teammates in this race. It's quite remarkable. There's only one lone driver today, and so Charlie Collins will be first out of the pairing. I don't think he's going to be quite as quick as Sebastian Gerben. I think he knows that as well. As he goes over the line, he is just over half a tenth behind.
First sector, not great. Second sector, pretty good. Let's see what the final sector is from Kevin Siggy, who was, he's pretty pacey himself, as again, he has set the fastest lap time of the day around the Hockenheim ring. The first sector alludes to that maybe not being the case in this lap, but you never know. The final sector, you throw it in. This is where the big shake of the head came from Sebastian Job. No such things from Kevin Siggy. Oh, never mind. I'll pump the brakes on that suggestion because it's a 37.0. He's fuming.
Is that the first time he's done a 37 in qualifying? I think it is, isn't it? Because of the quality of his time. I wonder if that was the 511th time he's hit these wheels today, because he does like to get rage. Although, to be fair, he's normally he's been quite good today in terms of rage. Let's see what Max Belliker does as he makes his way over the line here, because he has done a very good middle sector there, but is it good enough to get him into a 36? That's probably what you're going to need to get pole here in the final. Over the line, no, wow, 37.0, and it's fourth.
Sorry, remind me, who did you pick for grabbing the victory?
That's exactly why he's just set that lap time.
Exactly, because the commentator's curse is a real thing. I've always believed in it and always said that. Either way, Yuri Toman will be coming through the final corner. We'll check his sector times. First and second looking pretty decent. This could be a 36, you know. Yuri Toman will come across the line. What's it going to be? Whoa, that is a terrible final sector.
Well, by the very small margin standards, yes. Let's say. Josh Rogers then into the final sector now. Good middle sector from him, nearly where he needs to be in the first as well. As I said, it's going to have to be a 36 to get pole here shortly, but we are running out of candidates for pole, you'd have to say. It might be a 37.0 that takes this. If there's anyone who can bring a non-BMW to the party here on a BMW strong circuit, it is Josh Rogers, and he can! 36.9, excuse me. Josh Rogers with the fastest time.
But let's be clear here, of the rest of the 6 drivers in this session, I promise you, all of them can beat that time. They have to dig deep, they have to find it. No, we are not looking at Yuri Kaznop. This is Mikhail Schmiedl, who's working his way through into the final corner now. Sectors are looking okay, but I think it might be in those 37.0s that we've already seen from a lot of drivers so far. It's exactly where he ends up. 4th position with a 37.031.
Marcel Cinchik, who's finally put some things in his room, by the way, where he has his sim rig. Look at that, he's got a cupboard and everything just behind him. Unfortunately, his sectors are maybe not quite where they need to be in terms of a pole position here for the spring season champion. He'll always be the first ever major champion in the ESL R1 championship. And no one can take that from him, no matter what happens from here on in. Can he at least beat his teammate here? They're the only Audis in the field. Maybe an indictment about where that car is around this circuit. Cinchik makes his way up towards the line, and he will go into 6th place.
Yeah, 0.69 from Marcel Cinchik. Let's see the lap time coming in from Kevin Ellis Jr. Of course, the lone Mercedes in this session. You say about Vitality being the lone Audi R8, so well, at least there's 2 of them. There's only 1 Merc in this entire field. Kevin Ellis Jr. will cross the line and goes to 2nd position. Excellent lap time there from Kevin Ellis Jr. with 3 to go.
The only driver on his own has put in one of the best lap times there, and at the first 36.9 by a Mercedes today, as Enzo Benito now comes towards the end of the lap. We were told not to doubt the phase drivers, and Enzo Benito is certainly on a roll now. The confidence he will have got from that retrospective win, his first win of the season, and indeed on this circuit of all time, may have given him some confidence. Over the line, Enzo Benito goes into 3rd.
Great lap time from Enzo Benito, but you need to do better than that. Jeff Rietveld, oh, goodness me. Such a shame. His lap time is over. He will have been given a slowdown penalty going through the arena sections. His lap time is up. Look at that, 57.9. Yeah, I think there's more than a slowdown in there, as Moritz Lerner then will be the next one to really challenge for anything. Big shame for Rietveld.
57.9. It's 11 seconds around wherever he needs to be. It'll do like a 150 here. This is not good for Jeffrey Rupert at all, I'm afraid. And all of a sudden, a BMW win is falling apart slightly here. Best place BMW is only 4th. Another one in 5th, another one in 9th and 11th, but that's going to be pushed down by another one of the BMWs. Can Moritz Lerner set the best lap time in what's been the strongest car today? We could be in for a real upset here in the final of the Hockenheim round in ESL R1 this season. Moritz Lerner's only 9th, and the BMWs are nowhere. It's Josh Rogers.
Well, that is a big shock and a big turnout for the books. We've expected the BMWs to at least be on the front row, but that's not how it's worked out. What a fantastic lap time then from Joshua Rogers and the likes around him. Enzo Benito also up there. Surely Rogers is now the favourite for this one.
I'd say so. I think, as I said earlier on, you've got to be on the front row, in my opinion, to be a contender for the win in any of these races, and that doesn't change for the final. But does Kevin Ellis Jr. really have the speed and the ability to overtake that he needs to get into that first position? I'm not convinced.
Well, here then is the starting grid for the final for round 1 of the Drivers' Championship here in the spring season. Jeff Rietveld with an awful qualifying lap will start from the rear of the field alongside Yuri Toman. Mouse make up row number 5 with Max Benneker just taken a couple of victories today, but will put a disaster in that qualifying session behind his teammate Moritz Lerner. Marcel Chinchik in 8th position with Charlie Collins in 7th. Then Mikael Schmiedl alongside Kevin Siggy, who was frustrated. He hit his wheel. I mean, you can call his wheel Gianmarco Fiducci because it's certainly been through a lot in the hands of Kevin Siggy. Of course, Sebastian Job and Enzo Benito there on row number 2. Kevin Ellis Jr. there on the front row of the grid alongside Joshua Rogers. Did not see the fastest lap of the day set in the final, so that will still at least be held in the hands of Kevin Siggy. But Josh Rogers on that front row, surely Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to go on the attack down into 2-1.
You think so, because I think he kind of has to, but then what happens afterwards, really, whether he gets through or not, what happens afterwards here? We've not seen very many encouraging signs that we're going to get a real tit-for-tat, exciting battle for the lead, I don't think. But is it going to be different because it's the final? Are the stakes going to be raised because it's the last race?
I don't know. I always feel that a final, you know, they're going to step it up a little bit. There's more to fight for. There's more points. There's more this. There's more that. And you know, the idea of sitting behind, like what we saw from Thomas Tattler earlier on in the day in the very first race, where he sat behind and was comfortable to sit on a second position. That ain't happening in this one. You're going to see a little bit more feistiness, especially on that first lap. If you get a whiff of a move down into the hairpin, surely you're going for it.
You'd think so, but I think that we've seen a lot of reserve driving so far today, which has really surprised me, actually. We've seen some sense, to be honest, sometimes, which has been good, but also just some reluctance to fight at times, which I've found a little bit confusing. So I'm not sure what type of field we're going to get here. Are we going to get a field of all-out aggression here, where they all really, really want to win? Or are we going to get a field of timid drivers who are a bit scared of making moves, as we've seen so far tonight, to be honest?
Look, I mean, you've seen some fairly reserved driving, sure. That doesn't apply to a final, surely. Surely we've got to see some drivers get their elbows out. You've got a lot of drivers that are well out of position. You know, the likes of Max Benneker right the way down the order, who will be desperate to work their way through. Sebastian Job not where he feels he should be. You know, maybe drivers even a little bit out of place the other way around. Maybe Kevin Ellis Jr. up there in second spot thinks that this is a perfect example for him to go after a race victory, to potentially secure himself a solid position as we are on the road to Riyadh. And the Drivers' Championship, of course, then followed by the Teams Championship. What's going to happen is Josh Rogers is starting this one from pole position. They're on the formation lap now, just rolling their way round, getting ready for the race at hand. It's going to be a tricky run down into that first corner, where the big charge around the outside is going to come. We've seen for the most part today, the driver that started on pole position has led down into the first corner. Can that change? It's only had one exception to that one. Can Kevin Ellis Jr. swap that one around? Could we see a 20-second victory finally for Sebastian Job? Or will it be Josh Rogers back on top? We're racing down towards the first corner once more, and it is Josh Rogers holding on to the race lead side by side for third position as Sebastian Job goes around the outside of Enzo Benito. Mikael Schmiedl for the FaZe Clan team also sneaking his way around with his teammate.
Well, great start for FaZe, and they're in such a great position here as a team. What a day they're having as we make our way through the first few corners. It's the battling in the midfield again, which has finally, for one of the first times tonight, made its way through cleanly. We've seen a lot of incidents through there so far. It's come to an end too soon, though. Both Maus BMWs off into the grass and the gravel, and Max Benneker, Moritz Lerner are going to finish 11th and 12th at this rate.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, the timing being cut there a little bit because of where Moritz Lerner ended up. That was just 3 cars pinching each other, clearly not knowing they were 3 wide. Max Benneker's fuming with that one, but that is certainly a racing incident. There's a car in the middle, and the 2 Maus drivers are coming either side, just trying to squeeze. It was never going to work. So, race control will certainly take a look at it, but I'm not really sure what should be done. Side by side, though, for second position is Sebastian Jobes getting around the outside of Kevin Ellis Jr., trying to make his way past. They head their way down towards Mobile 1. We must look higher up the order because they're side by side for that second position. Kevin Ellis Jr. has the inside line as they work their way through. Sebastian Jobes straight around the outside at Mobile 1. As we head now into the stadium section of the Sachs curve, it is Sebastian Jobes taking over second position.
But has the damage already been done? Look at the gap to Josh Rogers here. It's 3/4 of a second. It's going to be a big ask for anyone to bring this gap down. But if anybody can catch Josh Rogers, it would be Sebastian Job, who's been at one with this circuit. He's crossed the line first twice tonight, even though one of those wins was taken away from him retrospectively by the stewards at the end of the race for a jump start. He was still the fastest driver on the day, and he will have to replicate that again here if he wants to take this win in the final.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, you got to say that was an excellent move from Sebastian Job. Kevin Ellis Jr. Dropped back into 3rd position, and this is the bit that gets us all very excited. We get to see the top 2, arguably the top 2 drivers in sim racing, go toe-to-toe in Sebastian Job and Joshua Rogers, 1st and 2nd position, half a second between the pair of them. The likelihood of those 2 going to the end of the race without a battle, I think that's very low.
Yeah, I think so. We may well see the wick turned up just a little bit because we're in a final, but I don't know, the fact that they're all here and they have good points to protect at the moment might mean they're a bit more reserved. Well, that certainly wasn't the case off of the start because both Maus BMWs ended up off the road. I agree, by the way, it's going to be a racing incident, I'm afraid, that whichever Maus BMW was on the outside just needed to give more space because they were 3 wide and Charlie Collins was squashed in the middle, couldn't really do anything about that.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a little bit of glue in there as well, just with where they were so awkward with how that was pinched. Charlie Collins has enough right to go for that. You've got to give the room, whether you could say maybe Max Benneker moved off of the line, maybe Moritz Lerner was holding him a little bit too tight, maybe neither of them knew they were going to be 3 wide, they didn't know about the overlap for Charlie Collins. Either way, it was a disaster there for Maus and for Charlie Collins, for the Porsche Commander team. But thankfully, at least for Porsche Commander, they've got a driver at the front of the field, but they're starting to feel the pressure now from Team Redline, Kevin Ellis Jr. and the 2 FaZe Clan cars. Part of me is like, I quite like FaZe Clan to finish in a solid position here, just because that's just what a great result for them.
Yeah, just unbelievable. And part of me is thinking, well, what if this was the team's championship? We'd be having a much better time of things for FaZe at the moment. They'd be scoring great points for the team. But, well, it's going to be pretty difficult to go back on that now because they finished last in the team's championship, of course. Maybe this is a sign for Riyadh that the last 3 days, they can't be discounted in a team's championship where they'd be initially pretty unfancied in.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is for them, sure, they're not going to go for the title. They're not going to be able to compete for the championship, I don't believe anyway. But the likelihood of them getting some solid results and maybe even sneaking a couple of decent extra positions in the championship, going after a little bit more prize money, hey, maybe even getting into the Drivers' Championship in the top 9, who knows? They've got 2 drivers that are certainly looking like they can pull off that feat here today. I know Enzo Benito's a quality driver. We've seen him in the world of sim racing. Mikael Schmiedel's a quality driver on R-Factor 2, and of course has been teammates with some good talent in ESL R1. Don't know if you remember that back in the day, the Varga sim racing team. Schmiedel, of course, teammates with, who was it? Oh, yeah, it was Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman. That's who he used to be teammates with back in the day, so clearly he's starting to find his form on the platform.
Yeah, I remember that, certainly. I don't remember them driving the same car in the same way that I do with Toman and Chinchik, who used to drive in longer form races.
Yeah, Schmiedel was in that car.
Used to drive it in
LMP2.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
Not the year they won the title, he wasn't. they did it together on their own, somewhat remarkably for an endurance championship. They did it just the two of them, with a bit of help in the 24-hour race, but it definitely wasn't Michał Schmiedl, and you can, I'll bet hundreds on that.
Hundreds, goodness.
Hundreds.
He's definitely done some races with them in endurance stuff. And he's certainly obviously represented Varga Sim Racing, things like the BMW MTCS Racing Cup on R-Factor 2 and things like that, blah, 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 blah. Either way, Cinčic's going for a move. Speaking of that team.
Yeah, part of a new team now, of course. They sort of have been glued together, Cinčic and Toman, and we spoke about this a lot. They must be very well versed in what each other are going to do, chemistry on the racetrack in terms of helping one another, but I'm not sure what assistance Cinčic can provide to Toman or vice versa at the moment. It's about fending for yourself and trying to get a better position. I said at the start of the day, if you're looking to be in the top 9 by the end of the season, get through to the final and be in the top 5 in the final is kind of what you need to do, in my opinion. Maybe top 3 in the knockouts, because it should be a relatively easier heat, but at the moment Cinčic is still a couple of positions away from that, and I think he's going to be on the very much on the cut line for the top 9 based on today's performance. Marcel Cinčic.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see. I think we've got a lot to deal with, though, in this race, so we'll keep our eyes very much focused on that. Joshua Rogers leading by 0.6 of a second. I will say pretty comfortably that there will be some form of fighting, I'm sure, between Sebastian Jobe, Joshua Rogers and the likes. Again, it's about half a second between each of the positions, from Rogers back to Jobe, from Jobe back to Kevin Ellis Jr., from Kevin Ellis Jr. back to Enzo Benito, back to Schmiedl, back to Siggy. Of course, again, very tight with Cinčic and Rietveld as well. Toman and Charlie Collins is just about hanging on to the back of the train. That's where we see the larger gaps back to the two Mouse drivers who obviously had the major drama on lap 1. Do you think Sebastian Jobe's going to be able to close back up to Josh Rogers, or do you think Rogers is going to be keeping him at arm's length?
I'd argue he has caught up, to be honest. It's 3/4 of a second when he started this chase, and it was down below half a second briefly there. He's just got to get a lot closer. I don't think we're really going to see any moves here until the last laps of the race, if not the last lap, really, for Sebastian Jobe. But as I said before, if anyone can chase down Rogers and pass him, it is going to be Jobe. It's just going to be such a tall order. And that was made clear to me as soon as Jobe and Kevin Ellis Jr. were going side by side in this corner right here, in the final few corners of the lap. You lose way too much time, and losing time to Josh Rogers is something he can't afford to do.
No, exactly. But this is the thing, as much as you're saying, he has caught up, I think he's closed the gap. I wouldn't classify this as, being close enough to go for a move. Half a second is not it. And he was at half a second at the previous lap. He was at half a second the lap before that. He's kind of kept it around that 5 to 6 tenths gap, as we'll see once again that instant. Race control, definitely going to have a look at it, but I just don't know what I would adjudicate that as, to be honest. They get stuck together.
I'd give a warning to Moritz Lerner and say next time you should stay a bit wider, but we're not going to give you a penalty because you're already last, or nearly last, because of that incident. I don't, as you say, see what race control can really do about that, and I find it difficult to pin it on anybody but Moritz Lerner. He's the one who's got the space to move. The other two, Max Benneker is pinned by the grass and Charlie Collins, and Charlie Collins is pinned by the two Miles BMWs.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not that is a Charlie Collins sandwich, and it's probably not a tasty one with the amount of grass been chucked into that. So here comes the move to the inside from Kevin Siggy, down the inside of Schmiedl as they head then into the hairpin. The battle for 5th position, the drag off the corner, going through the fast Kinkenap towards the Mercedes Arena section.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing we haven't seen so much of so far today because of the battles for the top 6. But even now, Michał Schmiedl knows that there is such a danger of going all the way down to 10th place that he tucks back into line immediately, not allowing Marcel Cinčic to take immediate advantage of it.
Yeah, again, brilliant effort and lovely display. Great move from Kevin Siggy. Next one that he'll be ticking up, of course, old direct teammate in Enzo Benito. Can he sneak his way past? Gap for the race lead is closer than it's ever been as well. We're 4 laps from the checkered flag, 4 laps from finding out who is going to be the round winner, of course. Do remember the end of the Teams Championship, that was won by Sebastian Jobe, so he's looking for back-to-back rounds. BMW have won all 3 of the rounds thus far in 2024. Could Porsche Coanda be able to take that one from him? Joshua Rogers is and prepare yourself for the Americanism here, the winningest driver in the championship. Probably is the leadingest as well. Hate that term.
He would also extend his lead as the driver with the most wins around here at the Hockenheimring. And by the way, just for another, maybe hold off on that, Sebastian Jones really closing in on Josh Rogers here, and he goes for it. Surprise move at the hairpin early on. He gets to the inside, and Rogers has to fend off from the outside with a good exit. He'll hold on to the lead.
That was never going to work for Sebastian Job, and if anything, that could have gone really badly and resulted in some form of penalty. This time he's going to get to the outside of the Mercedes arena section. He's going to commit heavily onto the brakes. He's going to send it around the outside there. Can Joshua Rogers do anything, or is it going to be a fantastic move from Sebastian Job? Just about has an overlap as they depart the Mercedes arena section. Now up towards Mobil 1. Big slide there for Sebastian Job, and it's cost him second position because here comes Kevin Ellis Jr.
And I'm not sure whether he's unhappy with Rogers or just the curb's existence in itself, but I'm afraid to say Sebastian Job has really thrown away his chance of winning here. He did need to be aggressive right from the beginning, and I don't blame him at all for attacking Rogers right from the word go, because far too many times tonight we've seen someone wait for the final lap and then it just doesn't work out, and they sort of finish second with a whimper. He had to go for it right from the very beginning, but that wasn't the way to do it there, I'm afraid to say. Well, I don't see what else he could have done, but it's just unfortunate the amount of time he's lost.
I think he's not frustrated at Rogers. I think he's frustrated. I mean, the curb's existence probably is the wrong way of putting it. But just at that slide, that'll be the frustrating bit. Is that I've pushed everything to the limit. The car just stepped out a little bit there. The thing is, his tyres, his rear tyres will be overheated, so he's actually going to really struggle to get back into the fight with Kevin Ellis Jr. and Joshua Rogers. And his chance of maybe even grabbing a podium might be up here, because Enzo Benito might sneak his way past, who could have, by the way, at least got an overlap going down into Mobil 1. Chose not to because he understands the position that FaZe are in, which, by the way, what has happened to Schmiedel?
What has happened to Schmiedel? Bedeker's even further off the back, by the way, but that's not going to be anything of interest particularly. Yeah, Schmiedel has gone, and not really sure why. He was in that battle with, was he ahead of Chinchik at the time? I think he was just about, but he was losing places. Unfortunately, he's lost a lot more now, and what was actually a very good day for Schmiedel has maybe turned into an okay one. You know, I think he'll be outside the top 9 with where he is finishing right now.
I have messaged my contact within the FaZe Clan team, and the response was contact and spun. Didn't say who. Who was he around? It was around Marcel Chinchik and Kevin Siggy. So it's one of those two culprits. Not 100% sure as to which.
Maybe Rietveld, he's not too far behind, but that's a bit of a stretch. Although you never know what's happened in these kind of incidents, so we'll find out in a replay before the end of tonight, I'm sure. But it's a shame for Schmiedel. If he can replicate tonight's performance, though, a couple more times in round 2 and 3, he'll certainly be okay to make it to the last chance. Whether he makes it to the top 9 is a more difficult ask.
Like I said, there's a lot to deal with in that group, but a lot to deal with within the FaZe Clan team. Despite having a solid round, I wonder how much of a damper that'll put on performances. And I wonder if that'll adjust whether they will say to Enzo Benito to take full risk, because the fact that they've lost out a little bit of time, they might tell Benito to be like, right, back up a little bit. Let's not go for anything silly. Let's take 4th place. Let's take the points that come with it, and the solid position. That's it. It might not even be 4th place, because Kevin Siggy's now knocking at the door, and we know his pace round here.
Collins and Toman were going side by side, and door to door indeed on the way towards the hairpin there, by the way. No idea who's going to prevail, because they were absolutely dead level going into the braking zone there. Looks like Toman has got his nose ahead and will be moving on ahead then in that case. But this is the battle for the lead, and Kevin Siggy's not even that far away from it. It just shows you the Porsche, in my opinion, it run this race 10 times, and the Porsche doesn't win 10 times, that's for sure. I wouldn't say it even wins 4 or 3. It's the situation that Josh Rogers has taken advantage on. Again, it's the Josh Rogers effect. He's dragged a car unfancied around this circuit to a possible round victory, 1 lap away.
Yeah, I mean, look, we are closing in on the final moments of this race. Josh Rogers has been perfect, but Kevin Ellis Jr. is not too far behind. Is there an opportunity for the Apex Racing team and Mercedes that have looked fairly unfavoured, it must be said, this afternoon and evening? Could they sneak a victory? I've got to say, I think that margin might be a little bit too large. It all comes down to this exit. The only real overtaking opportunities around here, realistically, is the hairpin and then the Mercedes arena section, and I get the feeling they might be a little bit too far back.
I think so. Down the straight they go into the hairpin for the final time. And it looks like all the positions are going to stay the same, maybe other than the battle between Toman and Collins, which is by far the closest in the field. There they are just in the background. Let's have a look what happened to Miao Schmiedel, though, before we go further. It's a combination of Chinchik and Rietveld, I think.
Whoa.
Oh dear, that wasn't a good rejoin.
0 out of 10 on that rejoin. That was pretty poor, coming from someone who has a poor rejoin himself. I've got to say that was a bit of a pinch from Marcel Chinchik, who might come across with a race control decision, I think.
I think so, but no race control decisions should affect the overall lead of the race, I don't think. Josh Rogers possibly on his way to an 8th win at the Hockenheim in ESL R1's history in the 50th time we've utilised this racetrack.
Yes, indeed. What a big evening it's been for ESL R1. Of course, we've had some fantastic performances. We've had our 200th race in ESL R1, and we are going to have the driver who's won the most races in ESL R1 come round to win yet another one. It is Joshua Rogers on top here at the Hockenheim Ring, as he will cross the line to take his 32nd victory in ESL R1. Fantastic performance from Kevin Ellis Jr. to take 2nd position, and what a performance it was from Sebastian Job to move his way up to 3rd. FaZe Clan have had an absolutely incredible evening of racing, but Joshua Rogers is a winner again.
He certainly is, and what an evening he has had from Kevin Hurst Jr. shaking his head there, but he should be very pleased with himself as well. Rogers was in real danger after getting a slowdown in knockout qualifying of being eliminated at the very first round of ESL's first Drivers' Championship round this season, but he made it through there. He's made it to the final, and somehow he's got a win. An amazing performance, amazing show of perseverance almost throughout tonight, with a car that he wasn't especially getting on with at this circuit. Overcoming the BMW's remarkable drive.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll take a look here at the results. Of course, provisional until race control have AOK'd all of this, but Joshua Rogers taking the victory. Fastest lap coming in from Kevin Ellis Jr., but still to 2nd position. Sebastian Job in 3rd, with Enzo Benito marking a highest ever finish for FaZe Clan. Of course, they have reached a final before. It was 6th place for Ulash Silderim. This time it is a 4th place for Enzo Benito. Kevin Siggy in 5th, with Marcel Chinchik in 6th, although that one is up for debate after contact. Jeff Rietveld, Yuri Toman, Charlie Collins, Moritz Lerner, Mikkel Schmiedel and Max Benneker round out the grid. What a disaster it was for Mouse.
Yeah, a little bit, and I said Max Benneker was going to win. He finished 12th, so that's it all, really, doesn't it? But yeah, it was a difficult race for them, and unfortunately, this is what happened to them. It's difficult to place any blame other than the ones on themselves. They are the ones who are sort of designating the bounds of the sandwich, if you like, if you want to put it that way. And unfortunately, they were the ones who went off the road.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. There's another big moment. Sebastian Job going for the race victory, maybe pushing a little bit too hard. This was late in the race. To be fair, the more I look at that, the more I'm like, actually, I think that's more of a racing thing. I do think Marcel Chinchik gave enough room.
That's not.
That's terrible. That's poor.
That's not a racing thing. That's just a bad rejoin. So there you go. But Josh Rogers, the winner in the end. Yeah, decent racing actually in the final. I think you were right in the end. The whip was just turned up a bit in the final, and it just helped a little bit to know that, you know, there was no top 6. It was all fight for positions wherever, and they really did in the end.
Ewan. I'm always right. I am always right. And that's why I'm right on the fact that we are going to jump straight into an interview, because Josh Rogers is here to chat with us. Of course, round winner here, Josh. What a fantastic performance. What an excellent qualifying session. And what a dramatic day. I mean, you must be out of breath from that one.
Yeah, it's been quite the day, qualifying in the back row in the quarterfinal to coming through and winning the final. It's been full on. Good racing in the final, though. I mean, thankfully, I was able to get a lap together in qualifying, and yeah, it was really close in those kind of situations with Sebi. It was very difficult to break the draft. They were closing in a lot earlier on in the straights, so it's it was tricky in that regard, but managed to defend. It was obviously hard racing, but minuscule room. Well, I felt like I left it enough room, and a good race in the end. But yeah, I'm a little bit all over the place, I think, at the moment with my words. I wasn't expecting it at all.
Well, it's understandable. I mean, there must have been a stage when you thought that maybe you weren't even going to make, never mind a final, a semi-final as well, a lot earlier on in the evening. I was surprised, I've got to say, with maybe some of the lack of overtaking in some of the knockouts and semi-final. Would you put that down to anything in specific? Was it a difficult circuit for overtaking? Was the format and the fact, you've got to be in the top 9 and everyone's worried about that? Was that a factor? What played into the slightly single-file nature of some of the knockout and semi-final races?
Honestly, I think some of it is obviously the track, but at the same time too, I think the draft and dirty air is definitely remodeled this season compared to what we had previously. It's much stronger when you're closer now, but it's much weaker when you're a little bit further away. But it feels like the dirty air is maybe slightly stronger, so it's a little tricky to stay close in the last sector in turn 1 to kind of set yourself up for a run down the back straight. If you're not within like 2/10 or so, it's very difficult to overcome the draft that the car in front has. And the car out front doesn't have any draft. It's you'll see a lot of overtaking, but it's very easy to kind of fall into a draft train because of that, just kind of seesawing from dirty air to draft. But it's all part of racing, and it has to obviously make us kind of change the way we drive and the way we attack the races.
Now, obviously, in the Teams Championship, we saw a certain, couple of teams, the likes of Williams and stuff, that started out the season really strongly and then dropped off. Redline were kind of strong all the way through. There were a lot of chops and changes in just what was 3 rounds of action. Of course, we've got 2 more rounds of the Drivers' Championship here in the online stuff before we get to Riyadh and deal with all the dramas over there. How much are you expecting the form to change from some of the drivers and teams that we've already seen so far today?
Honestly, I don't expect the form to change at all. We're all still racing hard. I mean, in the final, you saw a lot of the same guys that were in the finals in the rounds previously. Redline is still very strong. Just the way they attack the races might be a little bit different, obviously, because, each driver is going to have their best interests in the forefront rather than the team. That'll change things slightly. But honestly, I think across the board, it'll remain very similar. From my perspective.
Well, there we go. Josh Rogers going to win everything this season because the form is not going to change.
Don't jinx it.
Thank you so much.
Please.
What a victory. Cheers, Josh.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
What a superb performance, though. Again, when a circuit which seemed to be leaning towards the BMWs, still someone of the likes of Josh Rogers still managed to step up, comes good at the right point. It's exactly what we needed. And again, amazing.
Yeah, that's certainly not what he meant, that he was going to win every race, but we'll take it that way. That's absolutely fine. You can't say anything other than fantastic drive from him, certainly, and fully deserving the win in the end. What that would do to the point situation is a bit of a confusing one, really. Obviously, that's all got to be totted up, but I think you're going to have a lot of fun for round 3. That's going to say, fun if you count maths as fun.
And to be fair, I do. I don't know if my spreadsheet will keep up. It might explode at the idea of trying to keep up. As we'll take a look at the provisional driver standings. Of course, again, Race Control still have a few things to look at. Kevin Siggy will be at the top of the standings after an excellent evening of racing. Josh Rogers, our round winner, will be in 2nd position, of course, because he didn't score as many points in the knockouts and the semis as Kevin Siggy did, despite winning that final race. Enzo Benito up there in 3rd. I promise you, of all of the things that I would have predicted before this round, I would not have predicted Enzo Benito to be up there. And why not? Because he's such a quality driver. Sebastian Job in 4th. Max Benneker, despite the drama there in the final, he capitalised on 2 solid results before that, so he's still up there in 5th position. Kevin Ellis Jr. in 6th. Marcel Chinchik in 7th. Jeff Rietveld and Charlie Collins, the top 9, the all-important top 9. Yuri Toman, Bennett, of course, Bennett being up there as well, despite the dramas he had in the semi-finals. That's crazy to me. What a save that is. It shows how important those knockout victories really are with how the points work. Schmiedel in 12th position, then Art, of course, Lerner, Wisniewski, Tattler, De Jong, Oliveira, Fluke, Siepler and Baldwin, the top 21. Those important positions, of course, Dan Beats, Kasdorp and Brzezinski being inside the top 24. Lots of drivers even further back than that we've got to talk about. Erhan Yovsky, your drivers like Dara McCormack right the way back there as well. So much drama's already happened this evening, and we're only at the first part of the Drivers' Championship.
Exactly, there's still so many names to fit into that top 21, never mind the top 9. But if you saw that top part of the standings there, we are in for a great rest of the Drivers' Championship. Next week it's round 2, the week after that it's round 3. It's a triple header Drivers' Championship to end things out with the top 6 drivers representing 5 different teams covered by 7 points. It's a remarkable situation. And as you say, that graphic there really showed you the importance of the knockout and semi-finals. So make sure you're with us right from the very start of the broadcast, because not just who makes it through to the semi-finals, but where they finished before going through to the semi-finals and the final is so important. Because as you say, Bennett's in 11th despite not being in the final. Moritz Lerner was in the final. He's down in 14th. That's just how important it is to watch every race, to be honest, in this Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, certainly so. A lot to talk about here in ESL R1 and a lot to deal with as we are on the road to Riyadh to see who's going to get through into the Drivers' Championship final and who's going to be battling for the title. Again, ! survey and chat to let us know your opinions on ESL R1 and exactly what we should be doing moving forward. From myself, Lewis McGlade, from Ewan O'Leary, from everyone behind the scenes in ESL R1, we thank you so much for joining. Unfortunately, next round we'll be hoofing Ewan O'Leary out of the comms booth and letting the loud one back in. But until then, in a week's time, we'll see you soon. Have a very warm goodbye.